Great.
What?
Hey, folks. Kia ora, folks. Round two. Welcome to take two. Welcome to New Zealand Nat. I'm Lucas, and this is Dylan, and we're very excited to be casting today.
Yeah.
Um,
We this is our second attempt. We had an audio issue at the start, but we're already starting round one here with Ollie Berry, the returning New Zealand national champion, on Fi. Um,
yeah, and his opponent Greg went second, and seemed to have a strong start for RKO, getting an early life lead. We'll see if he can maintain that.
yeah. So
going forward.
yeah. So Lucas, what do you think of this matchup? You're a Draconic Ninja enjoyer. You mostly play Syndra. Do you find that it's hard for RKO to keep a health lead when Fi is so aggressive?
I think a really important card in this matchup is Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I used to play that in my Syndra deck, and you're in this matchup. You're often looking to crack it as early as possible to get KO sort of uncontrollably lower by several points. And we know that he wants to be punching down. He doesn't play so well from behind. So we'll see. But it does look like Ollie is playing a more combo-orientated Fi deck. So he could be
Yeah.
more conservative with the Lynx. I'll be really interested to see how he uses it this game.
We see Vest of the First Fist here in Ollie's chest slot. So you said that Ollie has a very known love for energy potion, so he's decided to start with it on his chest.
Yeah. I think there will be more copies of Energy Potion in his deck. So the first list that Ollie showed me, after competing with Wraith, he had 4 Energy Potions, and I don't think his love for that card has decreased at all. So it will
Here we see,
be I'd say we'll be seeing if he goes for sort of almost an OTK style, or if he tries to mid-range down KO a little bit. Will be interesting.
we see the first Art of Phoenix War. Now, this is Fi's main power card at the moment, and probably the main reason that last week at US Nats, it was very well positioned in the top 8, but didn't quite convert to that win. Ollie last year actually played Gravy Bones, so interesting that he chose to not go with a deck that he has proven success on, but has switched to this Fi deck.
Yeah, Ollie always likes to play something new and innovative. He's one of our favorite deck builders. And we see here a crack of the Pouncing Lynx and an Art of the Phoenix War on Ollie's first real turn of the game, showing that he really wants to get Greg low enough that his cards won't be proccing for the majority of the game.
We see here that Ollie's trying to cheat resources on the Art of Phoenix War by paying for it with Ignite. So choosing to play it a bit later, then he must have plans to use this one resource. Maybe he's using 1-cost finishers opposed to the normal 0 costs.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think he chose to play it later in the turn just because he had no opportunity to retrieve the flame earlier than that, and it's just starting to go as fast as possible into RKO to get an early lead. But I do think he drew a Rise from the Ashes which is not the perfect draw for Out of the Phoenix War. But yeah.
What I'm interested in is he started with Ronin Renegade and then swung the Ember Blade, where he could have played the Ignite and grabbed the Phoenix Flame back by reducing Fi's hero ability cost. So I'm interested in how he's going to use this resource.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. He could have been playing conservatively. I know the list is on some number of 1 costs, and it doesn't want to put himself in an awkward spot with these 2 random draws from Out of the Phoenix War. But we'll see.
Yeah. But right now we see an Inflame the Firebrand for 6, so this is going to make the rest of his Chainlinks Draconic, but this is very strong here. I know it's disappointing that he drew the Rise from the Ashes, and this Scowling Fleshbag is very critical right now. If it hits the Rise from the Ashes, I think that's what Ollie wants to Arsenal, so that would be optimal hit for Ollie. And what do we see?
Yeah, definitely agree.
Mystery card.
We see a very proactive use of equipment here from Greg, which is like very par for the course for these RKO decks. I do like that playing into RKO. You normally want to be incredibly conservative with your equipment and fab, but in an RKO game, everyone just shoves it onto the combat chain as quickly as possible, just because they don't want to be one life lower with a piece of equipment up. So very interesting dynamic here.
But here, Ollie has a
Ollie
sudden
looks,
wound in hand,
mm,
but he kept that
yeah,
rise, which he wasn't happy to draw off the Art of War. So I assume that next card was probably another extender, and he really wants to get this life lead, so KO can't take advantage of mocking blows
yeah,
and
yeah. We could see an interesting play here to convert the
swing the
Rise from the
sword.
Ashes by cracking the boots to swing the sword again. He's clearly not amazingly happy with this Fleshbag Intimidate,
Yeah,
but
so the
will be
Dragon
interesting to see how
Scaler
he out of it.
The Dragon Scalar flight path can be cracked on previous chain links, so Ollie here can actually target the Ember Blade that he's already swung with if he wants to swing it again. But looking like he's choosing to play the Scar here.
Yeah, he may just be accepting the intellect penalty from the Fleshbag, which obviously isn't ideal, but Rise from the Ashes is such a critical Arsenal card to
He,
make so much of his deck live that he might not want to, especially if the other card in his hand is a less than ideal Arsenal, then it makes a lot of sense here to.
the Rise is a very strong arsenal, in my opinion, with enabling the Art of Wars later on in the game.
Yeah,
But
yeah, definitely. Which is why he might be choosing to
But
intellect
taking
penalty
the
it.
IP
Yeah,
here, I wonder if he was worried about breaking the boots at the cost of losing the one block. Right now he's at life parity, but Greg has two cards in hand still, and
yeah, it's yeah. That's definitely true. But if
yeah,
he essentially the card left over in his hand converted to zero value,
here
and
we have a
if
stellar
he
strength for
cracks
9.
the boot to get three, yeah, just a strong mid range play from KO. It will be interesting to see here. I'm sure Ollie will be blocking with his boots.
Yeah. If this hits, then Greg will be 9 health ahead, and if we assume Ollie's converting off 3 damage a card, um, it means he's gonna have to go a bit deeper to get through to that life lead that he wants. And he's already cracked his links, so
Yeah,
I wonder how he's
definitely.
gonna make that big swing.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what his hand converts to here, but especially considering Greg still has three pieces of equipment and only needs a one card play to send the classic
Yeah,
KO mocking blow. So
Ollie
it'll
has
be
drawn his third Phoenix Flame in his deck, so one of his
oh
hands.
well yeah not the ideal draws, and to start his turn he had to rise from the ashes to flame for zero. So you yeah
See, normally
um
you're okay with Rise to the Ashes as a starter if you have 2 Phoenix Flames in your grave, because you're
mm,
still actively able to grab the second one with Fi without closing the chain.
that's true, that's true.
Ollie chooses to convert his chess piece here into 3 damage with the Ember Blade.
Yeah, we keep seeing the proactive use of the equipment here. It looks like he has an Inflame the Firebrand and a Lava Burst in hand. So he
I
might be
love
doing
the
this
rise.
just to ensure that he gets enough chain links to convert his full hand productively.
And here's that chip damage that Ninja's known for.
Yeah, so hard to effectively block this out. And now they're at the same life total. All these breakpoints will be really difficult for Greg to stop.
But
Although there's a sync below, so
Greg hasn't blocked until now. Maybe he feels his hand is good, but he has no arsenal. Greg
yeah,
did
it'll be
pick the
interesting to
yellow
see.
pummel, so maybe
Ah,
he's
and he's
playing a
choosing to go
more.
lower, and his tunic's also is also coming up here. So if he's drawn a two cost attack, he should be able to convert that pummel
Hmm.
pretty profitably.
Ollie has drawn his first energy potion.
And
He's
we
playing very
see another classic 2 for 8 here.
one
Looks like
floating, tunic up.
yeah, tunic up, the classic.
I wonder if Ollie's a very good player, so I assume he's taken note of the yellow pummel that was pitched.
Yeah. I think they're relatively common in our KO list. So if it has been being played more in New Zealand, then he may be aware of it.
Here we go. Here's the
Here
pummel.
we go.
It's a red pummel. That's the Japanese promo. It's a very nice one.
Very strong
Gregor's
play
deck is
here.
actually very nice. All EAs, all alt arts.
Yeah, seems like a big RKO fan.
Yeah, and Ollie
My only
discarding the
experience
flame
with
call
Greg
awakening.
has been losing to him back when he played Lexi. So cool to see him picking something new up.
Clearly a very strong round one. But we see Ollie discarding Flame Call Awakening, and this is most likely because he's already drawn all his Phoenix Flames, so he can't get the benefit
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
it makes a lot of sense. Oh, bit of hand cam action.
Did I hand cam?
He's drawn one of his classic energy potions. Um, probably not at its best here. I think this matchup's going a lot faster than he expected it to. Um, ideally, I think he'd like to.
I
Oh
wonder if he
wow,
establishes
an
he takes
attempt
the
to
fealty.
steal the fealty here, and he succeeds. Wow, very strong play here.
I don't know why Ollie didn't pop this, because Ollie is a Lyeth player, which is why I know him personally. But he knows that these reviled decks have some aura-related mechanics. I'm surprised he didn't pop it at instant speed.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure if any of those cards really make it into the RKO builds, but it seems
They
pretty
usually
free to
don't,
crack it here.
but I
Yeah.
just would take
Oh, and
every
he's
opportunity to mention
uh,
Lyeth.
yeah. I think
He
so he's
establishes.
playing out energy. I told you he loved the energy potions. I think
No,
he's trying to put Greg here on a hand that will struggle to convert.
no,
And
but we see a Fiddler's Green Sense, so Greg's trying to get just some defensive value, and this is really good. This is 3 value, go again, off call to the grave. So
yeah,
yeah,
it's been popularized by Ben Dodd, this call to the grave Fiddler's Green tech in RKO just to help convert some of his larger hands.
I
Oh, and
love
an
it.
outside interference here. So I have to imagine a big bully's
Yeah,
coming out
big
here.
bully, yeah. But Ollie establishing this energy pot while he still has his armor up, so 16 damage needs to be threatened here to take cards out of his hand. But he established this energy pot and drew an Art of War. He has Rise from the Ashes, so he has access to that Phoenix Flame. I think Ollie's finally going to get that big turn. It's just really unfortunate he
Yeah.
doesn't have the links.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. His plans to try and keep Greg lower haven't really
Yeah, we see it. Slam,
come
block with the
to
boom.
fruition here. It's interesting here. Greg did go for 3 extra life here. He could have kept the call to the grave in hand and used it to play the pummel on the big bully that he pitched for the
I don't think that was
yeah,
an
but
option with the tunic being down.
oh yeah, I think you're right.
Now, is this a
And so
blue
we start
rise
off with
or
yeah, a red rise, I think, into Art of Phoenix War, exactly how we draw it out. Let's see if it's enough
oh, and we have
to
a
get over the finish line
tenacity in
here.
hand. So if Ollie goes very wide this turn and Gregory thinks he has to play defensive, there could be a big blowout. I say Ollie wishes he had that field
Another rise from
to
the
make it.
ashes.
Hmm.
This first chain link is going to attack for a truly non-ninja amount of damage.
Oh, he has Assault the Wound as well. I feel Ollie really wishes he had that fealty because he can't give a go again to an extender without the boots, but he can convert one
It's,
of those yellows into another Emberblade swing.
yeah, so we see an ignite here, and I think he may use the one resource from ignite and his one floating resource to send Emberblade, and then he can use the flight path to swing it again and convert one of the yellows in his hand for Emberblade swing. So we could see quite a and just choose to play whichever finisher lines up best into Greg's blocks. So at
What's
night for
crazy
8,
is
that
this
might
is
be the biggest
Ignite
thing
for
on night.
8, yeah.
Yeah. I thought the card was good when it attacked for 2, but yeah, it looks like he's got this line out. Such a strong line with Ignite to send
I hate Ignite,
be able to
especially
send
against
Emberblade.
Syndra. Sometimes the Syndra will have a
Mm.
2-card hand, and you're like, at least they're not threatening mass momentum this turn, and then they play an Ignite, and I hate it.
For that reason, I love Ignite. Yeah, I thought one of my favorite cards. But
I love the interactions with the hero ability and keeping it on the stack to get the discount elsewhere.
fascinating. There's so many different things you can do with Ignite. Such an interesting card.
And that's one of the best parts about Fab is there's no deck that's truly linear. Every deck has some little tricks.
Yeah. We tend to think of Draconic Ninja as just a a standard play your hand aggro deck. But Ollie's really showing us the combo potential of these cards. And look, Greg's blocked with both his equipment here. This tenacity is going to be coming in for at least 6.
We have a Phoenix
And
Flame.
that's before he commits any other cards defensively.
I think Ollie's gonna have to move the chain down a bit afterwards. He's
It's getting a bit long, isn't it?
He's covering Greg's might token. I think he's gonna go for his head spot next. This is very powerful.
Really showing the expansionist tendencies of the Draconic Ninja class. But oh, you go.
He hasn't activated Phi yet. I'm not sure, but he has his boots here to target the Emberblade. Like we said,
I think he has
this chain link.
Yeah, I think he has activated Phi here, just because there's 2 Phoenix Flames in play. He's played 2 Rise from the Ashes and Art of the Phoenix War. So even though Slot Chance Nowhere's here, and he has to make the decision now as to which of these 2 powerful finishes he wants to send. Salt the Wound looks like it will be coming in for 5 here, but 6 if.
Yeah,
I have to imagine it's the tenacity here that he's going to keep in play. Yeah.
It's just the Salt the Wound.
And we'll see if Greg has any alarm bells ringing.
Yeah, and there's the tenacity. This is for 6.
6, but doesn't quite take
it takes
Greg
away
all the
health
way
bleed.
down. It does take away the health bleed. He can't resolve a Mocking Blow here, and it looks like he's converted 3 cards defensively. So I wonder what his 1-card play will be here.
He does have a Vigor.
He does have a Vigor. And a Might, so could show lethal.
Now this is just the impact of that energy pot turn, because Ollie got a sword swing and the Art of War.
I think Ollie really rates those energy potions just because of the offensive overlap that it can provide in Phi. But this is the stage of the game where drawing energy potions becomes very awkward. So let's see.
Ollie has drawn an Overcrowded. We see him on E-Strike, so I think knowing Ollie being a very value-oriented player loves Phoenix Flame into E-Strike, just getting that free value, and you can refresh Call Awakenings.
Definitely really powerful on that big go off turn, but it doesn't look like he has a hand where that's really an option here. I wonder if we'll see him convert a card defensively.
Well, he has a nice line with the Spreading Flame into activating Phi and then using, I don't know the name of the card, but I will draw him a card to then use on the.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And F5, so that would be
it could
3 into 2 into
enough.
7.
But that's true. But playing into RKO at low life totals is just such a scary proposition.
He does have the Shuko here.
You know Ollie will be avoiding blocking with that until he's gotten his very last
bit of value.
yeah. But if he is choosing to discard the Phoenix Flame here, he may choose to push it now, because he won't have an easy Shuko proc available to him.
Ollie's a very good player. You might surprise us here. He takes it.
Taking 4. Let's see if he can push over here.
Spreading Flames for 3. I love seeing this card again. Back when Phi was like the top of the meta, this was my favorite card. And there's so many creative little lines you have to do in order to get the +1 on further chain links. And I think this is a really scary card.
Oh, definitely. I was amazed in the US Nationals top 8 where I saw a Spreading Flames after Art of the Phoenix War, and it was on the 4th Draconic chain link, and it buffed itself. And I've been playing with this card for many years, and I've never seen that interaction before. But yeah,
I think Ollie's debating whether he swings Emberblade here or just sends the flame. Grabs the flame.
Yeah,
because you never
It's
know
an
what's on top
interesting
of the deck.
proposition.
Uh, when I was starting out at Fab, a player once told me, you shouldn't search cards. It's better to draw cards because you'll probably search the wrong card.
Yeah, you can never draw the wrong card. It's always drawing
Yeah,
a card is always good. Yeah, he
even
is
to
sending
today.
the Ember Blade here, deciding that E Strike isn't exactly what he'd
We see this
like,
armor
or,
block.
or maybe he'll just send the E Strike at the end here.
Now this armor block's very
Guaranteed
smart
7.
from Greg because he gets to keep the life leave, he gets to keep his cards. So if he has like a
Yeah,
red mocking blow in his hand and he can block with the tunic and 2/3 blocks, or if he has a 4 block and a 3 block, it could go very wrong for Ollie. I think Ollie's debating if he picks
yeah,
the draw card here. Oh, I think
yeah.
Ollie's
Draw card would
debating
be a.
picking the E strike for the flame.
Oh wow, that would be a creative line.
If he draws a 0 for 4, he would be going above the rate that the E strike line would propose, but
Yeah, and it's a Draconic Ninja. Most of the cards in his deck are a head
actually,
jab, so
if he draws a 0 for 3, he'll go above rate because the Draconic attack will get +3 now from the Spreading
from
Flames.
the Spreading Flames, very interesting.
And then that could snowball more into a 0 for 3. That could get a 0 for 4, technically. But it's very dependent on the top of the deck, and it would be very unfortunate to draw one of those energy potions now.
And I think he's decided to do this for exactly the reason you stated, where Greg can block with 2/3 blocks in Tunic here and keep Mocking Blow. So he's taking the slightly higher risk line. Is it an Epot?
Oh, what did it? It was not. It did not look like an epot. This
Yeah, it could have been an Amulet of Ignition.
now, yeah. Now this is this line shows the quality of player that Ollie is. This
Definitely,
most people don't see
yeah.
this.
Deciding that he really needs that extra 1 point to make Mocking Blow
You
impossible
get off the top.
for Greg here.
We see a rowdy local
Rowdy Locals,
with
Ollie
the
loves
Shuko.
charge. And so it's
So this
coming in
is
for 3 here.
3, and if it is blocked, it gets +2.
Wow, it's not a draconic attack, so it doesn't benefit from spreading flames, but it's likely going to be 5 here.
It's
Unless Greg has
technically
another
getting a
defense
plus.
reaction.
It's. I know Ollie didn't really plan this rowdy locals, but it's definitely the funniest line.
Greg does have the
Another,
option here to block with 1 card and take 2, as there's no cards in Ollie's hand to force a discard, but yeah, it's hard to imagine what a 1-card play could be from him here to get out.
mostly just Claw if he doesn't have that health lead.
Yeah, Claw for 4 could really punish some of Ollie's more awkward hands.
But
If he
see,
draws another potion or some 2 blocks, then it could be
Fai
really
has this very strong bread and butter play of a head jab into Emberblade into grab the Phoenix Flame in a 3-link 7, which can just keep taking cards from the KO until that claw is enough for 4. KO doesn't actually
really
have
difficult.
any natural 6 power.
Yeah. A really difficult line to get out of in when you're only a 1 life.
And if this claws for 3, Ollie has the Shuko. You see an Ignite, a Banneret Head, and another Spreading Flames. This is a claw for 3.
A claw for 3. Wow.
Not looking good for Gregory. That line from Ollie with the pitching the E strike, it really showed, like, with these health margins 2-1, it really shows that these like little bits of value you can get really make games. Gregory's a very strong player as well to get here, but Ollie's really got the most value out of his deck.
He's really showing you why he's a 2-time national champion.
2-time national champion and a finalist.
And a finalist. Not quite as many champs as you, Dylan, but
Nah.
we're getting there.
Maybe tomorrow Ollie can join me in the 3-time club.
Ignite into Spreading Flames is just perfect here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Inflame the Firebrand is going to be buffed by the Spreading Flames because it's only base power of 2.
Yeah,
So
it's
we'll
an
come in for
awkward
4 here.
four.
Take 2 cards.
Oh, he has a
Greg does have
6/1,
the Daring
but we see the Phoenix Flame grab here.
Fly activation. This will be another 2. And the whole hand taken from Greg. And much like Syndra with her Kunai lines, if Ollie does really draw a truly bad hand here, then
Well,
he
Ollie has
will
drawn a Rise. Oh, we see a Scabs roll from Greg, and he rolls a 6.
classy. Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I'm
I
sure
think
Ollie
Greg's
will be
hoping.
complaining about the luck of his opponents, and
Yeah, my opponent was so lucky he rolled a
so
6.
lucky they rolled a 6 on Scabs.
Now I wonder if Ollie goes for the Phoenix War here, if he just tries to play safe. Yeah,
Yeah,
we see the discipline.
yeah. It'll be so hard for Greg to get out of this with just. Oh, he
Oh, no,
does
he
go
plays
for
it.
it. Only
Yeah.
for the lunging press to get one over the line.
Dude, Ollie could draw 2 epochs
So
here.
class. Well,
No
the
way.
lunging press takes him.
Oh, it's a +1, yeah.
Yeah. So that's wraps it up there. Wow, what
What a
an
great
impressive
game.
showing from the Fire deck round one. That was awesome,
That I
and
really
great play
love
from Greg
analyzing
as
like
well.
line. Congrats, Greg, for play on the stream. But it's so difficult when you're across from a player like Oliveri.
Oh, definitely, and just
I've,
being able to make good decisions in those close judgment calls is really what
yeah.
separates great players.
And we all know Ollie is a great deck builder. Like when I first met Ollie, it was in Pro Tour. What did I meet?
Lil.
Pro Tour Lille, yeah. And he was
Yeah.
playing mono red Dromai. I asked him, oh, well, why are you doing different? Because Uprising had just came out, and his secret was, he said, like 72 red cards and 3 Remembrance.
Yeah.
And this.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he top 16, top 32 that event. Like
Yeah, he
Ollie
top
has
16 that event. He had many people asking for his deck list.
Yeah, I was one of them. I was one of them.
Yeah. Ollie's made some other innovative decks as well. He's
He's
pioneered
my
the Liath
favorite
deck with
Liath
Jason
player.
Rolfe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also piloted.
Yeah.
I am a
Jason
Liath
Rolfe,
is my
another big
favorite
Ollie
deck.
fan.
Big Oliveri fan. I think everyone's an Oliveri fan.
Yeah. How could you not be? Maybe we'll be able to get him in for an interview here. We can just glaze him more. Oh, there we go.
Does he know who the commentators are?
There's a chance he doesn't. So this would be
great.
This would be a magical moment. No favoritism in the booth.
No favoritism. Okay, next time Ollie's on, we have to talk about how terrible he is and what a
Yeah.
Oh, he's not the nicest guy on earth.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Cool. So we'll be back with an interview with Ollie. Sit there and yeah, thanks for watching round 1.
See you soon.
That was alright.
That was fun, eh? That was good.
But we recovered.
Yeah.
Ah, it's fine. It happened.
That's no fuss at all, eh? Yeah, I should stop doing so much color, eh, and just start telling people what's on
the screen. Yeah.
On the screen. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay. I feel like we're both doing color, and you're doing it a bit better. So I'll try and just tell people that there's a swing big attack.
Oh no, but that game was great. The Enlightened Strike line was fucking crazy.
Yeah, very good. Oh, he's so good, man. So
good. The mics are still on.
Oh, okay. That's fun. Hi, guys.
I hear Ollie.
Hello.
Oliver Berry.
Oh,
How's it going?
hey, he's back. We've got
Yeah.
the
As we said during the run, we're both good friends of Mr. Ollie Berry.
yeah. Very happy to get to cover you R1. Yeah. Wait,
Yeah,
it
so
was looking grim for you for a while in that game, eh? It was looking.
yeah, the flesh
I
bag
managed to
not
claw it
hitting
back.
the rise, popping the link so early. Hmm. Yeah,
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 yeah. And we thought it was looking. Okay. Okay. No stress. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Uh, hello, Ollie. Congratulations on your round one win. Hello, Ollie. Welcome. Congratulations on your round one win. It's good to talk to you, man. Yeah. um, yeah, very close game there. It really looked grim for you at the start when you didn't have a life lead after getting using your links and vest, but managed to claw it back with that energy potion. Do you want to tell us a bit about your fire choice and your love of onboard energy potions? Um,
Hmm. Yeah, last year you actually won on Gravy, and that clearly converted well at the US Nationals. Why not choose Gravy for this event?
engineering, and my last exam finished on Thursday, and I got the last flight on Thursday up to Wellington, so I had
Very good.
pretty minimal prep time, and so I didn't want to play a deck as complicated as Gravy.
Yeah, I can understand that.
that's fair enough. Yeah.
But Lucas has seen me do my dissertation like in the hotel room at Worlds. It's
Yeah.
not nice.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
But
So are
going
you?
back to the game. Oh, yeah, you go ahead,
Hmm?
Lucas.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, are you excited to be back in the hometown, trying to do it again? You know.
Yeah, it's nice to see the guys again. I do feel like here is definitely a little more homely than Christchurch at the moment, but I mean, I don't know. It's kind of nice knowing more people as well. I've got like a bigger group of friends now. I feel like I know, I don't know, probably 3/4 of the people here, like personally. So it's really nice.
Yeah, because yeah. Move to Auckland next, then you won't know everyone. Awesome. Yeah, fire away, Dylan.
Yeah, just going back to the game, like we said, you were very behind with the links, but then you had that kind of setup turn where you played the E-pot, and then you had a very
Yeah.
interesting line with the Enlightened Strike that you pitched to then draw an additional card into Rowdy Locals.
Yes.
How did we pointed this out as like it's an amazing line because if you send the E Strike for 7, he has a very comfortable block with the Tunic, but as
Yep.
well, if you get the buff off the Spreading Flames, you can go way
Hmm.
above rate. And what was your thought
Yep.
process like as a very strong player? How do you see those lines when you're playing the game?
So ultimately, that turn, I knew that I needed to leave him with just one card remaining. If he gets to keep 2 cards, then the likelihood that he has some way of playing a 2-card 8 and taking at least 2 cards plus the Shuko from me next turn is too high. So that turn was all about how do I sequence in such a way to try to take 3 cards out of his hand. My options that turn were lead on the Spreading Flames, and then play the Fire that Burns Within and activate Fire on top of that, discard the flame, draw a fresh card, and then pitch it to the E-Strike for 7. So that would be 3, 4, 7. But if he had a 0 for 4 D-React, that also wouldn't have been enough damage to take the second to last card. So it would have only taken 2 cards from him. So it just came down to how do I most efficiently gamble here on drawing a card that does enough damage. And because of the way my blue base is set up and like the cards in my deck are set up, I had a pretty high likelihood of drawing a card that was worth enough damage to be presenting lethal there. And if I brick and miss, then at least I've still got an Arsenal card and it's not too bad. So yeah, that was basically it.
I was personally terrified that you would draw one of your mini energy potions.
Yeah.
A question on energy potion. I know you love the card in Fi. How many copies are you on? And are you on it in all matchups? Did you bring in all of them there?
Yes, I was on all of them here. I am on 3 copies of Energy Potion and the Ruby Amulet. The card is so strong because Fi, as a deck, doesn't want to pitch on many turns, apart from the turns where you really, really want resources to play your Spreading Flames or your Art of Phoenix War or whatever. And it's also a deck that gets really punished if you draw more than 1 blue per hand. So what it lets you do is cut down on your blue count while still having access to guaranteed resources when you draw your Art of Phoenix War or your Spreading Flames or anything like that, to allow you to go massive. The biggest turns that this deck produces are when you've got an E-Pot on the board and you crack the vest, so you have a 4 resources along with 5 cards on Link's turn as well, with like a pump like a Spreading Flames or an Art of Phoenix War, and turns like that can easily hit in the 40s, which is pretty incredible.
And when we're talking about blue bases, like looking at the US lists, which I imagine you did, we see cards like Ripple Away and Truce, like very high roll cards for turn 1, or targeting decks like Marionette. How do you feel about these types of cards?
I changed my blue base last night. I was originally on 3 copies of Ripple Away. The problem with cards like that, though, is that when you're drawing so many cards off of cards like Art of Phoenix War and Fire that Burns Within and E-Strikes to draw a card, you can draw cards like the Ripple Away or like the Truce and then have no way to use them or get any value out of them. And so I just wanted to maximize my ability to not brick on my go turns. Because in this metagame I was expecting a higher number of Draconic Ninjas, and so cards like Ripple Away don't really do anything there. And you just want all of your cards to be good.
Makes sense.
Awesome. Hey, thanks so much for talking to us, Ollie.
No problem.
It's good to see you, and we're wishing you best of luck for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll have you on again.
I hope so
Ollie,
as well.
I do have one more question. One more question.
Absolutely.
Why did you not play Lyeth at this event?
Because Lyeth is a deck that needs a specific metagame for it to be good. I felt like it was actually quite well positioned at the Sydney Calling. I only actually lost 2 games at that calling. I had multiple draws because people were reading my cards and then taking me to time. But yeah. That metagame, it had a good way to attack Gravy, both as possible fatigue or just straight killing them, which made it really hard for the Gravy to correctly guess what you were doing. You had a good Syndra matchup because of your Intimidate plus Quelling Slippers plus Disruption, and you had a good Verdance matchup because you get to draw 5 cards against a wizard and have a massive amount of AB. So you could threaten fatigue, but then if they got too aggressive, you could also just kill them. And so in that kind of like triangle metagame, Lyeth was great. In this metagame, though, like, if you pair a Victor or something, you're just, like, you're so far up.
Just the older brother beating on the
yeah,
little brother.
a certain creek.
Yeah.
A certain creek. Yeah.
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 I won't say that, I'm on here.
Yeah.
Well, I love Lyeth. I think he's the best. But yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ollie. Amazing first round, and we'll be watching
No
you for
problem.
the event.
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks,
See ya.
Ollie. See ya.
Cheers.
Are we off there?
Yes, you can. Sorry. Sorry, it's just fiddling with audio stuff while that was happening. So
I love Ollie.
yeah. So anything you can see on the screen that I'm sharing is what the stream sees, and if you're on the waiting, then there's no audio from you. So that's a good rule.
Yeah, it's just in the chat they said you can hear at one point when it was on the waiting.
I think that's just because we were between the viewers. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that got fixed.
No one is yelling hot mic at me in the chat anymore.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's the player count? Someone's asking in the chat. I'll be the.
Oh, they can. It is still hot, Matt. It is still hot mic. Okay, hold on. I need to do some. I need to do some audio fixing while we're in between rounds here. So. Yeah. Sounds good.
Welcome back, guys. So for this round, we have Mitch Winter on Bolton versus David Marshall on Syndra. Now, Syndra is currently very present in the current meta, but Lucas, I haven't seen a Bolton in a while. What do you think?
Look, I love Bolton, eh? One of the most fun heroes in all of Flesh and Blood. Now, I hope that he has an interesting approach on the meta. It's been a rough time for Bolton the past 5 years, but I'm really excited to see one at 1-0. It'll be awesome to see some played, and excited to see some of the new cards because I haven't played Bolton in a long time. But be great.
Bolton's one of those heroes that gets a lot of legacy support. Usually gets a card every set, and all I've heard from my local Bolton players is one more card and he'll be good. So maybe Omens.
Maybe he got the one card. I think he even got a couple cards in Omens. I remember when I played Bolton back in the day. Battlefield Blitz was like my favorite card. 1 for 5, go again if you charged, and now it's a 0 for 4. So, even more exciting, isn't it?
0 for 4s. That's well, 0 for 3s and 0 for 4s. That's what Syndra is known for. So in our last round, we saw Fi. Now, Lucas, you play a lot of Syndra. So what's the difference between Fi and a deck like Syndra here?
So I think we really saw like the upper limit of Fi's power level in that last game with really powerful combo offensive overlap turns. I think Syndra is my consistent queen. She just she slows the game down by forcing blocks, accumulates value with flick knives, and is overall just really annoying for the opponent. And I think I love Syndra as well. Syndra always has a bit of a harder time into decks with lots of equipment. Especially ones that can end the game quickly, because once the equipment's done, Syndra is just the best hero in Classic Constructed if both heroes started naked. But before that, it will be
Question comes
hard for her to get in with.
Yeah, and that's where it comes in with Bolton, who does have a good fridge, but usually when you're using your fridge to block out Syndra, you do have to use a card or maybe two, and Bolton really wants to keep cards if he's charging his soul. And you said that Syndra really struggles against decks that can end the game quick. Would you say Bolton's capable of doing that, or does he need to take these setup turns?
I think it won't be in the first couple of turns, but he definitely has potential to do that if he draws some of his stronger cards with Lumina Ascension and the 1 for 5V of the Vanguard. We also see an interesting piece of equipment here in the, I believe it's Soulbound Resolve.
Oh yes.
Which, if anyone who's played Syndra into Bolton, which I have, it really messes with your math. Trying to the floating the prevention for flick knives is very strong, but an important thing to note about Soulbound Resolve is that only prevents the first time you would take damage this turn. So a lot of people dream that it'd be really good at preventing flick knives, but if you've taken a head jab earlier in the chain, it actually can be quite awkward.
It's very good with Saving Grace, where you're probably blocking out that chain link anyway, and it stops the flick knives if you're blocking that third chain link. But we see Bolton here with no charge on the turn 1, but we do see a Lumina Ascension in the hand.
Yeah, no charge is very interesting there. We see a Lumina Ascension and a charge card, a Beacon of Victory, so definitely look for some soul here. We saw David cycle an Ancestral Empowerment out of his hand on turn 0, which is a pretty good sign that he probably doesn't have a starter, or maybe his hand is full of draconic cards that Ancestral can't
We saw
target.
him placing down a Rising Resentment, so he has the starter. Sometimes with Syndra you can draw some extenders, too many extenders, or no starter, but as you said, she's the consistent ninja. If she doesn't draw a starter, you can usually pitch into a dagger.
One of the best players in all of Fab. And here we do see the Saving Grace immediately blocked with the charge, because Mitch is an experienced Bolton player and knows that Soulbound Resolve value will go away if he takes any damage earlier in the turn. So it looks like a defensive stance here to try and build some soul up before that Lumina Ascension.
It's interesting to do it here on the first chain link with the mass momentum present. Usually you want to get this again on the third chain link and then have that prevention ready for the flick knives. So
the issue is Soulbound Resolve will only prevent the first damage you take in a turn. So if you've taken any previous damage, that prevention just goes away. So forcing Mitch to play a bit awkwardly into Syndra. So Soulbone Resolve can be really strong into Syndra, but it can also be a bit more awkward than you like. And we see another saving grace here.
This is why you need your local Bolton expert.
I discovered this interaction from the Syndra side of things. Because I was so scared of Soulbone Resolve, and my opponent said it doesn't work that way. But cut through, the Soulbone Resolve is going to be really punishing here. He's still got a prevention floating.
And Bolton has a very strong hand with the Lumina Ascension and the attack react that will be able to search for another Lumina Ascension. And I doubt Syndra's going to be blocking out.
Yeah, I also doubt that Mitch will really have the soul that he needs to be able to utilize that. You have to pay at least 1 into Beacon of Victory, and you have to charge before the turn. So yeah, we even just see a pass back here, which is but he's holding both the Beacon of Victory and the Luminous Ascension, so hopefully trying to set them up for a powerful turn in the future. I do find Ignite in this matchup is one of the key targets for Soulbone Resolve to block with, and then you charge a card or block with the other piece of equipment and you charge a card, and then the floating prevention can prevent the kunai on the next swing, which really limits the number of chain links that Syndra is showing.
We see Ignite here from Arsenal. Rabble
here is very, very nice to try and eat that prevention up from the Soulbone Resolve before the kunai swing comes in, or could be saving that 1 floating from Ignite for a 1-cost play at the end of the turn.
Yes, people need to remember that Ignite is your next Draconic action, so you can play a non-Draconic card to then keep this discount.
Another reason why Ignite is just one of the coolest cards they've ever made, I think.
And Ignite's very different.
We do see that kunai coming
in Syndra rather than Fi, as we see, as you're saying, this kunai coming in. How do you feel that? What's the advantage of playing Ignite in Syndra compared to Fi? As our last round.
I think Ignite is a good glue piece in Fi, but in Syndra, being able to show 2 links to threaten that mask momentum is just incredibly powerful. We see here a discard of Shelter from the Storm, and a use of the Soulbone Resolve prevention as well. So I wonder, has that flick gone through, or it doesn't look like it. And another cut through here. It looked like the flick did make it through. It did make it through, which is really crucial to resolve this cut through. I was going to say it would be really awkward for David here if another cut through is effectively stuffed.
One of the powerful things about Shelter is when a Syndra attacks with kunai, you can pitch it while kunai is on the stack and not in reaction phases or before the reaction phase in order to get the prevention without them having the opportunity to flick in reaction.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like Mitch took advantage of that priority window there. But the Shelter from the Storm will at least prevent the 1 extra damage from cut through here.
We're seeing him get full value from the discard.
No Musk really threatened too much this turn, but a great value play at the end here with Lava Burst. And those boots are gone, which crucially have made a quicken and charged a card. So we now have 2 cards in Soul to pair up with that Luminous Ascension when a charge card is found and start to keep. But that equipment tax is slowly starting to be paid. And yeah, once Syndra gets through that equipment, she really becomes unstoppable. So a bit of a clock here for Mitch.
Life might be misleading because if Bolton does set up and gets to go off, Luma Ascension might also gain them a lot of health and let them recover from damage taken earlier.
Yeah, definitely. But
how long are you setting
Bolton? Yeah, ideally you're setting up well, sending some damage. So just still being at 40 here is very threatening. But Bolton is capable of really explosive plays, so we could see these life totals flip pretty quickly if Mitch has the hand for it. Maybe he finds another beacon or Luminous Ascension, and can really go off here.
So here we see a Fire Tenant. This isn't a Draconic starter, but it could buff one incoming.
Yeah, you have to imagine David here won't have too much trouble converting with his kunai still
Fealty.
up, and a crack at the fealty here on Art of the
Art of
Dragon Blood.
Blood.
Exactly how
This
you
is
want
a
to draw
very
it up.
strong card.
Yeah, and this should be coming in for 5 here because it's Draconic, but looks like
So
just
the
4 at the
player's
moment.
unaware.
Mm.
It is
Demonstrate
difficult to play on
devotion.
stream.
The perfect play here. These
the
two are
players
just
have
best friends.
noticed.
Oh, it looks like they're realizing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
No blocks declared. It's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, here we have a fealty made. So
Yeah,
with
4
Brand of
more here and a
Cinderclaw,
mask momentum online.
yeah, Mass
So
being threatened.
and yeah. So Mitch having to think here, and he's shoving the equipment, which shows me that he must be quite happy with his hand.
We have the
It might be
flip.
time for the Fable Bolton pivot. A
The
flip guy's here to
Fable
keep Moss alive. Demonstrate Devotion and Art of Dragon Blood, really just best friends here. Art of Dragon
Another
Blood
cut
discounting Demonstrate, and then
we see Mitch starting to block, and now the thing about Syndra is you want to block when you feel they're not able to threaten another mass trigger. So Mitch here blocked the third one and the fourth one, while David has one card left in hand, so he knows that the mask isn't going to be a long-term threat. But now David has to ask, does he want to keep setting up 5-card hands, or does he want to just send this for damage while the Bolton seems not quite set up yet?
yeah, a huge I always ask it on these spots, which maybe is wrong. But when I'm a Syndra, I'm like, if it's not threatening mask, I'm not interested. But I am. But it will be interesting to see what he has here. If it's another finisher, he could send it, or even if it's a Draconic card to try and buy back the kunai. Maybe he's considering cracking the field here.
He's buying back the kunai.
Interesting, pitching to buying that the kunai.
But the Art of Dragon Blood
there.
was a Draconic card from the field.
Yeah, but there were only 2 Draconic chain links there. The Art of Dragon Blood and the Demonstrate Devotion. But it is interesting that he didn't send Ronin Renegade just to get a Draconic chain link to buy their daggers. But yeah. It is hard to play on stream, folks.
This is the new card from
a new card, which I think it's the one that makes courages when
it gains you a life, I believe.
But definitely will continue to keep that soul healthy.
We have Beaming
Bravado, just a Bolton All-Star here. A Yellowstone charge, and
so the soul can keep the soul count up. We get Raiden sent next, I imagine.
Definitely. Yeah, I wonder, it will be interesting here if Mitch decides to play this Luminous Ascension out and just get some value, or if he'll try and save it for a more crucial turn and let it.
Oh, the cut through didn't have go again, I'm hearing. On the previous turn.
Sure.
But I'm still surprised.
Oh, maybe the Soul Bond Resolve prevented it. But he is sending the Luminous Ascension here.
Well, this is threatening. If it's 2 5s, 10 damage, and potential to gain 2 health back while keeping your soul, this could.
Yeah, I still believe this is really one of the best cards in the game. The pure rate on it is ridiculous. Like it's a time snap potion that deals 5 damage and gains you 2 life. It's just yeah. So definitely one of the best cards in the game. Can it make up for Bolton's hero power? I guess we'll find out.
But this potential 12 points of value, that's a change in the life totals that would put Mitch in favor. Gaining 2.
Yeah, definitely. Really showing the power of this card, and it will the value of Luminous Ascension will also be realized as just an excess of soul, which will make his future turns so much smoother.
Bolton's hero ability also active, so blocking with attack action cards makes this very difficult to block, getting +1 if Bolton is charged.
Very hard for Syndra, who plays about 56 attack action cards, I think. So 54 to 56. So yeah, I think David would like the game to go long, but isn't really interested in making that happen by blocking. A pitch to Kunai here, though. Yeah, never what you want to see in an aggressive matchup like this.
We see the fealty staying there. Maybe not even a go again card.
Go again card, yeah, could just be a bunch of Lava Vein loyalties.
Draconic extenders.
Yeah, as much as those cards are great, they really put you in a bind sometimes. Another thing to note here is that Bloodthirster Vest has no counters on it. And in games like this that can go quite long, I'm sure Dave will be looking quite short. Pardon me. Will be looking to get as much value from that Bloodthirster Vest as soon as he can. So we'll be interested to see. And it looks like he's picking it up now.
This is the play I hate. Whenever a Syndra sends a dagger, I'm always afraid that they have flick later, but sometimes I feel that I enable them by letting them get that resource earlier.
Some of my favorite Syndra turns involve ticking Bloodthirster Vest several times on the same turn. So yeah, obviously can only trigger it once on the flick dice. We'll see if he triggers it again here. But...
Flicking the dagger on the chain.
Yeah.
Very important as Syndra to manage your daggers. And here we have another Cinderskin Devotion. And we see possibly 3 being run by David. And this is kind of a effect of the Brand with Cinderclaw ban. That it is difficult to have as many draconic links as it was around Worlds.
Yeah, definitely. I would also be interested. This is a card that I've become a bit higher on since the printing of Draco Fire.
Yeah.
And I wonder, we haven't seen any copies of that yet out of David, but this is definitely a good one-cost appeal with Draco Fire. You can make it come in for 6 for a really powerful Mask Chain Link, and just being able to smooth out the draws. So I'd be interested to see if David's on that card at all in this matchup.
Snatch here.
Snatch always so punishing when you decide to block Chainlink 2 and 3. You often try to block Chainlink 2 because it's just a 3, and then you can stop Chainlink 4. But here, essentially threatening Mask on 3 separate attacks this turn it just shows why Snatch is such a good card in Syndra.
And back to the Draco Fire, also a very strong card acting as its own starter with the dagger, which is another reason to have very good dagger management when you play Syndra.
Oh, definitely. It's significantly more punishing to go to 0 daggers now in Syndra if you are playing Draco Fire, just because drawing one without a dagger in play can really hamstring you. So we see here David holding up 1 kunai. Perhaps, yeah, that's to ensure that any Draco Fires that might be in his deck are online. A really exciting new card from
being a good friend of Jasper's. He's always told me when you play Syndra, never go daggerless.
Yeah, I seem to remember him going daggerless in one of the World's final games, but
no,
and that not great, but yeah,
never go daggerless.
Yeah.
See, draw up from Mitch. Now again, Syndra doesn't have this arsenal, so maybe she can't threaten to go that wide. Oh, we almost see him.
Here we do see the Draco Fire. Here we do see the Draco Fire, which is another draconic starter in the deck. Such a huge upgrade for Syndra here.
And it's really good when you have 1 dagger to play this, because you're going to flick the dagger on the chain link anyway. So this is the same as sending like a Roning Renegade, and you're going to buy back the 2 daggers later.
Yeah, it essentially on most Syndra turns you're not interested in sending daggers at all. So essentially just a head jab, and the fact that it can at a later point create a resource as well can really smooth out some of the more awkward 1-cost plays. Pain in the backside as well.
Now this is really awkward because David still has 2 cards in hand, so he can go wide enough to use the mass momentum, but this pain in the backside is presenting a breakpoint at the start of this new mask chain. So it's asking for blocks now unless more value wants to be given.
Yeah, I do find the block here on Chaining 1 interesting for Mitch. I wonder if that means he's not too happy with his hand and wants to convert as much of it as possible defensively. But reaching for equipment here, so yeah, maybe he wanted to keep that Soul Bond Resolve live so that that prevention would still be active, but
I'm very
a flick
curious.
here will run into the Soul Bond, but it will make the pain in the backside leak over by 1.
That means if he
So-
wants to gain a resource from that blood spattered vest.
Oh, very interesting here. The pain in the backside trigger not active as there are no daggers in play.
Oh, due to the
So
flick.
quite
Yeah.
a heads up play here for Mitch to block with the Soul Bond there.
Very interesting. Now, the Bolton has the health lead, but he's in a position where he's blocking out every turn. I wonder what is their pivot plan?
Yeah,
Four here.
Bolton's power is so concentrated in just a few cards in his deck that I think he's just trying to be converting only on his hands that have the very best cards. But here we really see the equipment tax coming in.
Yeah.
Mitch has used his
Bolton
equipment
has
quite
no
aggressively.
armor.
And like I was saying at the start of the game, Syndra with when you have no equipment is just the most powerful hero in Classic Constructed. So it's going to be even harder on every turn for Mitch to try and keep cards and not convert and not give Dave
Mitch has a
any.
Lumina in Arsenal, and he has enough health to use. Unfortunately, he's drawn the Spirit of Arena, which if he can't charge during his turn might be difficult, but he will be able to play those Luminas at instant speed if he can get it into his soul. But
Yeah,
is this where he just says, send at me and I'll be able to pivot? Because that Spirit's not blocking.
Yeah, because he's unable to convert the Spirit defensively. I have to imagine that he's going to be primed to take some damage this turn, and we see a no blocks to start us off. He can charge the Spirit on his own turn and then immediately play the Lumina to refund his action point back. So it won't be too awkward as long as there's a charge card to pair with it, but definitely we'll need to play a bit more aggressively.
I think I saw an Oath of Loyalty in David's hand, which is interesting that he didn't start with, given that he has so much fealty. There's also a Draco Fire there, so he probably wouldn't even have to use that many fealty.
Yeah, well, we see 2 Draconic cards, non-Draconic cards already played this turn. So definitely possible here that that last card in his hand is also a card that isn't Draconic, which would mean that he wouldn't be able to convert with the fealties. Interesting here to see Kunai on Chainlink 3 here. Just the weapons don't do it in mask draws, so definitely awkward here for David. Not the hand that he really wants. And we are seeing a fealty come out for a snatch.
With the Dragon's Flight Path, this is very strong because you can use it as an instant to check the cards you draw first to see if you have these extenders, but the armor's there.
That's true, but with only 2 Draconic Chainlinks out, he would actually have to pay into the Flight Path, so not quite as strong as it normally is. But it is threatening a draw 2 on hit. So
did David draw from the Kunai swing? He has 2 cards in hand.
I'm not sure.
Hopefully that gets resolved.
I'm sure that of course it's very hard to play in the.
I believe they're discussing
in the feature match area. Yeah. Yes, it looks like James has jumped in.
Yeah. Now information has been gained.
Yeah. With the players, we'll sort it out. I'm sure there was no bad intentions here. It's very, very easy to forget that line of sets on mask. And it looks like a judge will be coming over. So I'm sure that this will be resolved. Always stressful playing in the feature match area, as
Yeah,
I'm
especially
sure
these are
Dylan can tell you.
still the
So,
early rounds. But
yeah. If they haven't had their coffee yet, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have a judge coming over. I'm sure resolve things.
I think the resolution is that Mitch will be able to see the card drawn and then pick which card goes back on top. But again, more information's been gained.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
not a
don't know
judge.
if the card is snatch. So yeah. I've
I
played
see.
into David several times. He's a great guy. So I'm sure that
Yeah.
I'm
And
sure
obviously,
but yeah, I'm not used to my kunai swing for 4 either. So easy to forget that that's a weapon. Yeah.
but it's important to just give people the benefit of the doubt because yeah, like we can't use the stream as a judge. These matches are meant to take place at the table. The stream is just for entertainment, but sometimes it adds pressure. So
Yeah, definitely.
Mitch enjoying a snack. A man after my own heart.
I'm a bit jealous, eh? Yeah, he is relaxing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. At the camera.
That looked good, mate. That looked good. Yeah.
No, that's a fang and feed.
Yeah. 5th place 25. It's okay. I got my jerky. Yeah.
Very interested in the resolution of this.
Yeah. I'm sure that they'll come to a James, our stream guy here. I believe also a level 1 judge. So managed to pick up on it, and yeah, I'm sure a resolution should be coming soon.
Always thankful to the Flesh and Blood judging community. They do so much work to keep these events running, and especially at a national level where a lot of judges are traveling for other countries' nats. Like I know Irish nats, we have a good judging community here, but we have judges come from Belgium, from Spain, from lots of different areas, and it's very commendable what the judge community does.
That's also, I'm very excited to meet some Belgium and Spanish judges in a couple of weeks. Of course, that doesn't really happen in New Zealand, our closest country away is a 4-hour international flight. But we have some great judges down there who I'm sure will figure it out.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Lucas is from New Zealand, but he's living in Ireland this year, so he'll be playing in Irish nats where
I'm sure I'll lose to
coming
Dylan.
for me. Yeah. No, I don't know. He's been a real force at our ProQuests and RTNs recently.
I've done all right. Big shout out to the Irish community though for being so welcoming and nice to me.
That's a great community.
Of course, I miss the folks in New Zealand, but so cool to see the community growing here in Ireland.
But I know the country of the Nats that we're watching right now is New Zealand, but maybe like Ireland a bit more. I'm not gonna imply anything.
Oh, in terms of fab quality, man, the Kiwis have got you so beat.
Oh no!
We're gonna watch some great games today. We're gonna watch some great games.
So yeah, they don't stream
loyalties.
Oh,
and I think the punishing thing here is that I think Mitch had one of those oath and loyalties in hand in conjunction with the snatch, and
yeah,
and then when he drew off mask, when he drew off mask by accident, he drew a second oath, and now because Mitch will get to put a card back of his choice, he can choose to put back the snatch and effectively just end Dave's turn here.
This is very
really punishing.
This is effectively what 8 value, and that snatch could have gone very far.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah. We'll have to see if Mitch is able to capitalize on that with a good turn of his own, but he hasn't committed a single card defensively yet.
We see the daggers.
This could really be pretty incredible pivot here.
Oh,
yeah, he's pitching an oath just to convert the card out of his hand. Yeah. Interesting choice to block with a piece of equipment here, but Yeah, the Flick Knights will
You
come
have
through,
full
and
knowledge.
let's see what Bolton with
Yeah,
5
Bolton
cards
would
in
have.
hand and a full soul can do if it can claw him back into this game.
This might be a big
You,
moment.
you got to feel for David A. Like,
Yeah, it's very
early on a Saturday
unfortunate.
morning from out of town.
Mm.
Like it's the resolution that makes sense, but it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's
You
very
can see
difficult, but
he's clearly a bit upset about it.
yeah.
But like I said, absolutely stand-up guy. So I'm sure there was no intention there at
No
all.
bad intent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And yeah,
it's so
Mitch
weird for
consoling
Kunai to
him
be
here. It the best thing about this game is that the community is so kind, and even when things go wrong, it's rough, but
Yeah. And obviously at this level, it just this is the way the resolution has to be. But
these are
yeah.
these are professional events. They're very difficult, and mistakes can be very, very hard.
But I do see that like I do think that Dave is reasonably far ahead here. So we'll see if this will just be part of the winning story or
Oh, I believe the Syndra loses their fealty here. They hadn't played a Draconic card.
that's yeah. Hopefully the players pick on that. I am notorious for not destroying my fealty when playing no Draconic cards, except in
Okay.
Fag, you're really focused on. But
I'll keep an eye out for that if you play Syndra at Nats.
No, never intentionally. I'm just
For those asking in chat,
absent-minded.
The judge ruling was that Mitch got to see the hand with the card drawn and choose which card went on top, and the Syndra had 2 Oath of Loyalty, so he kind of got stopped there. But as well, these fealties shouldn't be here currently, if I'm correct, but I'm not sure. I'm being told he played
good shout. Thank you, James. Yeah. Thanks.
Oh.
Yeah, I also have to get used to.
Oh, he destroyed the fealty.
Yeah. I'm sure the players have a good understanding of the game state than we do. But yeah, we see Engulfing Light, one of my original Bolton goats, come out here. 4 on hit Ghost of Soul.
Monarch
and
classic.
Oh, I love this card. Charging Spirit of Arena. So a courage token here from the I can't remember the name of that card, the new Compendium Majestic, meaning that he can use Bolton to give it go again. But also has a Illumina that you can play it into speeder, and doing my favorite thing play here, coming in with Raiden. And
Raiden's such a cool weapon.
Token, and can essentially play Lumina in the reaction step. And Lumina Ascension and Blessing of Bologna are such a great combination, because those cards coming off the top will make additional courage. Yeah, which will just be such incredible value here.
And this is going to really close the health gap, and we don't know how big this is going
to absolutely
be.
And give Mitch a bit of a buffer here, a life buffer to try and work with the close
these courages, these add up, and we have
wow,
C-Strike.
Celestial Cataclysm. You don't see one of them cast every day.
I love this card.
Just incredible here. So we've got 7 coming in, followed by another 5. So 12 more damage here. If they've declared Spellbox, we'll go to 4.
This is for 8.
Pardon me, because of the courage token. The Blessing of Bologna really popping off here.
And Dave extremely punished for blocking at any point, because I don't think Syndra is running many non-attack cards.
Yeah, but he's going to go so low here that if he doesn't block now, he may have to block later. And you really don't want to be blocking Bolton when it enables his hero power to give go again in the last few turns of the game.
And also gaining health back, really making up for those early game flicks that usually when you play against Syndra, it's those little flicks that end up winning the game when you get to that grind session.
Yeah, at the very end, the unpreventable damage is so strong, but getting a bit of a buffer here will be really good to work with. Yeah, a lot of damage coming. David really in the tank here now. We may see this come down to the classic. Can Syndra find a non-attack action, or one of her ancestral empowerments or throw daggers on, or defense reactions if David's running them to try and stuff Bolton's go again? Because I could really imagine.
There is armor here in the boots, and maybe if the BSV, the chest piece, isn't usable, it could be put away.
Yeah, this is true. This is why I really want to get as many points of value off Bloodspatter Vest as quickly as possible, because as soon as you want to be blocking with that, you want 2 counters on it to have gotten a point somewhere.
I don't think David's aware of the Bolton hero.
Of the Bolton hero power. It looks like he's taking his time. So
yeah, he's
a really important one to block here if he can, just because of the additional courage token, as well as the soul and life.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully, make sure that he's
blocking with that 1-cost Art of Dragon. I think maybe the
Art of Dragon Fire
had here as well,
yeah.
Or is he just taking it?
Yeah, I think he's just figuring out here if the way that and looks like Mitch being very friendly here.
Yeah,
trying to show him the Bolton picks. Yeah.
Oh no, maybe just adjusting his hero. Alright.
Well, the phone coming out. It could be a Japanese Bolton. It is a Japanese Bolton.
Oh, here for the hero types.
So here we're getting the English hero types for David. Obviously, Bolton not the most popular classic constructed hero, so it's been a while since a lot of us have played a game into him.
I feel like I know so many people who love Bolton. I just assumed everyone knew what he did, because I know my Bolton friends never stop talking about him.
I wish I was cool enough to play Bolton. I don't have the cojones.
Every Bolton player I've met has been a Chad. I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't have the jawline. But Mitch clearly has a jawline to be a Bolton player.
It's the jerky he's eating. It's time.
Yeah, the protein source. Yeah. Just a block with the flight path here. Looks like he might want to be using it. Let's see what Dave can come back here with. Full 5 cards and Mitch only at 11 could really put him in a tough spot. And it looks like the fealty is in play correctly. The fealties are in play, so that Art of Dragon Fire will be online. Bloodspatter Vest primed and ready to pay for it as well. So plans could be stopped by a timely shelter here from Mitch. But
we see a via.
And it looks like he has shelter and he has drawn the shelter. So and David has shown Mitch consensually shown him the 1 cost in his hand. So a shelter discard on to stop the Bloodspatter Vest activation could be huge here.
Now he does have the health lead to leverage, but if he's going to use that via the Vanguard, he's going to have to take some damage and keep 2 additional cards in order to do that V into the Raiden.
Yeah, via the Vanguard can be a really awkward card when Bolton isn't on Tunic. Like it gets exponentially better for all the cards that are left in your hand. To all the maths people out there, I don't know if it's actually exponential, but
I'm being told.
But it does.
I'm being told in the chat that Mitch makes his own pork crackling and it tastes great.
Oh, fantastic! I'll have to get some off Mitch when I'm back in the country. Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, I might need to take a trip to New Zealand.
I know David's representing Christchurch here, but I have never played against Mitch, so I don't know which part of the country he's from. But great to see representation from around there. Shout out to LSS employee Karshan Rao in the chat.
Our favorite.
Messi a buddy.
He's a buddy, yeah. I think he's my biggest fan. He comes up to me at every event.
he loves you, mate. He loves you. Yeah. And Art of Dragonfly coming here. We see a throw dagger pitched, which is really heads up here, knowing that a discard of the shelter could turn off the Bloodspatter Vest. So, and with 1 still floating, you have to imagine David might have another 1-cost finisher here after the Dragon Scaler Flight Path. So Could be a world of hurt here for Mitch.
But he's activated one fealty, so I believe he only has 2 chain links, and if this shelter blows out the flick, it might be expensive to play with the boots.
This is true. Yeah, he does at least have 1 pitch floating, but yeah, you ideally don't want to be paying that into the flight path.
I'm so interested in how this is going to go.
Yeah, the no shelter discard on the kunai swing is also interesting. Maybe recognizing that the blue had been pitched, so stopping Bloods for that vest isn't as high a value. And saving Grace here.
Charging the
charging the V. Yeah.
I don't know what the last card in Mitch's hand is.
Yeah, I suppose we'll have to. No one knows Bolton cards, I think. I honestly, I can't decipher it. Maybe someone in chat can let us know. Oh, from Auckland. Awesome. Yeah. Well, Mitch representing our biggest city, and David from our second biggest. So a bit of friendly rivalry here, I'm sure. And a shelter is discarded on the flick here.
Let me see if this punishes any Dragon Scale.
Yes. Kunai was for 2, so no way to stop it with the shelter discard here. But we'll now have to pay into. He is paying a resource into his boots here.
Yeah, it's interesting because I wonder if he's going to get the full value out of the shelter.
Yeah, it is activated late in the turn, but yeah, a snatch coming out here though, with a card still in arsenal, is not ideal from Dave.
Yeah, no chance to go again.
Forcing a last card block. That does not look like a charge card, Dylan.
I think that's the Bologna card.
I couldn't for the life of me tell you what that card did.
I think it makes scourges.
I recently paired into Syndra into Bolton at a calling, and I had the game almost locked down, and I decided to block with my mask and Bloodspurred vest when I was at 11 because I just didn't know what Bolton cards did, and I was worried that something that I'd forgotten about, but it would kill me.
Like Ollie Berry said, don't spend too much time reading your opponent's cards. You might go to time. Lucas using that advice in practice.
Well, he had 1 card in hand. I was like, I don't think there's a card that kills me here, but it's Bolton, so anything's possible. He could have written his own card in Sharpie, and I wouldn't have
known. We have a player in Ireland who famously said, "What does that card do? Does it have an on-hit? No blocks."
And the Oath of Loyalty finally coming out here from Dave. He does have full tempo and got through 6 points of damage last turn. So like a huge play here, but no fealty to pair with this Oath of Loyalty. So we have to wonder if he has enough Draconic cards in his hand to really take advantage of this. Yeah.
And here's the difficult thing.
Here's one.
Low is like every time Syndra sends a card, you're so afraid of leaking damage because once you get to that 3 health kind of range, those daggers, that's a quarter.
Really, of your health. The inevitability of Syndra's in-game is such a... And we've got 3 Draconic chain links here already, so Oath looking like it's not so much of a liability here.
It's unfortunate that I think the Bolton wasn't able to really convert that hand without keeping 3 cards for the V.
Yeah, and it does look like he is that 2 or 3 courage tokens in play. So if he had a hand here that could have converted well,
it could have been very strong.
But it does look like David's just going to get through across the finish line here, despite a bit of a blunder that punished him, managing to get over the line here. So yeah, congrats to David. It always
congrats to David, but great game from Mitch. It's great to see Bolton. Like I was impressed at some point. The Lumina turn when he charged the Spirit of Arena. I thought the Bolton was going to take it.
Oh, definitely. Some of those plays are just so powerful. So it's really cool to see a Bolton on display. But yeah, the mental strength that it takes to come back from a mistake like that from Dave is huge. So
Yeah.
big props.
When you're at a big event, when you make a mistake like that, like you get your warning, you collect yourself after the game, you recovered during the game. So if I was David right now, I would just take a minute, get some water, get a snack.
Yeah.
I hear Mitch makes some good pork crackling.
Some good pork crackling, yeah. Yeah. But he will only give the pork crackling to people he beats, I'm sure, you know.
Oh,
I can't be rewarding the people who beat you, you know. Yeah. You need that good negative.
If you beat me at an event, I hope you win the event. That's my mentality. Like,
yeah, that's true. But you don't get any pork crackling, you know.
You don't get any pork crackling.
Let's see if David wants to jump on for an interview here. He might need a moment to reset.
Sure, yeah. If he wants. Hi, David.
Hey, Dave, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, we're great.
Great games. So, 2-0, first 2 rounds, playing Syndra. So, how did you feel about that game? How did you feel when you opened your gem and you realized you were paired into a Bolton?
I mean, it's not ideal since I'm obviously very unfamiliar with everything to do with Bolton. It's been a long time since I played it. I definitely have to do a lot of card reading to make sure I know what's actually going on. I mean, Syndra's pretty good into sort of the field in general, so not like upset about the matchup, but always preferable to be playing against heroes where you've got a lot more of an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, taking these kind of less played heroes does give you an advantage when it comes to the familiarity. But Lucas, you play more Syndra. Do you have any questions about the game?
Yeah. I'm interested in what you think of Draco Fire. It looked reasonably good in that game, and like it's a really exciting upgrade. So I was interested in what you think.
Yeah, I mean, Draco Fire seems like it's really sort of shores a bunch of the things that we're struggling on. Like it just gives you another starter, gives you a way of playing like your ones for free. It just kind of does everything you want, and then also just like can give you a resource later on. I did a quick check on that last turn to see if the resource was actually helpful, but I had the full, like with the Oath, I had the full Draconic hand, so I didn't actually need it that turn. But it's a really well positioned card in the deck. Like makes a huge upgrade to the playability of Syndra.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see like its different applications. Like we didn't see it in 5 from Ollie last round, but I know heroes like Fang, it's very strong there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. We've probably got to ask a question about the Mask Draw. Obviously mistakes like this happen, especially on stream somehow.
Yeah.
But massive congrats for sort of recovering from that, resetting, and managing to get it back. You're like, what does it take to just like take a deep breath and reset after a moment like that? You know.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty hard. Like obviously, you never like accidentally breaking the rules. Like obviously, I would never do it intentionally, but I'm just like trying to sequence this turn properly. I could have led with Oath on that turn and with the fealties, but then I couldn't play every card, so I thought the other line was better. But obviously, just like I honestly, I haven't played as much Syndra as I would have liked. The heroes I do really like in the format, I think, aren't really positioned very well at the moment. Like I played a lot of Assassin recently, and I just think Mario's not in a good position, and I think Huntsman's bad into sort of 4 out of the 5 top decks. I'm definitely underprepared, and I haven't played with Mask in a long time, and I just mentally bricked on the old attack action being a requirement.
It's a common mistake. Like especially when I started playing, like I think that was the first thing where I like picked up the card and read it and was like, oh, it's attack action only. Like back to playing Iron and Blitz.
Well, yeah. And what I was saying was like, I'm not used to my kunais attacking before. It really feels like an attack action when it attacks before. You know?
Especially when you play the card to do it as well. So like I've played a card. This is sort of like an attack action.
Definitely.
So I have no issues with the ruling. Obviously, it is the correct ruling. They can't verify the card. The card has to go back. It's a little bit brutal with like how the double Oath and the Snatch work, but then I just have to make sure I'm like still playing tight from that point on, like pitching the second oath to come with the dagger, so I'm not with a double oath locked hand, and then just playing the turn as it is, like making sure that you're not making further mistakes, making sure I'm using my draconic cards to keep my fealties, and then just playing solid from that point on.
Yeah, it's a very good soft skill to have just in card games or even in life in general, that when something, doesn't go as planned, and just collecting yourself. And I imagine you're probably going to go get some water, maybe a snack right now, and just kind of recollect yourself and crush it for the rest of the day.
Take a bit of a walk around. We've got a couple minutes for the next round, so have a quick breather
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
just come back into it.
Yeah. Well, we should let you get back to it, Dave. Congrats on the 2-0 start,
on the win.
And best of luck to the rest. Yeah.
Thanks for coming
Thank
on.
you very much. Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, bye.
Awesome. Another great round.
Yeah, Dave seems like a great guy. I imagine there's no... Yeah.
Yeah. He's a lovely guy. He tests with Dan Mackay and Hayden Dale. And made a top 16 run in the calling in Sydney on Arachne Huntsman. So yeah, you can tell that Sidra might not be his first choice of hero this weekend, but yeah. Isn't she so cool? Definitely not a cop.
Definitely not a cop.
Yeah.
I'm more, during that meta at Worlds, I was more of a Gravy and Verdance fan, so not big on Syndra.
Yeah, and didn't work out great for you, but that's okay.
Saber McLean in chat. Holy, it's Lucas, another Kiwi who's gone international.
A Kiwi who's gone international. We'll see if Xavier can win his. Would that be your third Japanese national championship?
It would be really cool to win 3 Nats in a row. It would be really cool if someone did that. Yeah.
Xavier, I know from Christchurch. I think might know David from playing back then. Maybe he's not from Christchurch. He's been a bit all over the place, but yeah, ex-Kiwi player, but back in Japan now. In Japan. So yeah. When are you coming home, Xavier?
When are you going home, Lucas?
Oh yeah. Too soon.
One day before Nats.
Anyway. Anyway, we might take a quick break before the next round, but thanks very much, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey
Hey
guys, we're
guys,
back.
welcome back.
So we're bringing you
We've got
Prism versus
we've got
Astilio.
Michael Collins, one of New Zealand's famous Prism players, very good guy, and Liam Sponkin, player from Dunedin. Excited. I'm sure to bring some Astilio. This is an interesting matchup, Dylan. That you know a lot more about than me. So
Yes,
fill us in.
I love Prism and I loathe Astilio. So I've played this matchup a lot. So kind of when Prism players first play this matchup, they think, oh my god, Astilio can't pop me. I'm gonna hit everything. I'm gonna snowball. It's gonna be amazing. But Astilio has so many instant speed arcane effects, and they all come in for awkward numbers like 2s and 3s that they can just end your turn when you attack with angels. So the matchup actually becomes very intricate on both sides, and it just becomes that classic Prism illusionist versus wizard kind of how do we end up navigating this game. So it's actually very close, and I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, very interesting. And even though Astilio got a lot of nerfs in the most recent BNR, a lot of new ways to deal arcane at instant speed from omens. At least 4 new instants available that can easily ping on the opponent's turn. So it'll be interesting to see how many of those Lim is playing, if he's on a more arcane oriented build, or on a more
Well, we see
aggressive build like we saw Martin bring out.
Liam is on Lightning Greaves, so we can immediately assume that he's on the Gone in a Flash build. we
Mhm.
see an Echo Flash discard. This is a new card for Omens, and it's really just free value. With Acilio's discard ability, you can just send one Arcane, and then this activates the Volzar. So this is how these Acilio decks are kind of transitioning into the new meta. Now,
Yeah,
Michael
definitely some
gets
free real estate.
free real
Um,
estate, but
yeah.
Michael going first here usually wants to take advantage of Acilio's no blocks, but a double shelter? Oh, Wrath. So going first as
Yeah.
Prism into Acilio usually means that if you draw 2 Heralds, you're probably gonna get 1 through, and you don't really get punished for using your whole hand as Prism turn 1, because if you do manage to hit, you can search for an Erudition and get a Ponder. But it is
Yeah,
a
and
bit
that
risky.
looks like
Yeah, go ahead.
what's happening here. That does
Yeah.
look like what's happening here. It does seem like instead of sending the War Tune Herald, he decided to hold on to that Arcalate Sentinel Angelic Wrath, probably just to punish Liam more if he did have a good blocking hand, which it seemed like he did. Also, we notably only Arcane Barrier 1 here from the gloves on Michael's side, so just stopping one of that damage.
But always remember, like, using your Halo smart is the main thing about Prism, and that Halo has Spell Void too, and sometimes that's the best way to use it.
Yeah, to protect one of your angels.
Yeah, because usually Acilio
yeah.
now with the Volzar is going to be pinging for 2, and that's why it's dangerous to flip at certain points. And it looks like Michael drew a Herald or an Arsenal card. It's very difficult at the start of the game if you draw another Figment off the Ponder, because you usually don't want to Arsenal it. But Michael in a nice clean start.
Yeah, let's see what Liam can do here to try and see some tempo going second. Second strike in hand, a very interesting one into Prism. I would imagine that I would enjoy siding that card out in this matchup just because of how
Well, a big
punishing
thing
it
you
can
can
be.
do against Prism with Second Strike is when you get a single damage Arcane ping on the Angel, or if you attack an Angel when they don't have a Herald, that damage is counted towards activating Second Strike. But it does give
Oh, I
Prism,
didn't know that. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it gives Prism the opportunity to use Halo to search for Ravages if the Angel is targeted. But Acilio has a lot of action point manipulation, so losing Go again might not be a problem. We see a Judge Call here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really punishing that Scarfo Scar on turn 0, wasn't it? Because with Prism just starting at 32, it's sort of the opposite of what Icelander used to do, where she started at 38 and would abuse that to make sure her Scarfo Scars were online.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to sideboard with these new Acilio decks, especially the Majin build, because a lot of your sideboard pieces are dedicated to beating fatigue or equipment pieces to help against Syndra that maybe you're not able to reach a clean 60. And we see here
definitely.
that
And
an extra card was drawn. So Michael gets to choose which card goes on top, which is
So
kind
we
of
see-
funny because he could just activate Acilio. Or maybe it goes on
two
bottom.
Astral
I don't
Bridges here probably means that
yeah, it goes on bottom.
yeah, surely it won't go on top. That's insane. Because imagine he puts it instant back on top and then Astral Bridges into it. But 2 Astral Bridges in hand. I do think I saw a Gone in a Flash from Liam in his turn 0 hand. So like that, this could be a really
that's
powerful
what this
hand
block
here.
is for. Just maybe
Yeah,
extended.
yeah, and he's getting rid of the Comet Collision to so he can use all his action points on God in the Flashes. But
Michael
we
just
really
the goat at drawing
the
Telegraph.
Angelic Wrath is maybe a contender for one of my least favorite cards in the entire game. Nothing is quite so heartbreaking when you're playing an aggro deck than putting a bunch of 2 blocks in front of a Herald and then getting.
And Angelic Wrath might be one of my favorite cards in the game because there's nothing better than when you're playing against an aggro deck and they put two blocks in front of a card and me and Lucas play very different decks.
yeah. I used to be an illusionist player, back when it was cool. But,
back when it was cool.
Yeah. Prism in all honesty, one of the coolest design heroes in Fab, I think. Like the sheer quantity and quality of on hits reminds me a lot of Lexi, where she's sending different breakpoints, and the fact that the on hit changes so much depending on where in the turn it
We
hits
see
very, very
Bologna
cool.
searched and flipped here. Now, this spectral shield is actually very important because with AB1, these little pings aren't really going to clear the angel. But we do see the gun in a flash played. And does it play here if Liam is going to kind of go all the way in? But they don't have that security that like Abrasives of Belief would give. And we see it here.
But with two astral bridges, you have to commit.
Yeah,
really.
And it's really awkward with these little arcane pings because they could just eat a whole angel if timed right. Michael
So I think
for a flip.
I think it makes a lot of sense for Michael here to eat the damage on the first angel and the gun in a flash rather than trying to keep it alive. He knows that there's two pings coming from the astral bridges, and
Michael's a very good Prism player, and the thing about good Prism players is they know every little interaction because they have to punish every mistake.
And a miss from the first astral bridge here. We'll see if Liam can be any luckier with the second one.
Now, see, it's still a 0 for 5 in value. This is one arcane ping. You can choose. They can choose to use the Volzar, but as well, they're getting the gun in a flashback. They're getting the action point.
You're never really unhappy when you're bringing a gun in a flashback to hand. I'm reminded of Consigned to Cosmo Shock.
Here's the second one.
Let's see if there's a hit here. This could be huge.
Burn Bear. That's not what you. Especially the Burn Bear. That's not what you want to hit.
Yeah, I'm sure Liam would have loved to have that in his next hand.
And I'm sure Michael feels very secure now in this kind of. That's one less. You have very few poppers. That's
and although Liam has a life lead, all of his combo equipment has been chewed through. So definitely looking for more advantage there after giving up your. And he played out the final copy of Gone in a Flash as well.
Angelic Replicate. So flipping. Gets the card in Soul, swing. This is very powerful for Michael because he still has access to flipping this turn after using the Angelic Attendant. And as well, he still has the Spellbound 2 on the Halo. It's very difficult to get punished here from the Acilio.
Yeah, with AB1 and Spellvoid 2, I imagine Michael feels really comfortable sending this Angel here.
Herald of Protection, another great one. Keeping a Spectral Shield up is always very powerful into Acilio because it just gives you that ability to pay AB1, and then if you pitch a blue, you could then go into a flip.
And Balance of Justice here showing its real power as a sideboard card. I think into Prism, just you're sure that they will always draw to at least once. So, and a Fate Foreseen as well, just stuff from the. I'm surprised to see Stonewall Gauntlet a little, but I guess Liam really valuing that equipment block here into Prism. And
another Angelic Wrap.
The man just always has it. So good.
So, some Prism players have it all.
Really, really demonstrating the power of Soraya, though, I think. Probably, for my money, the most powerful Flesh and Blood card they've ever printed.
But it's such a cool power card to have. Like, taking this 8 health loss, as well as being extremely frail throughout the game, to have these extremely swingy cards. There's, like, nothing cooler than a Prism going down to 1 when you're on, like, 30 and saying, yeah, I think I'm winning in this position.
Yeah, it's so awesome. But it's so awesome until you're sitting in the opponent's seat. And another Angel Swing here.
Yeah, and this is
just to make a ton more shields. It's going to be really difficult to ping these Angels down now. And although life totals look like they're in Liam's favor, the 11 ward on the board.
No. The Prism's on 19, Lucas. The health is the Prism's losing, like clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
This is why Prism's so strong. It's this ability to snowball and build this board, and it's why she's so high on the living legend points. And I don't know, if Michael takes this down, Prism might not be long for this world.
You know, as cool as she is, I'm definitely rooting for a Prism player to end the reign of Prism. Prism also sort of act in a bit of a Kano spot in the meta where she can be really punished by a few key sideboard cards, but as soon as people start bringing that, Prism becomes quite a bad choice. And when Prism becomes quite a bad choice, people stop bringing them. So this bit of a game of what should I bring, what shouldn't I? Always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to having my sideboard space back. And
Don't worry,
we
Lucas,
see
yeah, we see a pitch to Halo after the fleeting charge. This might be to get Triumph, which will make it a lot easier to use these shields and just really blunt Liam's aggro, because Michael has so many spectral shields up and the AB1 that he can just use the resources from this blue pitch to then get rid of any tricky Acilio pings, as well as flip an angel. Well, he's going to Wrath. Oh, did Liam target Erudition? Oh, this is the
he
classic.
may have. This is so brutal. Yeah, the
This
classic
is a brutal blowout, but these
one card
Acilio lists
Arclight
do have
Sentinel.
action point manipulation. Maybe he's
Yeah,
running,
let's see
maybe
if
they're running Blink.
a blink. Yeah, although yeah, will be consigned to Cosmos coming through.
Just using the
Yeah,
card
just the
there.
turn ending here. This is so brutal. I guess Liam deciding that that leaving that Suai alive is just too difficult. So
Yeah, but now this is the worst spot to be. Like, Prism's already scary when she's 3 health less than you, but if a Prism ever gets a health advantage, it can feel grim. Choosing... Oh, didn't have... Oh, this is the classic. The double War Tune, pitch a yellow, usually a 2-card 13, 14.
Yeah. Oh, this reminds me of the good old Luminaris days.
We have an Echo Flash discard, but you see Michael has this nice protective layer with the spectral shields.
Yeah, so even though it's coming in for 2 here, not 3 window protection, not really threatened at all. Although it's worth saying that was completely free for Liam in terms of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Um,
Echo Flash is such a cool design card from Omens, like getting value off your hero ability for discarding it, but as well punishing you for blind Acilioing, because it does cost 1, and these Acilio decks don't really want to pitch into these types of effects.
Yeah, definitely. If you draw it off Acilio, it will be incredibly difficult to convert profitably.
I love cards that introduce a bit of risk. Acilio, discarding a Sigil.
Sigil discard here.
I don't think health is what you need right now.
Yeah, it seems like this is another one of these cards that
Enlightened
Liam might
Strike.
just have to bring in, but yeah.
Now this is a card I haven't seen in these new Acilio lists, but maybe Liam thinks going more into this like Aurora-esque kind of build and maybe drawing for their deck with the draw mode is a good approach.
Yeah. It really, this deck really wouldn't be on that many blues, so I imagine that almost every draw in the deck, except for Echo Flash, is probably a pretty reasonable Arsenal target.
Yeah.
And now we'll see here, there's a good chance Michael managed to threaten lethal on this turn, depending on
747. That's Prism 747. I think a lot of people look at this screen and they say, oh, Prism sending 7 and they have the Ward 4. I think the most broken thing on this screen is the spectral shields.
Yeah, they're really enabling the
carefree
everything else going on. Yeah, there's so many things that can go wrong on a Prism turn, and
that was a red Wrath.
Shields just insulate them. Wow, that's a lot of damage.
I think that was a 3-red hand. I think it's a red Triumph left in the...
And we've got this Figment of Ravages in play, which
no AB.
Liam has used up all of his AB, so essentially at 3 life here.
Yeah. Ravage
is a very
powerful card for these
23, 27, 30. But another Echo Flash discard, that's all 3. That's definitely very strong. And a 5-card hand with Sigil of Brilliance. And it looks like Liam will get to untap here. So
no Lightning Greaves. But Acilio is known for out of nowhere huge damage.
Yeah, definitely possible to convert this hand for upwards of 20.
But with the lack of those boots, maybe Michael brought the Arclight Sentinels in?
Yeah, I don't think the staff should be untapped here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Caught it.
They untap the Acilio and
Yeah.
draw from the sigil. Michael has an opportunity to respond here, I think. No. Glittering charge. So an instant will be played. Now this one could be awkward because a lightning press might be able to take out both angels, but no, electrostatic discharge.
The discharge. And Rabble for 7 here.
Yeah.
These comet collisions look really strong in this deck. Like 0 for 4 arcane base is so powerful, and the Volzar activation 0 for 5 just gives Acilio so much reach. And I wonder what the mode chosen here is.
The issue with this reach, or like these very high damage like spells and attacks, is Prism's getting the full value out of her ward. Like usually you want to be taking out these angels for 1 or 2 points of value, just so the Prism doesn't get it.
So did Liam here use the
draw a card?
Draw a card mode into his comet collision. Oh no! The classic.
Looking for a burn bear.
Liam will be available.
Discard sigil.
Arcane would be available.
Liam knows that sigil isn't going to help.
Oh,
lightning press.
Oh, that is huge. And he's pitched a yellow here, so hopefully he's able to send up a follow-up hero. But yeah, he's found a blue.
Phantasmal Footsteps. There's a red Triumph in Michael's arsenal, I think. Yep.
This game is starting to look a lot closer. Like a key burn bear off it and a fate for scene here.
Yep.
A key burn bear on the top in the next couple turns could be massive.
See, both these decks just got so much free value. Like seeing 3 Echo Flash, the Acilio just got 6 free damage at the start of the game.
Yeah, it costs 0 cards. Yeah. Michael essentially starting at 26. And
trying to recoup this with the angels, like.
Also important to note here, though, Michael has Soul and a Figment of Ravages in play. And Liam is at 2. So
as well, he has the gauntlets if he's ever desperate for Soul, but giving away your AB against Acilio can ping when you attack with the angel to get rid of the trigger.
Yeah, looks like not much of an aggressive hand here, but the power of this comet collision, 5 arcane for 1 card.
Yeah, but.
That's a lava burst of arcane damage. I never thought I'd see the day.
Do you only see things as draconic cards? do you look at Head Jab and go, damn, this is Ronin Renegade?
Oh, and we found the burn bear, did we? Wow, that's huge.
Angelic Attendant, that's going to give the
Angelic Attendant here, yeah. So does Liam have a way to survive here? I think we've seen all 2 was discarded. That's the end there. Hey, massive shout out to Liam though. That was that looked really dire. He really brought it back very close. So
anyone who saw that match midway through probably turned the stream off, but I hope they stayed around because it really showed that like even Acilio after they pop the Greaves has some very powerful interactions. Like Wizards are so flexible with dealing with these types of decks that like as I said at the start, like this matchup seems like it would be a buy for the Prism, but it can just be very complicated and difficult. But Michael is an extremely good Prism, so there's no shame in losing. And Liam's still 2-1. They have a lot of potential in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Very well played and like great showcase of that new deck. So
maybe we can get Michael on for an interview if he wants. But
yeah, that'd be great.
I'd love to hear how he sees the matchup, just because, you know, the Prism player probably is looking for points where the Acilio can't punish them.
I'm so clueless on Prism that you may have to take the lead on this one. I'm sure that you have a lot that you want to know.
I remember you telling me that you thought Prism is just like a blocking game where it just punishes you for not knowing how to block correctly. But those rats are very powerful.
I think I can play into Prism, okay, but the depth of that deck and across a whole range of matchups is just incredible. And Michael really shown to be an expert on it.
Yeah. How can you hate Prism? This deck's so cool.
It is very cool. I'll give it that.
And
but so is Enigma, and I loved Enigma, but I'm happy she's gone.
Enigma really showed that other side of like the OG Prism compared to this one. That's what I
loved. That's what I loved.
Again, Michael on here.
But I do.
Hello. Testing.
Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Congrats,
man.
Good.
We're great.
It was great.
Yeah, congrats on the dub.
Thank you. It's usually a pretty good matchup, but it's a very volatile deck. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Like we were saying at the start that it may seem like, Prism's able to just get their heralds through really easily, but Acilio has so many tricks, and we saw in that game that you kind of established these spectral shields to play around those echo flashes, on your turn pings, and what are your general thoughts on how this matchup can go when it's two very skilled players like yourself?
I mean, there are quite a few cards that you do have to play around. Like the second you see one D-React in an Acilio list, you have to keep that in mind as an option. But I mean, like having a bunch of Wrath in the deck is really good against D-Reacts. And after that, it's just some Burn Berries. Sometimes they can fit some Poppers in, but it's pretty uncommon. And so like you just kind of end up in this matchup where you're just trying to blast each other. Generally, whoever does the thing first is in a really good position. So like just taking that first opportunity to Soraya and just do a 7/4/7 or as big a turn as you can. That's usually really important. Then you get the ward up. It's pretty hard. Can cover breakpoints easily. I saw Greaves, not Striders, so that changes things a bit too.
Yeah, would you feel more confident into the Striders version of Acilio?
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say just because the Gone in a Flash is such a high ceiling, right? Like, even in that game, it got pretty close to just completely blowing me out. And, like, if those bridges had hit, that's another, 8 to, maybe 3 off each. So that's another, 14 value at most. That's a lot of value. But, like, playing around Striders, it's also something you can do. It's a different play pattern. Trading Striders for Soraya is usually the way to go.
And that game looked really convincing for you in the middle of the game, but after a few Echo Flash discards and efficient turns from the Acilio side, it really brought it back to what looked reasonably close. Were you ever like, this is starting to slip away from me here, or did you feel pretty confident all the time?
I've definitely had games against Acilio where I felt like it's slipping away from me. That one I think was pretty clean from start to finish. It's hard to feel threatened when Acilio's already blown their Lightning Greaves and you're sitting on 12 ward on board on 16 or 19 life at that point, something like that. It's once you've just got that buffer, it's comfortable.
And
can I also ask, Michael, do you ever not have an angelic grab in that?
I'm running a bunch of them so that I always do. It might feel that way because my number one rule is to just not play your cards when they're not good, right? So if I am playing a card where a Wrath is good, it's because I've got a Wrath, and if I don't have the Wrath, I find a different line. So I look like I always have it.
For sure.
It's pretty selective most of the time.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very clearly played.
Cheers.
And how do you feel about Prism in the current meta? Because obviously she's very close to Living Legend, but has for a while seemed to struggle to convert. And there was a recent rise in Victor, Vincent, and it seems like Prism has kind of fallen back, but then that usually means people aren't respecting it as much. So how do you feel about it currently?
I mean, it's definitely one of those decks similar to Kano, where the respect just kind of cycles in and out of the meta. But I think Prism's a really good meta call right now. There are a lot of Guardians, and that is a matchup you have to practice. But if you've got a good game plan, I think the matchup's pretty good. And that's your biggest problem matchup, right? After that, it's New Zealand, so anything can happen. I think there are 5 Rhinos here. So let's cross fingers we don't pair them. 6 Rhinos, 6 whole Rhinos, my gosh.
But we actually got the meta breakdown there.
Nice. But no,
Also,
I think-
13 Syndras.
Yes, yeah, I'm happy about that. Always love to see a
Yeah.
Syndra on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
But no, it's a really good meta pick. I'm feeling good about it this year.
And you mentioned Victor or Guardian being not a problem matchup, but a matchup you very much have to learn. And most people who know you would know that you are very established as a Prism player. With the recent rules change to Clash cards, how do you feel that's affected the matchup?
It makes life more difficult, right? Like every single rules change just makes the matchup a little bit more difficult. Every single new piece of tech printed, and it's honestly, I think the matchup in a vacuum is Guardian favored now. It's very, very difficult to win if a Guardian wants to respect Prism, but every single piece of tech has just demanded a different way to respond, right? A different tech slot, a different play pattern, and so far, I don't think there's been a piece of Prism hate that I haven't been able to find a cheeky sidestep around.
Yeah.
And
that's the great part of Prism.
Indeed.
Yeah, one of my favorite Prism interactions is everyone started playing one Midas Touch in Victor,
Yep.
and then Isolate for your Suaya, and then all the Prism players started playing one.
Cheeky
What is it? The Dissolve reality to chuck it on the bottom. Yeah, beautiful piece of adaptation there. Cool. Yeah. Hey, massive congrats, Michael. We'll let you have a bit of a
Congratulations,
rest
Michael.
for the next round, but yeah, good luck for the rest.
Awesome.
Take it far, eh? Good job.
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks for sitting down with
Get
me,
rid of
guys.
her, Michael.
Appreciate you.
Bring it over the finish line.
Yeah.
Two more. One more out of CC? Yeah, one more, and then draft.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good day.
Awesome.
Cheers, guys.
Fantastic.
Good luck, Michael.
Good luck. Yes.
The priority thing
Yeah, Michael, great player and seems like an overall great guy as well.
Yeah. Lovely fella and so committed to Prism for such a long time. Really cool to see him doing well in our last few events. Yeah.
I do love the Prism arms race of like trying to stop every Prism counter.
Yeah, it's such a funny meta game.
Yeah, like around PT London, I played Prism, and I ended up playing like a All Heralds Aurelus build that was like fatiguing Enigmas and fatiguing like news and stuff, and like just there were so many like little deck building decisions you could make there. Like, oh yeah, this card's kind of cute, like fractal replication to Enigma if they don't pop you, or like we saw we saw 3 Prisms break out at that PT, and I think 2 of them were the traditional build, Smurf and Andrew Cook, Kevin Murphy, and then Leo Vezine on this kind of like maybe 6, I think it was like Mercifuls or Genesis and the ALS, but not really going for the other auras. Like the deck is so flexible, and that's what I love about it.
It can just attack on so many different angles that like you really need to have a plan to beat whatever proactive game plan the Prism has decided to bring. So it's such a cool deck to play and play into for sure.
And with the upcoming set kind of looking like a return to Shadow, it kind of makes you think where's the light gonna break through?
Yeah. Prism 3, you know. She's definitely James's favorite. So
she always has to be around, and I love it.
All right, guys, we might tune off while we wait for the next round, but look forward to casting the last round of CC before we get into draft.
Yep. See you guys.
You're ahead in that way. But and the thing is, you always get to do that because
we have the
fucking
meta
Dio
breakdown.
players, yeah, the Dio players just always want to choose first. But I've told I went on a rant at your man, how am I forgetting it? Evan, about that, and so I think he'll choose first, second into me. So I don't like the matchup anymore. But yeah, the meta's interesting. It's so small that it's hard to.
The card merchant stuff. Was Bolton crazy?
Yeah. They're probably the two Bolton players.
I love New Zealand because New Zealand and Ireland have like the same Nats breakdowns. I don't know why.
Yeah.
You're actually right at home.
I love the Puffin, eh? How's Matt Rogers doing with his interesting Ziggy build? Are you allowed to tell me about that?
Wait, can they hear us?
I don't think they can hear us.
Can they hear us?
They can't hear us, eh? But the people can't.
Oh yeah, I just saw the breakdown went on.
Oh, they can?
Oh.
Hello,
Nice.
people.
Hello.
That's okay, that's okay.
Very good. We were talking about meta anyway.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Hey,
That's
folks. Hey, is that
Hey.
Barak? Oh, miss you, man. How's things in Australia?
we have to do the breakdown. Okay.
Okay, we
So-
should do the breakdown. You go.
So we have the meta breakdown here. We see the most played deck is Syndra. So lots of Draconic Warrior, lots of Draconic Ninja in the room as well with the Fies. We see. I wonder what people's kind of decision process is between, like, clearly Syndra is the most popular, but we see players like Ollie playing Fi, which is, you know, a very good player picking that deck instead. We also see some Katsu.
Yeah. How many Katsus have we got?
I think it's
3
3.
Katsu.
Yeah.
A lot of Katsu players in New Zealand have been playing it since the beginning, and they just don't want to. They just don't want to stop. You know.
We see 7 Acilio, which I wonder what the divide is between Arcane and the Gone in a Flash builds. 7 Rhinar, who I wonder what their angle is, because I feel maybe they're targeting the Victors.
Yeah, I actually think Linar is in an excellent spot at the moment. I've been really impressed by the Ravenous Meatcake build, and I think it actually has good play into Syndra, especially if the Syndra doesn't have a really defined plan. So and the new
0
card
for 6 from Omens is very strong as well. We see 7 Victor, which I imagine those Rhinars are trying to target by taking this choice. But Victor kind of hyped up at the start of this national season, but maybe not performing as well as people expected, and that's what's bringing back these Syndras that, you know, there was this narrative that maybe Syndra wasn't that great into Victor, but maybe some adaptations are helping there.
Yeah. I also think people are probably a bit worried after the US Nats result, how well Gravy did there. I think, whatever you say, that's a really tough matchup for Victor. So that people may be worried about that matchup. I am surprised at how little Victor there is.
We see 2 Ziggy. I know one of those is Matt Rogers, who's a previous 2-time national champion. I wonder how he feels into Draconic Ninja with that kind of. Maybe he's got a more aggressive slant.
Yeah, the Justin Magnuson build was really interesting. It did look like quite proactive, and Ward is a really effective tool at stopping Syndra from triggering Master Momentum with Flick Knives, but it also means Syndra's also a deck that makes it really difficult to ever untap with an aura, so I'd be really interested to see that matchup if it comes up.
And then 6 Kasai, a deck I think that after its calling win with Jake McCormick, I feel maybe has gone a bit under the radar, even though it's clearly performed and has a good matchup into decks like Victor and is very playable into things like Syndra, but maybe this uptick in Acilio is a bit difficult for it, especially those arcane builds that seem to punish decks like Warrior.
I think Kasai, like from a theoretical standpoint, is just an excellent pick, like a really strong Gravy matchup, a really strong Victor matchup, a good Syndra matchup. I think, like, all in all, just a really good pick, but definitely worried about pairing any wizard. It's interesting at the moment. We see a couple.
Here's the craziest thing to me is 2 Arachne Marionette, which before this Nat season and before Omens and before the new boots were printed, was really the mainstay of the meta. Like, people would make jokes that it wasn't converting to wins, but it was taking up a majority of top 8s and even the play field, and going from the top contender now down to only 2 copies. It's very interesting how printing 1 card can really affect it, especially after it got support into the Gravy matchup, which
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think towards the end of the previous meta, we really did start to see Arachne Marionette dropping off, just because its matchup into Victor is really tough. Being able to loop Goldman Estates is just really strong in-game into fatigue decks. So it's a tough matchup there. And then Syndra is just so consistent at leaking damage that it's a really that can be a really tough matchup as well. So I think it makes a lot of sense that Mario's fallen off a bit, like as the meta develops a bit. But yeah, but definitely cool to see Huntsman still have some skin in the game. Such a cool hero.
We see 2 Gravy again after performing well at the US Nationals. Maybe New Zealand saw this up, like New Zealand Gravy players saw this uptick in Syndra and didn't feel comfortable bringing the deck. But yeah, and another aggro pick here, Dash.io, who has a very strong matchup into Syndra, most believe, because of their armor suite and very
fantastic.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see this meta and see how it will evolve. But yeah, so our next feature round will be a 3-0 Marlin Diggle Dixon calling finalist versus a Katsu. So very interested in how this will go.
Diggle also prone to play a bit of Katsu in his time, but an avid Ranger lover. So really excited to see what he's cooked up this year for Marlin, and excited to see the new cards.
Katsu player is Samuel Graham Walker. And let's kind of go through the standings at the end of round 3. We have some interesting decks at 3-0. We have a Dorinthia, a Prism, Kale McCreath, known Bravo Enjoyer, this time 3-0 on Valda. We have a Gravy, despite being a small representation of the field, is 3-0. Diggle on Marlin. A Vincent, Syndra, Oliver Berry, defending the title on Phi, 3-0. Katsu, and even a 3-0 Reinar, and Dennis Sang on Victor, possibly trying to get that W before his favorite hero, after Oldham, has to go away.
I'm actually convinced that Dennis doesn't even like Victor.
I'm convinced Dennis doesn't even like Guardian.
He's just like activating Crowder Seeds. Yeah.
I love Dennis.
But yeah,
Dennis just loves Crowder Seeds.
Yeah. be very interesting to see what this Marlin deck is cooking though. Like Diggle known to play under the meta ranges. His calling final came with Lexi, but before Outsiders. So before she was a meta hero, and one of the OGs, and has wanted to make Marlin work for a long time, and really excited to see the new Omens card at work, the Blue Harpoon that steals red actions. We'll see what red actions can be stolen from Katsu. Have we got any standouts? Stealing a Surging Strike isn't too exciting. But...
some Katsus are on Snatch. I feel like most Katsus have gone into this like full combo build to try and maximize their ancestral harmonies and these big combos. But yeah, not really. There's a few generic kind of head jabs that I feel Katsu could Marlin could grab. But
100 wins or I'm really excited to see if this is a Flood of Force Katsu. I've been seeing those lists float around and they look very the Wet Ninja Dream finally alive in 2026. Yeah, so cool to see.
Yeah, someone called that deck Wet Katsu, and I said I hate that, and then they followed it up by being like, fine, I'll call it Moist Katsu.
Well, no. Flood of Force has been around since Crucible of War. We've been calling it Wet Ninja for at least that long, so like very cool to see.
The only people who register Flood of Force are New Zealanders. But crazy land it is. But yeah, no, I'm really excited to see this Marlin. Like, we have a lot of Ranger players here. Conor McGrath calling Leon finalist as well, was a big Azalea fan, so I played a few games into him trying to get Marlin to work, and I always feel like it's almost there, and like it does very powerful things. It will never.
It's almost there till you don't draw a harpoon, you know?
Yeah, and like it doesn't have that strength that Ren the Ledger does, but like Catch of the Day with like a King Shark harpoon can really dismantle like a lot of decks' hands, and especially with game knowledge that I
Oh,
assume like a player like Diggle has, he's gonna know how to pick apart people's hands, especially a Katsu, which he said is a deck he's familiar with and can be really destroyed if you just take the right combo piece out, because some people might look at a Katsu hand and go, oh yeah, here's the combo in your hand, but Diggle might look at the hand and go, here's the combo you can do after you search, and I'm gonna ruin that one instead.
yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the decisions he makes here.
Yeah. But Diggle just I don't know, he's a friend of ours, just a great guy overall.
Yeah, probably one of the nicest people on planet Earth,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
not close. So yeah. But Samuel
And it's not close.
also a great guy. Samuel also is a great guy. I've played into him a couple of times. Long time Ninja player, so I think, if I'm
Yeah,
recognizing the face. But yeah.
it's so interesting when I see someone I don't know, because obviously you're these people's local, so like it's very interesting hearing about the players we have on stream.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to see some faces I recognize.
Yeah. I definitely know the Wellingtonians. Yeah, but yeah, we'll be really excited to see this matchup play out. Super cool to see both these players bringing something a bit less conventional, but it's
and it's
working really well.
performing. Yeah.
Yeah. Would love to see Diggle take another under the meta ranger far, and then in the next set, they'll print some Marlin support, make her actually good, and he'll decide that
Yeah,
that he's not interested anymore.
Diggle has the Chris and Marlin ready to be meta. That's the
Yeah. But once she's good, he's no longer interested,
Yeah. Now this matchup can be a blowout in multiple ways. Like Katsu just needs that one turn, but will Marlin actually give him that turn?
Yeah. Well, when the gears are turning, Marlin is such a powerful hero, but there will, in most games, there's inevitably a point where something goes wrong. Even if she finds a harpoon, it might be a yellowfin, or just the disruption chain will break.
Yeah.
If Sam can really capitalize on that with Link's activation and 30 damage combo, it finds that right moment. Marlin has very little equipment block, so only needs to deal 40 damage. So it will be very interesting to see if Sam can find a spot here through the disruption to
And the thing with Katsu is he really wants to set up his graveyard to maximize Bonds of Ancestry, and Overpower might just prevent him from blocking out. But let's get into the game and see how it goes. We see Samuel has the new Shuriken arms, Wind Cutters, I think they're called.
I've seen some lists floating around with Prismatic Leyline.
Prismatic Leyline to play the new...
It will be interesting to see if he's decided to bring that...
Well, he's drawn the new kind of the Shuriken looking for a scrap card.
Oh, then
Samuel going first.
I wouldn't be surprised in the deck. Who do you think chose to start in this matchup?
I think if I was the Marlin, I would go second, but I would run... We're being told it was Samuel's choice, and they chose to go first, which
maybe
I'd be happy with as a Marlin, but I'm surprised Marlin...
But maybe really valuing the setup for those incredible combo turns. But yeah.
We see Honing Hood, I believe, instead of the normal Crown of Dominion. As well, Diggle has a Tar Pit trap, so I think he's very ready for any on hits that Katsu might present.
Yeah. Diggle, known Prism hater, so I think Tar Pit trap, some great respect there, and some excellent splash damage in the Katsu matchup.
Yeah. But
and the way it interacts with Katsu's hero ability is it will, if it stops Katsu's hero ability, that's the first time it's hit. And even if Sam hits on later chain links, he won't be able to trigger Katsu because it's only the first time an attack action hits. So a really strong piece of tech in this matchup.
Yeah.
Sure. And we see a Honing Hood activation immediately as well to just go to 5 cards.
I think this is the same as the Crown of Dominion. If you go second, you just have that way to get your arsenal set up.
Yeah, and it's possible that Dill was playing Crown of Dominion in his sideboard when he goes first, but Honing Hood just giving that essentially an extra intellect and a reload for free on turn 0, very strong.
We see Cheating Scoundrel, a very powerful new card. Gets that gold generation as well as being a buff, and is utilized well by all the pirate heroes. Even though it seems like
really
a card
cool
that would be specified for Marlin, but it's good to see her using it here. Okay.
And a Bluefin Harpoon here.
Bluefin Harpoon.
Not the best disruption into Katsu. A lot of his best hands are completely pitchless, but if it does find a blue, then really strong. But
we see him blocking with Dishonor.
Sam blocking with a blue, so maybe that there's no other blues in hand, but at least a goal will be generated from Cheating Scoundrel and Hook, so getting the gold train started for Diggle.
And this Hook is so powerful when you have overpower against these decks that aren't running reaction. Well, a majority reactions to block out a lot. And just getting this gold established allows Marlin to do a lot of powerful things.
And we see 3 different gust waves in Sam's hand. I wonder how we'll convert these.
See, the Katsu wants to get these gust waves in the bin so their Bonds of Ancestry can do some really strong stuff when you destroy your Breeze Rider's boots if you can get off multiple Bonds of Ancestry.
And Dishonor, a key card blocked with on turn 1 here as well for that same reason. Marlin really bad at functioning when she doesn't draw reload off draws. So if that ever resolves, it will definitely be a problem.
And in terms of alternative loading, Diggle has the Quiver of Abyssal Depths, which makes me think he's not even running the other quiver, the Quiver of Harvests, the one Lexi.
Quiver of Rustling Leaves.
Rustling Leaves,
yeah. I think seeing Abyssal Depths here probably means that it's the only quiver in his AD, and it's there to respect more defensive matchups. So no alternative, but that does make a bit of sense in Marlin as there's so few. Like your actual arrow density is a lot lower than it was in a deck like Lexi.
We see a spinning wheel kick here, which is helping Samuel convert this hand fully from Arsenal. It is threatening the Katsu activation, but very few. There's not a very strong combo line that can come off it, so I feel Diggle's fine to take damage here.
One thing we haven't really mentioned is the amount of information that Diggle gets through these Go Fish effects about Sam's hand will just allow him to make really strong blocking decisions. Often Katsu will try and fork you, try to bait you into blocking when you shouldn't, or trick you into not blocking when you should. So even if the disruption hasn't exactly lined up here, just the extra information that Diggle's got here is very helpful.
I wonder how Flesh and Blood is very like a math evaluated game. Like you have your 2-card 8s and stuff. I wonder how much value is the information if you have to put a number on it.
That's a very interesting question. I think some matchups it's worth nothing, but some it's worth
the talismanic lens Kano debate. Sometimes the opt is worth 0 and sometimes it's worth infinity.
Yeah, exactly. But we do see a really aggressive use of Breeze Rider boots here from Sam, and a Katsu Chibi for Bonds of Ancestry. I suppose he's just trying to take his opportunities while they exist. He doesn't want to be landed trying to resolve these combo effects before.
I don't agree with this line. I feel like you have the health buffer to do a lot here, and I think Breeze Rider Boots enables some very disgusting turns from Katsu, and like you said at the start of the game, Marlin looks great until something goes wrong, and I feel like you just have to take your chances and try.
I think the games where you don't have an opportunity to send a big combo turn because he's just drawn perfect disruption, are games you're probably not going to win anyway. So yeah, it
Yeah,
does seem like
you need
quite a
to
conservative line
maximize.
from Sam here, but we'll see if it pays off. Dishonor here coming in for 4, so a nice 0 for 8 off the Spawns of Ancestry, but no disruption here as there's no surging strike on the chain. So and Diggle I'm sure knows this, so we'll
And
be happily taking 4, I think, if his
yeah,
hand
and
supports it.
no threat of the Mask of Momentum. Interesting that Samuel didn't go for pouncing links, but they're 3-0 at the moment. Maybe this is a more kind of disruptive value Katsu that then tries to do
Yeah.
these like little turns or little
Yeah,
combo turns.
more mid-rangey. The Mask Momentum makes a Breeze Rider line make a lot more sense. It seems like he could just be trying to extend the game and punish
Command
Diggle
and
for his
Conquer from Diggle. I like Command and Conquer in Marlin when you get those hands that you can't convert arrows. So being able to send this is very strong, but Diggle having to put him in Arsenal maybe stops him from, getting a big arrow.
Yeah, he arsenaled it last turn probably because the Bluefin Harpoon he needed both other blues in his hand to convert, but not the strongest line here because of the fact that Sam didn't have an arsenal, so was able to leak a point of damage there and relatively no effect. And he's setting up a Silverwind Shuriken.
This is where Katsu can get scary. Like,
definitely.
Breaking scales on board is very powerful.
Yeah, and very strong with the Mask of Momentum as well. Like definitely we could be seeing an approach here from Sam where he's just trying to draw off as many times as possible.
Wonder what Diggle's here popping a gold here. I really like the expression "go fish" when it comes to these pirate decks. I just feel like it's thematic.
Yeah, going fishing.
Yeah. And we see a last-ditch effort, and I think this is really cool. I really loved the old Gravy style deck that Evan Herndon won the Calling with back when there was 9 Tipple, where you would kind of stack like 10 gold, and while you had 20 cards in your deck, you could just like pop and go for your whole deck and end up sending these last-ditch efforts on a regular turn.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing a lot of respect for fatigue here in Diggle's deck, it looks like. So last-ditch effort in the main board is one of his blues, but also Quiver of Abyssal Depth is his only quiver. Like really shows what he was worried about in bringing Marlin. Probably feels like he's okay into the aggro decks face up, but worried about the decks that can really run him out of threats.
It's very powerful.
Wow, high currency pitched as well.
I feel like Diggle has this last ditch effort combo, and I love it. It's one of my favorite things he could do with gold. It is the payoff, as Brian Go said. But we see a 3 of a kind here, a card that
I wonder why Diggle cracked 2 gold before sending that 3 of a kind, but
I think maybe they were searching for buffs to get this over, but it seems fine here.
So you're talking about gold as the payoff?
Gold is the payoff, yeah. Like gold is a resource, gold is a card. Like it can be very powerful, and especially the hand fixing, the reliability. You can turn a 1 card blue into probably 10 damage and disruption if you have enough gold. And
definitely.
Anyone who's played High Seas Limited knows that like the gold turn pivot is huge.
It is huge. Yeah, pitching into 4 gold and playing a sloop is one of my favorite things in Flesh and Blood. But
Such a great
King Shark Harpoon, one of probably the exact card that Sam didn't want to see here. Definitely the most important card in Diggle's deck in the matchup.
But
so crucial for shutting these cards down.
That Ancestral Harmony is okay, and I don't know if you can get that in Arsenal and maybe only get disrupted by 1 card. Diggle's on 29. Like it seems Katsu is kind of like Kano, but on his own turn in physical. He can really push a lot of damage. Like sometimes he's just Zen.
But without links and Breeze Rider boots, those turns seem a lot harder. And like Sam seems contented here to just send 2 Kodachis and the 100 wins, which threatens Mask with Silverwind Shuriken backup. So
and we see like Snatch being played, so and the Shuriken, so a lot of 2 and no blocks. So I haven't seen any defense reactions. So I wonder what What is this mid-range playstyle kind of building up to? What's the game plan, the game closer into a
Yeah,
deck
yeah,
like Marlin? And maybe
yeah. It's a
Samuel is unfamiliar with Marlin and is, figuring out as he goes as well, which is one of the advantages of taking these kind of less represented decks as well.
yeah, definitely trying to force the Silverwind activation from Sam here. We'll see if he jumps at the opportunity. Yep, choosing to cash it in for damage to the card. And Windcutter's activation live here as well, so could be our first time we see an activation of that. Maybe a Winds of Eternity search for here.
The feeling of tutoring in Flesh and Blood, it just feels so nice because very few decks get to do it, and Katsu gets to do it a lot. I remember back playing Zen, just the picking up your deck and not shuffling because you knew you were going back in a,
And
in a
just be back
second.
in immediately, yeah. No one searches quite like Katsu, he's the first to do it.
You have to respect the OG heroes, especially when you're in New Zealand.
The amount of time I've waited in my life for Katsu players to finish shuffling.
There's some people are very thorough with their shuffling and then they immediately go back and search.
Yeah, Windcutter's activation here to get another Silverwind Shuriken in play as well. So essentially trading that Silverwind Shuriken for damage in a card and replacing it for just a resource is very value positive here for Sam.
But see, on hits in Katsu are worth so much just for not only a hand fix at time, but unlocking very high damage turns. And sometimes you look at a hand and you say, well, if I drew this or if I had this in my hand, well, maybe Katsu gives you that answer.
Yeah. If Katsu, your some hands you just look at and you're like, well, if they don't block my 100 wits, this is fine. But otherwise, it's terrible. And the Silverwind Shuriken just provides a lot of insurance for that.
And you get some really dynamic.
Yeah.
Because Katsu's the first time that you hit, so you get some really interesting questions. When you hit, like, do I search for this or do I search for another thing, or if they block me here? But we see a King Shark Harpoon, which is
it's so brutal.
We see a Surging Strike in
Take away the
Samuel's
key piece.
hand. This is the key part of the combo, but we see two of them. So
2 Surging Strikes and 2 Gust Waves as well.
But here's the important thing: Surging Strike is a 2-cost, so Samuel won't be able to utilize all of them.
There's a HUD and cross wrap in his chest piece, though.
Yeah, but the
onboard energy potion.
Yeah, but if Samuel uses the cross wrap to play the Surging Strike, they most likely want to discard the Surging Strike in their hand to Katsu in order to search a usable card. But because it's a 2-cost and Katsu says 0 cost, that Surging Strike kind of gets pushed into the next turn.
So a really heads-up play from Diggle here could be to leave both Surging Strikes in the hand.
Surging Strikes, yeah. Even though it seems like the core piece that you would, I want to get rid of the starter, but
especially if Diggle chooses to get rid of this yellow Tempest Palm Gust Wave, then Sam will be left with 3 reds in hand, 2 of them being 2 costs.
The advantage
it's a really punishing place to be.
The advantage of Tempest is that you can do some stuff and then play a Bonds later as it gets go again, but the whelming threatening a card draw is also very hard for Marlin. But Diggle gets to go into the next turn with a card in Arsenal, and if that card in Arsenal is an arrow, he can just keep 2 blues and feel free to block
so profitably block. Yeah.
But also Samuel's on 13,
Diggle doesn't need to. Diggle doesn't need to. Doesn't have that many turns left in which to brick on, and we haven't seen a Codex of Frailty yet either, so definitely potential for these King Sharks to come back even more. You know, Dylan, I love Codex of Frailty. What a card.
I love that card. A lot of people complain about it. I think we need cool, powerful cards, and even if Brian Gottlieb doesn't know what the card does, I think it's a very good card.
Yeah, I think it's awesome.
I've played a lot of decks that use Codex, and it is extremely powerful, but it also creates some of the most interesting lines with like Tunic, like with Death Touch or Command and Conquer, and especially in these Ranger decks where they don't have natural go again, so they use Codex in very creative ways.
Yeah, definitely. And isn't it cool that such a powerful card is so inherently mid-range?
Yeah.
You know,
Here we see the block from Diggle as full hand
and it's
information.
another Gust Wave from Arsenal.
Yeah, and Diggle used their hook earlier to block the spinning wheel kick, but it didn't really pay off earlier because they got to Katsu search anyway. But he would have been able to just shove equipment here to stop any further plays.
Well,
but...
the shove of hook, yeah, stop Mask of Momentum. Yeah, but a Katsu trigger here could turn the leftover Gust Wave into Bonds of Ancestry, which would be really profitable here.
But there's also the root of blocking and, go fishing.
Yeah. I see a Cheating Scoundrel and a Tip the Barkeep in Diggle's hand, so we need quite a specific arsenal to make that work.
Oh, he has the Tunic up, so if he has a 4-cost, oh, sorry, all the arrows are 2 costs, so...
Yeah.
But, the gold helps.
This doesn't look... Yeah, it doesn't look like Diggle has drawn a Harpoon this turn, so maybe trying to convert his whole hand defensively.
See, I don't know the contents of the arsenal, but if it is an arrow, I don't feel I agree with this because Diggle knows the ceiling of Samuel's turn because Bonds of Ancestry is the strongest target he can grab, and Diggle has full access to their graveyard and knows that it's Surging Strike in the hand. Taking this
you see a hardened cross-trap activation here?
Oh, threatening the Mass Momentum trigger and then layering it with Katsu. So if they draw 0 cost, they'll be able to get a Whelming Gust Wave. Wow.
Because it looks like that Whelming Gust Wave was a blue. So Diggle now needs to make a decision. He knows the last card in his hands. He could give up a piece of equipment.
Hardened Cross-Trap breaks the chain, right?
Yes, but I don't think that's too relevant here because the Whelming Gust Wave was... Oh, did he activate?
He pitched the Whelming
after the second Kodachi.
Yeah. So the Mass Momentum line shouldn't work. The chain should be closed right now.
Yeah, I think he activated the cross trap before the first Kodachi.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's just because the previous chain is
because the second Kodachi is being thought about blocking. So I think yeah, you're right. They should clean up the first couple links, but
no. They used the cross wrap on the first Surging because they pitched a blue for the 2 Kodachis. Yeah.
Sure, I see. So they're just converting their hand for that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. And sometimes analyzing games can be a bit hard, especially when chain links get so wide.
It is currently 2 a.m. in Ireland, so we're trying our best.
we're sacrificing our sleep to bring you this, but no better community to give this back to. But I don't know why he blocked the Kodachi there with the Tunic. If he knew the contents of Samuel's hand.
He knew the Surging Strike in hand. Yeah, a bit of a blunder there maybe from Diggle, but...
Maybe the hand just wasn't functional. I'm not sure about the Tunic, but yeah, I feel blocking there, Surging Strike is going to be the card in Arsenal, and that's a very strong starter. Yeah. And we see this new card from Omens. I forget the name, but it's the one that puts a Shuriken back to the bottom to basically become a cut through.
And you just see a smile on Diggle's face here. We had a bit of a look at me and Diggle had a bit of a look at an IO list after the spoilers dropped for Omens with Wind Cutters and Prismatic Leyline. I think Diggle just has a soft spot in his heart for janky ninja cards. So very cool to see this in play. Yeah.
See, Ninja gets a lot of hate when it's in the meta, but you have to love Katsu.
Never for me, except except when it's a ninja I don't like, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so
big shout out to this playmat as well from Sam. Such a gorgeous piece of.
I really like the art on Diggle's playmat as well. It's really nice.
Mm. An ancestral plate out here just to see what he's drawing. Always a risky play in Katsu. Do I discard the ancestral? Or do I play it for +1 and see if I do a 0 cost?
Yeah, the
But it
maximizing
looks
that
like
feature.
Sam wasn't punished here, which is good.
Maybe
I
Sam
think he drew
already knew a Be Like Water. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel maybe Sam knows that if I draw an extender, my turn can get a lot bigger, and I'll discard this card I currently have, or otherwise I just
Lots of
discard what I've got.
potential to improve his hand if he has just an average card that he was thinking about discarding.
And that's the cool part about Katsu, just adapting to the information. So this ninja card isn't a starter, so I wonder what Sam's going to go and grab. A lot of the combo cards aren't starters themselves either. Grabbing a whirling Gus Wave, which makes sense with the Surging Strike.
Surging Strike
And this Shuriken being here and the draw threat from Mask and the Whelming, it's going to be difficult because I don't think Diggle's going to block the Surging Strike.
Well, notably though, Diggle's remaining piece of equipment, the Sile Song, it blocks for 2, so it would cover 5 on the Whelming Gust Wave if he decides to deploy it there.
Yeah.
And with the Ancestral being played out on the earlier link, it can no longer be used to buff the Whelming. And Sam did discard the Be Like Water that he drew, so it seemed like he had his hand lined up and just wanted to get some extra value out of the Ancestral empowerment there.
But I think an issue here is a lot of Marlin's blues are her 3 blocks, and her reds tend to be these +3 pumps that block 2. So if Diggle has to block with his blue, maybe blocking with 3 block in the boots costs him more than just. Yeah.
I'm really curious as to what Diggle's arsenal is here.
Yeah, especially after
seems
the
unlikely that it was a yellow, but yeah. So maybe a reload effect or a pump. But we see the new harpoon from Compendium of Wraith that comes after arsenals in hand. So at the very least, an attack to send here on Diggle's turn. Maybe enticed to give Sam the draw to encourage him to arsenal, but.
I think if you give the Katsu the draw here, it could be very powerful. We see a block
especially
5.
2 draws with the Mask Momentum is too much. A block 5 here to cover the Silverwind Shuriken activation. Very clean.
I mean, but the arsenal is a big game trophy shot.
Big game trophy shot. Very interesting. Could line up well with the arrow he has in hand. And with Sam only at 13, even if there isn't that much life disruption, he could just start showing lethal.
Yeah. Luckily, Sam has
Katsu
some armor.
Definitely a deck that doesn't want to block.
That's the benefit of running Mask Momentum is when you get a draw off it, you get that card's worth of value that you usually get off links, but then you also get the 2 health off the Mask block.
Look at this,
Dylan.
Pitching a Surging Strike into the Wind Cutters. To the Shuriken, get 2 draws off this, essentially trading 1 card for 2 cards and damage.
That was a very risky ancestral empowerment from Sam, now that you know his full hand. Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
But now let's see what the deck gives us. I see a spinning
wheel kick with nothing floating, probably not ideal.
Pitching. Kadachi
pitching to Kadachi.
Oh, if I'm Diggle,
it could be a snatch here. It could be a snatch here, though.
Arsenal.
Arsenal pass, and that's makes his harpoon in hand live. That's very fortunate.
I'm very happy as Diggle here.
Deep sigh of relief.
Yeah.
And the classic Marlin activation to pay for the big game trophy shot, the draw discard, essentially go up a card.
Yep.
Very strong interaction out of Marlin. Did he
Take
draw
game.
blue?
No,
Take
it
aim.
might be a blue take game. Marlin does have to run a
That's
lot
such
of.
a Diggle card.
It's such a Marlin card. Oh, we got the hand cam. Looks like a red take game.
A red take aim, but can
So-
still, with the blue in hand, still convert this for a lot of damage.
I think we
And
could.
one key thing to note about the is it the shallow water shark harpoon? I don't think you need to activate the hammerhead to turn it online, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's just that overpower that is questionable.
Yeah,
if you want it.
maybe you do have to activate a harpoon. I haven't played a whole lot with the card, and we also see the new Marlin harpoon that can steal red cards in hand as well. So maybe Diggle wondering if he'd be more interested in playing that this turn.
I think Diggle's being punished for blocking with the tunic here. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, he has to discard this if he wants to activate the hammerhead and play the take aim. So yeah, Marlin.
Very interesting. So it looks like he's gonna load the Goldfin harpoon here.
Yeah.
Deciding that a hammerhead activation is the most valuable thing he can do.
But there's no disruption.
No disruption is yeah. But with the take aim, this will be 13 overpower, which shows lethal.
You shove the mask probably. Katsu can do some explosive things with a 5-card hand. Diggle choosing to play the take aim. There was a debate there to not play the take aim in case of locking out, and then just using the take aim to reload. But
at 10 life, even forcing mask of momentum block is valuable here.
Yeah.
And he does have at least one gold and probably a second after the hook to ensure that he can reload next turn.
Unless the Katsu has drawn all their attack reacts.
The Wind Cutters look to be going on the commit chain after all three shurikens are out of deck.
Maybe it's just
and just blocking one, going to one. Yeah. Wow. And Marlin, a deck that really struggles once it starts to block.
So, probably one of the decks that are most punished. Like, we had Bolton on earlier, but Marlin's cards are so expensive. And that's where having a lot of gold can help, because you can convert these like 1 or 2 card hands into a lot of damage. But you know, if Katsu hits this turn, that they are converting that hand.
We do see a Codex of Frailty in hand, though. Which, even though there isn't a Leave No Witnesses, even a blue drill shot, which is definitely in graveyard, is often good enough, especially with the Frailty being worth so much in decks like these. I wonder, does Sam have the bonds already in hand? To follow this Goth's way up.
We didn't see their draw. Oh, the Descendant is from Arsenal. Oh, so last turn he drew 2 1 costs. That's very unfortunate, but this assured go again is very. Ooh, retrace the past. This
very interesting.
Good. He gets to name it. He's chosen to name it Surging Strike, which indicates another Gust Wave in the hand.
And yeah.
Checking his bin. Always do this as a Katsu, because there's no worse feeling than picking up your deck, searching for a card, and then realizing all 3 of them are in the grave. And even worse, sometimes 2 are in the grave and 1's in the banish, and he didn't realize.
This is such a scary card to let hit. And I'm wondering if Diggle thinks his best out here is just to try and deny the
He does have a 3 of a kind, but again, that tunic block earlier in the game might have been a lot more than 1 block.
1 point of value.
Yeah.
Looks like 2 Codex of Frailties and a 3 of a kind in hand.
This hand is blocking 6.
Maybe a blue insert. A Murderous Rabble. A Codex and a 3 of a kind.
Still 7 block against a Katsu who's...
Oh, wow. And he's deciding to keep the Murderous Rabble. This tells me he probably wants to be blocking with his whole hand here. But I think Sam might have lethal here if he has the bonds in hand.
Even if he doesn't have the bonds in hand, if this is a 0 cost, he just Katsus and
Yeah, it's Katsu's and finds it.
yep, discard. It was another
Wow.
gust wave. Yeah.
And the power of wind cutters.
I think even any 0 for 4, yeah.
So impressive. What such an impressive game here from Katsu.
Yeah.
Drawing
Unfortunate.
multiple cards off mask with the wind cutters. Yeah.
Diggle a good sport. Very, very kind. He knows the game's over.
We don't need to shuffle again. Yeah.
We don't need to. Yeah, please just put the deck down.
Great game here from Sam. Really showing off the power of wind cutters with mask of momentum.
Yeah, I'm very
Like so much card
interested
advantage accumulated.
Hopefully we
there.
get to talk to Sam and get his thoughts on this kind of mid-range approach to Katsu and maybe why they didn't take links, or it seemed to work because I guess you're less vulnerable to getting disrupted when you can present these like kind of consistent turns with whatever you're left with.
Yeah, definitely. And Diggle pulled Tunic out here. I wonder if that's him preparing for the next game or reflecting on how this game went. And maybe
it's very pronounced. I think he pointed near his chest in the reflection, and even there, Sam's pointing at the Tunic. Like, I think he would have been able to send the Arsenal Disruption.
Shallow water shark harpoon. Definitely, if he cracked a gold and drawn a blue, he would have been able to there. So yeah, quite a big punish.
Yeah, but it's good to see. As much as we wanted to see Marlon succeed, it's great to see these heroes like Katsu.
Two awesome decks and two awesome players. Really cool to see. Katsu take it down.
And moving into draft, very excited for that because we've got to see these original heroes like Katsu, Bolton, but now we're moving into the new stuff, the Omens heroes, Ziggy, the new Acilio, Aurora. How are you feeling about the draft format?
A little inexperienced, but very excited to see what the players cook up. I think the draft is a lot of fun. The decks are so low power, and so it's so fun just trying to squeak over the finish line with absolutely nothing. I've had multiple wins in this format with 0 cards in my deck. So and it's a format where that happens is just one that's clearly really well balanced. So it's really exciting to see. It's been a long time since I had a draft format, so I've never casted a draft before, so it'll be very cool to see
I'm
one
very
of
much
our
a limited enjoyer, and I haven't got to play much with the new set, but I've definitely looked into a lot. LSS are definitely supporting the community at getting back into draft, since it's been gone for so long with Silver Age coming in. That the Simon Nielsen videos and articles, it's there. I feel like we're back in that draft period, and it's a good one to get back into the swing into things with, keeping it low power. But
they always make the Nats draft set a banger. So let's see if Sam's interested in a stream. That he just seems to be getting along so well with Diggle that
it's so difficult not to. Sam, let's get on.
We go, James jumping in for the headset.
Yeah. Oh, the hat's off.
Hey,
hello.
Hey, Sam. Congrats.
So
nicely done.
Yeah,
nicely done.
Thank you. It's a matchup I'm terrified of every time. That's not great for Katsu if they get those King Sharks going, eh?
Yeah, there's so many big disruption pieces, and we're very interested in your choice to bring Mask Momentum over a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. What was your thought process there?
It's more just people always feel like they have to block around Mask of Momentum, so it causes a lot more awkward blocking situations for people. And you can typically get a lot more value over the span of the game if you can force the attacks to hit and actually get the mask trigger. Whereas, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, you might get 6 to 8 value out of it once, but the mask can maybe, if you're lucky, accrue more than that over the span of the game if it goes long enough.
Yeah, and you get that 2 block at the end as well.
And you also still get the 2 block as well as the draws.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked so well in conjunction with the wind cutters as well. We saw a couple Masters off the back of wind cutter activations. How do you feel about wind cutters in Katsu?
I think wind cutters was exactly what Katsu needed, because like that and both Tigran, it's essentially now people don't like if you stack up the shurikens, you can now be like threatening 3 on every, so they're either over blocking with an extra card on every chain link, or they just let you have it. And then with the Tigrans as well, then you've essentially got 6 Ancestrals in the deck, because making the Crouching Tiger and just discarding it to Katsu is broken.
Yeah, no, it's the first non-mystic card that makes a tiger in the hand, which is really interesting. And you seem to be very experienced on Katsu. Are you Katsu main? Is a hero you're very familiar with?
Yeah, so I started playing Flesh and Blood way back in 2019 and picked up Katsu back then and played him. I took him to the first Nats, so didn't do terribly there. Just missed out on day 2 by not too much. I think I placed like 25th at that one, and then I dropped out of the game for a while, came back in when Gravy came out, mained Gravy for a while, and then now that Katsu's got all this new support and he feels like very, very viable, I've jumped back on Katsu, and he's honestly amazing. I spent the past month practicing a lot because I knew Nats was coming up, and as bad and maybe nerdy as it's going to sound, I probably played about 350 games over the last month on Talishara and Katsu.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Well,
you're 4-0 right now.
It's paying off. Yeah. No. We play a lot of Fab over here as well, so definitely very used to it. Hey, massive congrats, man! Awesome to see Katsu players finally walking the walk.
Yeah.
Very cool to see. Yeah.
And draft is up next. How do you feel moving on to? You said you just came back and you put a lot of practice in the CC. How do you feel for draft, and are you familiar with like the heroes?
Yeah, so I've done maybe like 4 drafts, so I'm not crazy familiar, but I think I've got enough practice. I'm not too sure how it'll go, because to me draft feels very luck based. Like I'm not particularly good at like reading the signs and that sort of like style, but we'll just wing it really. Try and force maybe Yacilio, maybe Ziggy. I don't think Aurora's the top deck at the moment, even though I'm obviously an aggro player.
Well, you're definitely in a solid position to, maybe if you have to sacrifice a bit of performance in the draft, going 4-0 in CC is a very good safety net if you're not as prepared as other players.
Yeah, no, 100%. I could not have dreamed going 4-0 in CC when I started today. I thought, 3-1 in CC, and then I just try and do 2-1 and draft, and we should be good.
Yeah, and
awesome.
A very pivotal moment in the game is when Diggle blocked with their Tunic on the Kodachi when it was on 1, and we just saw you two discussing after the game. Was that about the Tunic block?
No, that was discussing about, so when I decided to buff the Whelming Gust Wave by 2 and try to get it to hit the draw off of both Mask and Whelming Gust Wave, I was concerned that he may be running and may have had a Throw Caution to the Wind in his hand. That's what we were discussing there.
Yeah, or a Tar Pit Trap as well, since he shot those earlier. Yeah,
I didn't actually pay attention to that. I didn't even think about the Tar Pit Trap, which I should have, because I do have a local Marlin player who we've discussed about. He's tried running no Tar Pit Traps and running Tar Pit Traps, and like, you definitely run Tar Pit Traps in this matchup.
Yeah, you definitely run.
Yeah. If they're doing your AG, so good at Katsu, eh?
Yeah, so busted.
No, but congratulations on the win, and best of luck in the draft.
Massive congrats, man.
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the OG Ninja going 4-0.
Yeah, super cool to see. Lots of Katsu love in New Zealand, so awesome to see some of them converting.
Now,
if we'll have go over some of the results from this last round.
Yeah,
we've got Prism, James Kane, great Prism player, going to 4-0. Kale unsurprisingly, 4-0 on Valda.
Takes down our
Still doing the
previous future
Guardian.
match, Michael Collins on Prism.
Mm.
And Dennis Sang,
Dennis
4-0
Sang.
on Victor.
Beating a Rhino in that last round as well. Super big.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it,
yeah,
it's
very
Dennis
impressive. Yep. Alexander McCullum.
as well on Victor.
Great guy, high energy. I'm sure this guy, the entire room will hear when Alex wins a clash. But yeah, taking out another Prism.
Yeah.
We've got Darren, I think, will be the first of our 3-1s. He dropped a game to Dennis in the last round. But yeah, 3-1 on Acilio, 2-time calling champ. So good to see him.
Nick on 5, very impressive.
Yeah, Nick Kerr, so another 5, reaching 3-1.
But just
David
below them,
Marshall.
Syndra.
Yeah. David Marshall managing to keep winning, and it's 3-1 now. Liam Sponkin, another one of our feature matches, Cilio to Michael, managed to pick up a win against John Furige, 3-1.
Yeah. And we also see a Kasai, Marshall Stevenson, and our first Marionette, which taking down an Uzuri who was looking like the stronger assassin at the start of this round. We have Thomas Bailey Galbraith, also known as TBG, a very well-known player. I think he's 3-1 now, winning on Syndra.
And we have the one and only Betsy in the field, advancing to 2-2. So still very much live. Yeah. I think 2-2. It could be 3-1. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bitsy really does have skin in the game, huh?
Let me do a quick search here. Betsy. No, the Betsy's 3-1. Yep.
3-1. Skin in the game indeed. Yeah, very impressive from Jess. Awesome. Yeah, I'd be excited to see some action with the new hammer. It isn't even a hammer; it's a club, but
it's a log. No, the log is it's very powerful. It's a sledge that works very well with her hero ability, and then that allowing her to use her good time chapeau. Betsy definitely has tools. I'm not going to talk it up too much at the moment because it's still a bit behind a few other decks. It's Betsy. But yeah, no, having a permanent tool on board that buffs the hero, the amount of value you can get over the turn just off having one better weapon is very useful.
Yeah, definitely a really powerful sip piece.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool to see.
But a few matchups still going, but next we'll be back with the draft.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break before then. See you guys soon.
Yep, see you guys. Bye. Hey everyone.
Hey folks,
We're back.
welcome back.
So we're back here for the draft portion of the event, which will be 3 rounds. Our featured drafter is Thomas Bailey Galbraith, a good friend of both of ours and an amazing player.
Yeah, I think one of the best limited players in the entire world. At the double header calling last year, Thomas made top 8 of the Welcome to Wraith calling on the Friday and Saturday, and then on the Sunday he won the Battle Hardened in Arcane Rising Sealed. So just goes to show, I think, like when he's on form in limited, he's absolute force. So it'd be really interesting to see what he thinks of the Omens format.
Very strong player. But yeah, Lucas, what are your thoughts about this format so far? I find that it's very interesting in that it's low power and converting hands is kind of the main thing you're looking to do in this set.
I think they've struck a really good balance where, like, often low power formats just end up in fatigue, but it's a low power format where there are lots of ways to end the game, which means you just have to be really intentional about the way you're playing. Card evaluation is really interesting, evasion's really interesting, and I've had a blast with it so far. I've mainly drafted a Cilio. I know that the way Thomas likes to draft, he will go in off the high powered rares, and we'll speculate on those. So hopefully he opens one of those. But yeah, super exciting format. I think it's really interesting, and great to get back into draft after so long.
Yeah, I enjoy Silver Age, but nothing beats limited. But I think we're about to start. Just counting the packs and going through, and yeah, the first pack.
Okay, really interested in what the rares are here.
In Eving Arcstride.
Don't know if I saw any premium red commons. The rare seems to be a yellow pulse ray. Something. Which is powerful fragment card, but much better at red than yellow. But Thomas has pulled it to the front of the pack here. The equipment is the Illusionist arm piece. I do think the overall, the equipment in this format, the class equipment in this format is really quite weak. And that often you'd prefer to have
the Seekers equipment.
The Seekers and especially the Astral equipment.
Prevention equipment.
I think is really powerful. So
Thomas starts by taking the Star World Warning, which creates 2 lightning flows. Lightning flow generation is very powerful in this format for a lot of reasons. If you're playing a Cilio, you need it to use your hero ability, and Ziggy will help with kind of fatigue strategies into a Cilio. Now here we see a Majestic. We see Tempt Over. Very strong for sealing lightning flows, but they can interact.
I definitely think better in Aurora than the other 2. But yeah, definitely a strong card for sealing lightning flows. He seems to be eyeing up a red Cilio spell. So one that makes a flow if Starfall is active. But Volatile Fluxer looks really good here. And he does look like he's interested in the Tempt Over and also Ominous Excavation, which is a really, really powerful card for combating fatigue.
I think there's a lot of good Ziggy cards here, which maybe tells Thomas to kind of stay away from Ziggy because he'll end up creating some as he passes to them. Thomas uses Excavation. Staying open, which is very good. And with his Lightning Flow Generation instant, he has 4 flows in his deck already, which if he ends up in a Ziggy trying to fatigue Acilios, it could be very strong.
Yeah, definitely. Pulling forward immediately.
Arcane Barrier.
Spellbane Sigil. Arcane Barrier X, really powerful cyber piece of into Acilio. I doubt that will be his pick here, but definitely interesting card.
Nebula Duality and Cosmic Sutures as well. These are 2 premium cards.
Really powerful. Yeah.
But so is Ebon Arcstride.
Hello, Path of Samians. I know that he loves Path of Samians at all colors. It looks like trying to stay open here. I'm interested in this ominous respite to go with the ominous excavation as well. You can really make it part of your game plan if you.
Yeah.
But he does go with the Spellbane Sigil. Very interesting.
Very interesting start because he's passed a lot of Ziggy cards, so I wonder what the people around him will go into, or maybe Thomas is going for an alternative kind of whatever hero I end up in. I can probably fatigue if there's a lot of low value like Cilios in the pod. See
Yeah, look, pulling him forward a red Heaven's Claws, very interesting. I think he just hasn't seen the really premium class cards that would pull him, make him want to take a pick of a
when we look at
a class card over a generic that he'd always be able to play. And wants to wait to spec.
We see wizard cards have already left the pack, so we can assume that the people passing the Thomas are set on a Cilio, and it's a very common thing in this set that you draft towards the Cilio and then you try and go into something if you're not in that seat. So Thomas is doing good by staying open here.
I think he's really waiting for that outlier card, the card that's just too powerful to be in the pack. Like this blue Cosmic Space stuff. Absolutely premium Ziggy rare.
Yeah.
Alongside two Ziggy commons in the pack, I think.
Yeah, so maybe this is
he's been waiting for the card that's out of place, and I think blue. I'd be happy first picking this card, so I'm sure that Thomas is still to sit here and give him a bit of direction. And Ziggy, I do think is the best fatigue hero, so works well with his defensive package.
Plan so far, and Thomas has passed 3 to 4 Ziggy cards every pack. That it feels like he's very comfortable if these wheel back around that he'll get cards that he'll be able to have in his deck.
I know that when Thomas is drafting like this, he's sort of happy taking the L in pack 2. If he's in the right seat, pack 1 and 3 should be really strong for him. And I know that Ziggy is a bit underdrafted overall. Cosmic Duality here, absolutely premium, absolute premium Ziggy blue. So like, I think he's happy.
We also have a blue Ebbing Arcside, which is
good.
Yeah, no, there's so many Ziggy cards left over that I think Thomas is very comfortable to maybe start going into the Ziggy seat, and he's really set up his anti-Acilio kind of fatigue cards, and
I also think
he's doing very well on generation.
A lot of Ziggy's commons are somewhat replaceable with one another. So he's really looking for that irreplaceable effects like Cosmic Space Dust to start, and even if passing some sort of replaceable red fragment attack seems okay.
This is an interesting pick because the Shattering Flow Tide is very good for fragment generation while being a blue and another fragment card, but the Nebulous Cycle as well, creating a Ponder, can be very strong, and as well Ward, and I think he's going to go for the Flow Tide.
I do think the Ponders are that is the weakest of that cycle. And you can't afford to have too many of these non-blocking auras, especially yellow and reds. So I think he's being conservative, and like something like this Flittering Starbreeze, he'd be much more interested in. But maybe even going for Cosmic Duality for the flow generation. But you don't want too many of these no blocking auras that struggle to convert. So I do think it makes sense. But Floating Starbreeze, I do think is the best of this common blue cycle. So be interesting pick. But the Cosmic Duality is just so premium.
The go again is so strong when it's so hard to convert your hands, but the duality also allows him to convert his hands while having modular, and he's being rewarded.
Look at this, he's wheeled his chess piece. And
he's
3 blue Ziggy cards. He must be happy about this.
Yeah.
And this is the reward for staying open, you know?
Yeah.
The arm piece, any piece of equipment that you get 9th pick is just incredible. Like I was saying that I don't like them so much, that they're not early picks, but getting it 9th pick is essentially free. So getting any.
He's already established some fragment cards, so he knows he has the engine to use them. And
and this is I think this is the best color of Clear Conscience as well.
The blue,
the blue is just excellent. Like one card still doesn't cover the on hit, and I think that's a premium Ziggy rare that he's just got 10th pick. So
Yeah, and you said
clearly
Thomas
he
likes
must
to
be
draft
happy
around
with
these
this.
rares, but it seems like they're just being handed to him.
Yeah, Blue Cosmic Safe Dust went so late.
The
This is a
live
bit of a
wire press.
like it looks like some other people might have picked up that Ziggy is the open seat. Seeing a Rev Nebula duality there is
Crazy.
I think that's a premium Astilio card. So maybe some regrets there from Thomas, but it looks like maybe someone to his right has also pivoted to Ziggy.
Yeah.
But yeah, which
Oh, the
is
Hollow
actually
Shield?
concerning. You know, the Hollow Shield is a decent. I think it's primarily an Astilio sideboard
Yeah,
piece, but I do
it
think
can
it's
be a
strong in
bit clunky, but it's very good. And if Thomas is going for this fatigue straight, and yeah, another
And
Ziggy
last pick,
card.
Yellow Pulsing Cardia. Very happy to
Everything's playable here,
do that.
so.
Mm.
But we
Yeah,
definitely know the people passing to Thomas have identified that, oh, maybe Ziggy is a bit open here. But Thomas
yeah.
definitely has
Well,
a
but
solid
those
base
packs
here.
were so late. Those packs were so late that perhaps anybody at the table could have pivoted Ziggy, but just
Yeah.
but yeah. I would be surprised if this pack is amazing for Thomas, just because surely some of the people who've left to his left have also picked up on the open Ziggy signals.
We see Thomas using his
Swords
review
pick.
here to kind of group his cards. Like he's doing it by color, but he's also counting his fragments. And then at the back, he has these kind of like sideboard slots where he's like live wire press is probably good in the mirror. Hollow Shield is probably a Cilio card. And now he's probably thinking, well, he wants to look for it to kind of establish his main board because he has very good supporting pieces right now.
Yeah. Probably looking for some premium red fragment attacks. The Polaris Pulse Ray, the one that deals arcane damage, I think is excellent, or Blink of an Eye. Just to try and Ziggy is so good at low life totals, so just trying to
even
get some
fraying
of those
life
cards for
force
force
can be a
damage.
great
So
one as well.
fraying life force is excellent, especially with the sort of fatigue-ish start that he started the draft on with the Scoured Warning and the Ominous Excavation. Blue Cosmic Space Dust, also premium target for Ominous Excavation, and if he picks up maybe even a red Cosmic Space Dust, that'd be an excellent target for the Ominous Excavation. Great to play out first cycle and then finish the game off late.
This is a very good example of staying open in draft.
Yeah, it does seem like some other people have jumped in on the pivot, but we'll see how many there are. Like until the last few packs of that picks of that pack, Ziggy looked incredibly open. So
Another Cosmic Sutures.
a Storm Shard here is really interesting.
Storm Shard, yeah. Another Cosmic Duality. This is a very powerful Acilio pack, but we also see this Seeker's Hood, and we already talked about how valuable equipment is here.
Yeah, Thomas doesn't even seem interested in the Storm Shard, which is interesting. I think I quite like it in Ziggy as a way to in games, but I think he seems to think that like inevitability is on his side, so just being able to get to the in game would be strong, and having a red no block on your deck doesn't help that. But yeah, a red core reaction over here, and a Cilio player is going to be very happy.
Yeah, and more Cosmic Sutures.
And red Cosmic Suture.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, Thomas takes the equipment.
Just playing it safe with the equipment.
I feel like this is where kind of I learned in draft, like how strong equipment is. Well, when I feel like I really started to understand draft was like I used to just leave equipment because I wanted my deck to be very powerful, and then you kind of waste slots, and you need to grab these pieces.
If an equipment is worth 1 point, it turns a red into a yellow in your deck. So I think it's just.
But here we see a red Flittering Spike. I see this card as a premium card because a 1 for 6, especially when you're playing Ziggy, where you can use those resources to gain more lightning flows or set up a defensive piece while still presenting very respectful damage off one card that also blocks 3.
And very nice with the Skyward Warning and Ominous Excavation that he's already picked up. He doesn't need that many more enablers, and you see almost really prioritizing generic cards here. Not just because they're better than the Ziggy cards in the pack, but also because given the fact that seed is so open, he should expect to get some of these Ziggy cards on the
Ace of
wheel.
Spades. Yeah. Next pack. Very
a red
powerful
Acilio
wizard
as
card.
well. Yeah,
Oh, right to the front. The I like this card a
the
lot.
Sigil of
Gain
Astral
1.
Flow.
Yeah.
Nourishing Glow.
Nourishing Glow. I like this card a lot with the Ziggy interaction.
Yeah, it's really nice into Aurora, especially because you can convert it blocking a Comet Sting, is it?
Well.
Yeah. But the Sigil of Astral Flow is also a really good piece in Ziggy, just refunding it costs a card, but refunding the flow when it's blinked to
It's also
just give you
being
more
able
Ziggy activations
to
to close the game.
Yeah, being able to enable your weapon is very important in Ziggy, and these
Yeah,
blues that
definitely.
you pitch early on in the game are going to come back around, and if you can just, have a few cards in your deck where you're presenting these arcane damages against like an Aurora who uses their lightning flows for go again, or an Acilio is very good for ending the game.
Yeah, definitely. I also think he would have really liked to take in equipment in that pack, but
You want to see a
there's
circular
another
flow
headpiece
tide.
which is
I think this is the
this is the
strongest of
best
this
of
cycle.
the best of this cycle for sure. And
Yeah.
be very
Lightning
you can
Flow
only
is
play a few of
so
these
strong.
cards. So
Yeah.
I think this is definitely the type that this is not as replacement level as the
And he already has a
attacks.
hollow shield. He already has an arm piece. So I think this is locked in.
We are seeing less Ziggy in this pack, which does indicate that the people to his left
Which
also
makes sense
picked up on
because
the
Thomas
Ziggy
has like 3 or 4 Ziggy cards for the first like 5
Yeah.
packs.
None of them were too premium though, but it does make sense that that eventually somebody else is going to pick up on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yellow
Yeah.
Polaris
Polaris Pulse Ray.
Thomas even considered pick one pack wanting this card. And I think
this is a very powerful rare.
Now the floating Starbreeze is also really nice, but I can't imagine him taking it over the Polaris Pulse Ray here. Even in yellow, I think Thomas has so many ways to activate Aphrodite in the in game with the Sigil of Astral Flow, Cosmic Space Dust, Ominous Excavation that I think
And these cards are very good in like these like middle colors like yellow, because when you get to the late game, if they're low, sending these cards just requires blocks. And early on, they might not be respected enough, so they're very flexible at the start or at the end of the game. And then you're just forced to give them the benefit.
Pulling forward a Carmveil of Volthaven, but I really am looking at this blue Cosmic Duality. I don't think you can have
Thomas has a lot of flow generation, but again, more is always great, and then it being a block 3, a blue, it's very good, but prevention is very strong.
Yeah, for sure. We see a red Auric Shards in the pack, which I think is a premium card in specific Ziggy builds.
Thomas takes it.
I do think it's a really powerful card, and if you want one red aura, I think it's good that it's a red aura.
I'm not very sure if I think it's a good enough rate.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good. Well, I think it's
good
really good.
Yeah, it's good with what's the name of the dominate one?
the dominant. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Road
a dominant
Authority.
5-minute attack. Yeah,
we see.
I don't actually think. Oh no, you can't Storm Shard or Road Authority. You can. Yeah, these evasive attacks just really strong. But this is the blue fragment that makes it flow is also really premium. I can't imagine him taking it over there.
He takes the road. Thomas has established his finishers kind of with those past 2 picks.
Yeah, I do think that red Auric Shards is a bit potentially a bit overdrafted. I don't think you can have more than one copy really, but I do think that first copy in a deck that can support it is really premium. And creates a lot of explosivity in the to get to that low life.
It kind of takes the. I think Thomas takes this Heaven's Claw for the block 3. It's blue.
Yeah, Acilio does look more open than we expected. maybe a few people left Celio at the same time. But a blue
Another
cosmic duality.
duality.
I think blue cosmic duality is the best blue common for Ziggy. So
Yeah.
I'm like amazed that they're still coming around. At blue, ends the game, helps with fatigue, helps converting hands. So like I imagine he's still with us.
And from looking at these packs, what heroes do you think those beside Thomas are at the moment? Because I feel like Acilio is so open. I feel like there might be multiple heroes.
He's pulling out this weird
arc ramp.
the arc ramp, which I do think is a strong card in certain Acilio builds, and he's taking a blue hollow shield. I do think that people
I think blue hollow
have
shield
started on Acilio, especially
great.
to his right, and then I don't think I want to put it in his deck.
I feel like he should have took the arc ramp just to reduce the ceiling for other Acilios, but that's me.
Yeah, probably. Brush Off is a premium sideboard card here, though.
He has 2 now. Oh, Force Field.
Oh, Force Field. It's a very late red Force Field. It is a red Force. I think this. Oh, and he goes for the Heaven's Claws.
I think he values the pitch.
Yeah. I suppose. I do think that the defense reaction is very good, but only especially in the mirror.
These arc strides are very powerful on turn 1 or at the end of the game where they're basically forced to go again.
Yeah, definitely.
So far, very solid from Thomas. He has aggressive tools, he has defensive tools, and he has an insane amount of lightning flow generation. I feel if he can finish up his equipment set, he's pretty good.
I agree. He's definitely really high in flow generation, and is probably looking for 1 or 2 blue auras to help utilize them. But even just being Spell Void 1 is really excellent. I think he would want like 1 or 2 more Acilio sideboard pieces if he's really looking to 3-0 this pod, because I'm sure that if there's only 2 or 3 Acilios, the decks will be incredibly powerful. So, past that, Calm Vale of Vault Haven for the red orc shards, which I think may have been correct, but I think definitely needs to, even though he has the Aegis and the Brush Off, a couple more sideboard pieces, especially when he's not struggling for playables at all. Would be
I find
really good.
I find this is the first draft set where I feel like you have a sideboard. I don't know if you agree with that.
One of the skills in draft is I think learning to take cards for sideboard, but in this set I think it's very forced and very obvious. You did see, I think a lot of people will get to pack 3 and be like, oh, I need sideboard pieces. But Thomas taking that Spellbane Sigil, pick 4, really prioritizing, and the Starwood Warning pick 1 even as a mainboard piece, really prioritizing these pieces so that he can spend picks later on class cards that he's sure that he's going to play. Seeker's Delay here.
Blink of an eye.
Oh, blink of an eye. This is
that's a premium
as
piece.
good as this equipment is. I think that, especially in conjunction with the red orc shards, I think this might be the best Ziggy rare attack. I probably wouldn't take it over Cosmic Space Dust, but still, I can't complain at all.
Yeah, Thomas has access to so many good rares so far.
Yeah, and like we were saying at the start, I think in this format, with the power level being so low, that the good decks are really defined by a few really high quality rares. So, there's a few cards he's happy to wheel in this pack as well, even so. It has to be.
If he can get another Crows of Space Dust here, he's looking very, very safe.
Yeah, and remember, pack 2 we thought would be worse for him than the other packs. So so it could be better. Yeah. Yellow Clear Conscience. Again, I think Clear Conscience is maybe the worst color. It's very premium. Of course, he'd like to take the arm piece here, but he already has an arm piece, and I do think the prevention is a stronger arm piece than the fingers of fragmentation. But there's also a Thunderous Retort here if he's prioritizing. Thomas limiting the powerful Runeblade cards that are still in this pack. I definitely think the Wizards are to Thomas's right and the Runeblades are to Thomas's left. So,
looks like the Clear Conscience here, or is he just going to draft another blue?
Yeah, I think Clear Conscience is a good pick.
Yeah,
yeah.
Out of that pack, it's fine. Yeah. Again, keeping enough damage in your Ziggy deck is very important because you don't have a traditional weapon.
I do think these Starflow robes.
Ooh, that's a
premium pickup. Yeah.
Another ebbing. Red one.
Yeah.
But also a chess piece, and this chess piece that
I have to imagine we saw him pick one, pack one, Starwood Warning. I have to imagine we see him take Starflow robes. Yeah, I think it's especially considering he has one Seeker's equipment, so taking one of these 2 costs.
Yeah, it just converts to blue. Especially when you have no block blues like Hollow Shield and the Space Dust.
Definitely. And you want to be able to prevent arcane damage early in the game.
Even the Ominous Excavation that he has. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just so much lightning flow generation in this deck.
Yeah.
And we've got a Majestic. Reality.
I do think it's not the best Majestic, but it is quite strong. I think it's maybe not as good as doing Starboys. I would take Red Shadowing Flowtide here.
I would take the Red Shadowing Flowtide because it's so powerful. Because if they just take 5, it's bad, and if they give you a Lightning Flow, you basically got 4 or 5 value anyway.
I think a lot of the fragment attacks, good players often get a lot of equity into because they can just make the best decision based on the game state and give the Ziggy opponent the worst option. But the Flow Stride, it's a really is a little situation, and I think Thomas is looking for a few more high quality red fragment attacks. So to pair with his,
he has his blue base, and he has enough auras, especially in his blues. So this is how he's gonna chip people down. Oh, and a red Cosmic Duality.
I do think that weirdly, red Cosmic Duality is the worst color. Just because it's the only fragment attack that doesn't have an on fragment trigger. So I much prefer it at blue and yellow, but I think at any color it is a high quality card. It does seem like there are still red spells in the pack. There's still a quick succession in the pack. It really does seem like there's a good split here because
the distribution is equal enough that it's probably 3 different heroes lined up, and then maybe 2
which is probably a bit punishing for staying open. Like in a pod that seemed to have broken down so evenly, spending your first picks on a few good cards may have been higher value than finding an open seat when
we have a yellow duality, but we also have a elliptical conflux, and Thomas has a lot of attacks now after drafting through this pack. That I think the conflux could enable some very big turns.
Yeah, definitely. Although I do think he is lacking somewhat on the 0-cost fragment attacks. They're really what go well with the embodiment of lightning tokens. Yeah. So I'm surprised. I think the duality, I think is they're just so premium at converting hands. They both in games and save your life with the effect. And here's another decent red fragment attack or Spellbane Sigil. I imagine this is a really close pick because he probably has 30 playables already. And although the red fragment attack is a decent upgrade to Kaina's deck, or at least we'll get 30 playables comfortably, the Spellbane Sigil is so premium into Acilio. So. Do you think these a more defensive Ziggy list might bring in Spellbane Sigil and the Mirror to prevent Aphrodisiac activations? Or
with this amount of lightning flow generation, I think you'd be safe, but Let's say an
I
average
think rewarded.
draft Ziggy deck can send 10 for Idios.
I think rewarded here for taking the Spellbane Sigil. I think yellow Flow Stride may even be better than red Pulsing Cardia. So
Yeah.
just because the fragment effect is so much stronger, so I definitely rewarded for taking the sideboard piece there.
I'm very interested in how this would play into a very aggressive Aurora deck. But
Yeah, he has got quite a few no blocks. Still a Vault Bound Duality here. Still some blue Acilio spells. But yeah, Nebulous Cycle the pick there.
I feel Thomas has some very good arsenable draws as well.
Yeah, this is true.
Just thinking about the Rift Breaker. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think maybe he's worried about his blue count, but I think he has actually taken quite a few yellows in the last pack.
He'll push off. Glide Through.
I love blue Glide Through.
Yeah, it's so flexible.
Yeah, very premium. Not quite as good as Dualities, just because it's a 2-block and requires your opponent to do something to get the effect. But
it's very good that Thomas has so
really
many resource sinks.
Yeah, definitely. He should always be able to convert his hand. Well, not always, but often be able to convert his hand productively.
Another
Blue Orc
shard.
Shards probably
That's
not
fine.
too interested in here. But
like, there's nothing else in
yeah,
there.
may not make the 30.
The final 30, yeah.
Still a red. Oh, it's a yellow spell. Yeah, I would have been shocked. The 2 Acilio cards in the pack is crazy. It does look like Aurora ended up being quite drafted.
Yeah, maybe 3 Aurora.
I actually really enjoy the yellow spells in Acilio, so I find it interesting to see them go so late. I think that that one in particular that makes a flow with Starfall very good.
Thomas shining the card to the camera.
What would you rate Thomas's draft out of 10?
I think it's a solid 7, 8.
Yeah.
There was no real outstanding pick. I don't see a red cosmic space dust that could kind of snowball the whole game. But yeah, if Acilio is highly drafted, I feel Thomas is very safe because I think his deck could probably fatigue good Acilio decks. And by the looks of it, there's a lot of Aurora, which is probably better for Thomas because the amount of no blocks he has, I think this wouldn't be the best into a very strong Aurora deck, but seems okay.
But into weaker Auroras that are trying to scan the last few points.
Yeah, they're not going to get there against this kind of deck. But
I think I'll give it a 7. Staying open, I think worked somewhat.
It was an interesting way of staying open. He stayed open while targeting the Acilio spot, and I wonder, is he gonna get reward drafting so much flow generation and then arcane barrier is it's an interesting approach.
Yeah. I suppose wanting to spend those early picks on the Acilio sideboard pieces so that he could spend later picks on class cards that he was confident that he was going to submit, which I think makes a lot of sense considering the class cards that he opened weren't those premium rares. But with the pack, it seemed like the pod being relatively well split. I don't think he received a huge reward for staying open. Sometimes you stay open, you find the 1 or the 2 off, and I don't know if he's done that here.
There's definitely 2, maybe 3 Ziggy. I'd lean more 2. I think Aurora is probably the high contested, and a lot of people draft for Acilio in this set, and that leaves room to kind of go for those less impressive heroes, stats wise, like the Auroras. And good drafters never really care about, oh, I'm in this hero, I'm in that hero. It's my deck is good.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's probably ended up being a 3 Ziggy pod. Even if it didn't start out that way, just seeing some of the stuff on the wheel.
But
maybe even 2
I don't think the Ziggies are close to Thomas. That's the thing. Whereas the other Ziggies might be very close to each other.
Yeah. And yeah, I think it could be a 1-2 or a 3-0. You know, like
Yeah,
his deck's good enough to beat the 3-0ing potentially two of Vasilios, but could also randomly lose to a good Aurora draw. So
see, that's the difficult thing about this format where you have kind of uninteractable damage and then this limited resource of prevention that sometimes you draft like Thomas where you have a lot of prevention, you have a lot of flow generation, but if the other decks are high quality, they can kind of just run you over early. But if everything was highly contested, then some lower quality decks don't really have a chance into what Thomas has right now.
yeah, definitely. Definitely, some decks in the format like absolutely rely on scam to get there, and this seems like a very difficult deck to scam. You'll have to beat it fairly, going the distance, you know. So definitely a lot of value there.
Yeah, and he does have some mirror pieces with some kind of the red shards just having aggressive ways to push damage while having that space dust for the end game with the excavation. Like
Yeah, definitely. And the red blink of an eye, like absolutely
yeah,
premium
very
pickup
very
there.
powerful.
So let's be excited about that. I think Thomas has paired into Jess Arneson, who was our Betsy player in CC. So I'll be
Yeah.
interested to see. Unfortunately, no Betsy in this format, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Thomas managed to 3-1 on Syndra during the CC portion. I'm not sure what round he lost.
He lost to our Kutsu player the round before the feature.
Yeah, it's a very difficult matchup for Syndra, not having
Yeah,
the
I think
armor.
Really quite tough. Yeah. But yeah. But excited to see these games play out. I think Thomas
Yeah, and
has
that's
an
the thing
interesting
about
take on the
these.
format at least. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing about these mixed format events like Nationals or Pro Tours is that it tests these skills, and you know, a lot of people can benefit from being prepared for draft and working on these skills and then just kind of being solid enough in CC to kind of get to these higher tables and go, well, now I'm very comfortable, and we all know Thomas is very comfortable in limited.
Yeah. I think Thomas is a great CC player, but his edge is really in draft. So if he gets to this portion of the day, not having lost a matchup lottery in constructed, I think he's feeling over the moon. So yeah.
And confidence wins events. Like you can just snowball. But
Jess is on Aurora, awesome. So we're going to see maybe a tougher matchup for Thomas first. Do you know how long they have for deck building, James? $30 minutes.
What do we know the breakdown for the whole pod, or is that too much to? Yeah.
They're doing their sorting.
It's a very interesting pod CC wise. I think it's all different. 7 different heroes. Oh no, 6 different heroes. Okay, I can count. But we have Thomas on Syndra, Tree Winika on Victor, Jesse Williams on Arachne Marionette, Dr. Daniel McKay, who was a previous national champion on Syndra.
2024 national champion.
Yeah, one on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. Alexander McCallum on Victor. Elliot Nichols on KO Underhand Cheat, who we saw in the first round of the day. So clearly converting to 3-1, very good. Marshall Stevenson on Kasai, I think a sleeper pick for this Nat season. And then, Jess on Betsy, who I hope we get to see later.
If Kasai's the sleeper pick, Betsy is the hibernation pick.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a coma pick.
The coma pick, yeah. But yeah,
I
it'll be
think
exciting to see.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, it'd be exciting to see what a hero breakdown looks like in day 2. If some of these more fringe heroes can get over the line and draft, because I know a lot of people who play fringe heroes, they play a lot of their favorite niche deck in constructed, and they're not as into the limited side of things. So it'll be interesting to see if the format gets a bit more traditional at the end of draft, or if some of these more rogue decks sneak through.
See, this is what I love about New Zealand is it's so close to home to Flesh and Blood as a game that I say they're probably the most attached to their heroes, and kind of that, the whole Flesh and Blood, you pick a hero, you pick a class, and that's kind of what you're known for. Like, we have people like Kale McCreath and Kiki, like Bravo and Prism, and like it's just, yeah, like play what you like. If you succeed with it, it will be twice as fun.
Yeah, and if you lose, it will still be pretty fun, probably. Nothing quite like losing with Bolton, eh? One of life's true joys, yeah.
I think if I lost with Bolton, I'd be twice as sad. But is there any hero that is your favorite, Lucas?
Oh, so
Of
I
all
have
time.
a Dawnblade tattoo. But I don't think Dorinthia is my favorite hero, but she was my first and has a special place in my heart.
I've never seen this tattoo, so I'm worried to know where it is.
It's on my collarbone, nowhere interesting. Yeah, I'm sure I've showed it to you at some point, but yeah, maybe after maybe on the Lil night.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't remember that much.
Yeah. Favorite design hero? I think maybe Dromite. I think that she was like fantastically balanced, like really. Like people called her terrible until like the week before she LO'd.
Yeah.
Which I think is always a sign of
A very, very interesting and like good kind of life cycle. I like when a hero is around for like a year and a half to 2 years, and they kind of have like fluctuating meta. Like I really liked Viserai is one of my favorite heroes, and they had a lot of ups and downs, and that was very interesting.
You're such a bad person.
I'm such a
Viserai. I hate Runechant tokens and Scouting Fleshbag. My
You're such a bad
Runeblade.
person is crazy.
Viserai.
But like, I don't know, some of my favorite decks are like Viserai, the System Reset -IO deck. Like, I got to play that Worlds Osaka. I played it at Worlds Philly. We both did actually.
Yeah. We both played it in Osaka and Philly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you like the deck more than I do. But,
I love that.
I'm very glad that it exists or existed. It's cool to see the way that that's the range of experiences that Fab can offer.
Like,
it's not just attacking with wounding lot.
Flesh and Blood seems kind of like contained to its rule system, so when stuff like System Reset Dio is there, like it really is like refreshing. But I don't know what my favorite hero is. I really liked Icelander as well.
I loved Icelander too. Big on Icelander. I do think Icelander was like a bit more zero sum.
Yeah, I think Icelander is
just
very,
like a bit.
Like Icelander was really cool design with kind of the turn cycle like element of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, definitely.
I really liked post Bonds Ban Zen, the kind of more mid-rangey.
Sure. My favorite hero is Limited Gravy Bones.
Limited Gravy
I've,
Bones is
I've,
also my favorite hero.
I've no interest in classic constructed Gravy Bones, but draft Gravy Bones is peak fan.
Yeah, in Singapore, like I love draft gravy, and then every practice draft we did before PT Singapore, I went into like Marlin, I went into Puffin, and then even at the start of the draft in Singapore, I thought I was going into Puffin. I was actually being passed to by Dr. Dan, and I got some premium Puffin
Oh, very
cards.
interesting. Yeah.
And then yeah, just the Puffin dried up. I was like, okay, I'll go into gravy, and like, oh, I love Tyce's draft, but my favorite draft was my day 2 draft. I was 5-0 in draft at the time, and Michael Hamilton was my last round, and he had drafted this Nimbalism gravy deck that was like, I think he had 1 or 2 allies, and it didn't matter about like establishing a board state, but he was like just establishing gold, playing Nimbies, had the Nimbalism equipment, and like pitch stacked this
Yeah.
giant OTK with all the gold. And like I was playing a very defensive gravy list that was like very focused on like, oh, I'll fatigue the mirror, I'll be kind of aggressive into Marlin and then get them low until they can't like convert their hands, or like my deck will fatigue Puffins, but like yeah, no, he just did like a 25 damage turn, and I was like, oh my god. Like the gold and the Treasure Island macro like opened up that format so much, and I loved it.
Oh, yeah. I do think gold is just a great token. Like
Yeah.
in draft in particular, because deck's only 30 cards, so like you're gonna see all of it in most games if the
Yeah.
format's not too quick.
I know you're very excited for Olympia in Mastery Pack.
Oh
Warrior.
yeah, but I won't be pitching to gold, you know. I'll be cracking it to swing my sword for free.
Yeah. Watch it now? Sure.
Yeah. We can see so we can tune in to see what Ben Dodd drafted.
Yeah, another premium
Howard Warning Fire,
player.
Yeah, recently made the calling final in Auckland in Omens Limited, so definitely very experienced in the format. And I see 2 Storm Shards
in the final. Is this deck
yeah,
building?
a bit tragic. The Australian taking down the New Zealander, but which Sam has actually done to us twice. But
Sam's
we've won some
broken
New
in
Zealand callings, but we've won some Australian callings, so it's okay. It evens out.
Yeah, Ben taking down
in Australia,
Melbourne.
Yeah. And in Darren Ying winning the Rosetta.
Yeah, another very good limited player.
Oh, two limited calling wins. Darren Ying has to be one of the greats. Like it doesn't happen by accident.
And I think his son Archer is Cash the Calling, probably youngest person to ever cash a calling.
Yeah. I think he's 14 now, but yeah, Archer and Darren, father-son duo. Yeah, very cool to see. So it seems like a pretty good Aurora deck from Ben.
Is this Ben registering his own list?
Oh, maybe it's because he's taking. I actually don't know. He could be registering his opponent's pool. That's 2 red cards. I mean, it's a banger. Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
One of my favorite decks in this format is like the Fatigue Aurora with Leech Memory and Leech Vitality.
Yeah.
To gain a bunch of life and loop your actions back. I think it's it's a little toxic. I enjoy it.
I love when in draft formats you can kind of like build an archetype, like the Fatigue Dash IOs in Bright Lights was another.
That was my favorite. That might be my second favorite hero of all time is Fatigue Dash IO and Bright Lights Limited. What's the 1-for-4 prevention card? Mini Force Field.
Mini Force Field.
That was my jam, man. Mini Force Field. Let's go.
I really I liked a lot of the draft sets. I liked Monarch draft. Hunted was swingy, but I really liked playing. I like playing Mario in that format.
Yeah, but Mario is just a really cool hero. I think
Yeah.
Hunted wasn't my favorite. I didn't like Rosetta personally, but I
I
really like Monarch, MST, and uh and
uh,
High Seas are my faves. And this is gearing up to maybe replace Monarch for me.
I
I
think
think
the
it's really
only event where we could draft Rosetta was Osaka Worlds, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have that much exposure to it. Like that was, you remember me at that event? I brought my laptop to the venue.
Yeah, to do study. Yeah.
The classic Dylan's at Worlds, he must have an assignment.
um yeah, how did you feel about Uprising? Because we met in Lille.
Yeah,
So that was
Uprising was my first draft experience in a card game. So yeah, I didn't do good at all, but I was sat next to Ian Zhang in my pod, and yeah, he ended up doing very well. But
I actually I so we both lost to Michael Hamilton in draft. I lost in Lille
yeah,
to Hamilton. He sided out a red for a cracked ball. And I knew that he did that because in the Icelandamer, and I knew that he did that because he called a judge and he asked the judge something, and it's like, and
oh, I
he was like,
see.
"I'll tell you what this is about at the end of the game." And I'm pretty sure you just
But see, that's the
kind of
like
read kind
that's
of
the
read for
optimization.
another. Yeah.
No, so that you
Yeah.
have really funny stuff. But I last year at Pro Tours, I went 10-2 in draft, and I only lost to Michael Jasker and Michael Hamilton. So I'm pretty happy with those losses. But both
I
of
should
them really
legally
impressed
change
me.
my name to Michael before Irish Nat.
No, it's the who is the player? Something to lose who won calling to lose.
Yeah, Toulouse. Yeah.
Toulouse,
Change my
yeah.
name to Lucas Dublin. Yeah.
No, it had to be Michael Dublin. Michael Dublin.
Michael Dublin.
Yeah, that's just how you get me in draft. But
I,
yeah, no, Michael Hamilton did the crazy nimblism combo to me, and then against Jazzker, I had a bite left over, and he was on one, and he had played 3 silver talons, and I was like, surely you haven't drafted 4 silver talons, so I went to one, and then yeah, he pops a fealty and goes, gotcha.
Silver Talons number 4.
So
Yeah.
silver talons number 4. Yeah, but just those are the stories you can only get in draft.
Yeah. One thing I'll say about draft is there's always at least one hero I love.
Yeah.
Like in Hunted, I love Mario. In Rosetta, I love Decilio. Even though they weren't my favorite
Yeah.
formats, I think that
I feel the issue I
usually
had
you can
with
find a deck or
Rosetta.
a strategy that you enjoy.
I feel Rosetta is very similar to this format in that you can draft full arcane, or you can draft, like in Rosetta was full life gain, and this is kind of full prevention. But I feel like because this is a lot more low power when it comes to those things, that it's a lot better to navigate, and every hero kind of has access to those unpreventable damage. I think. Yeah, you go ahead.
Thomas used to say that Rosetta was fixed bright lights.
Okay.
I think this format is fixed Rosetta.
I see.
I think in Rosetta, people didn't get over the finish line quite enough. The Runeblades having infinite weapons, I also like, particularly Florian, I thought made fatigue too much of a factor. But in this game, I think that like games often end naturally.
Yeah, it felt
not
like
because of fatigue, but like just barely. I think it's free.
It felt like to play
knife
Wizard,
edge.
you had to draft like an Aether Bloom to kind of like build your own weapon back in Rosetta, and
Yeah.
But High Seas was the peak for me. But I really enjoyed Monarch draft. Like I feel it was very high power level, but I feel like I really liked Bolton. If you were in the chain seat, you got to have a lot of fun because you were chain. Prism was very solid.
I love Monarch, but I hated drafting chain. But everybody else hated it a bit more than me. So I just always ended up in chain, and I did quite well with it. But it's like, it's drafting chain is so stressful. You're like, my deck is broken, and but every turn you're like, I hope my shackle hits. It's like it's so stressful.
The reason I loved Monarch draft so much was because the heroes played so different to their CC counterparts. Like Levia was this mid-range deck where you kind of like blocked a lot and sent like efficient numbers and set up the grave, and then when you had like these go wide turns with Dread Screamers, you really pushed damage in the mid game. And then like Bolton, instead of being this like huge combo deck, was like kind of mid-range. He's probably the most similar to his CC counterpart, but Prism was just a guardian. It was like make a spectral shield, protect it, that's your hammer with the iris.
Yeah.
And then Chain was yeah, you go.
Chain was awesome. Like I think Chain had different builds.
You had you had varying opinions of like you should shackle every turn, and then the people are like, no, you should only shackle when you're like getting value out of it, because fatigue is a thing to worry about. Like,
it depends on your list and your game plan.
Yeah.
One of my favorite lists I drafted was I had Invert Existence, and it was I'm trying to remember these cards. I had Spew Shadows to like recur one of the attack actions that dealt arcane damage, and so I managed to scam, and it was actually quite a bad. It was I had Fixing Malices, and I played yellow Spew Shadows to buy back Fixing Malice to kill the light heroes.
Yeah.
and fatigue, because and like I think the deck was quite bad, but I managed to scam some wins with the which it was always fun. But yeah.
I think MST is probably the most neutral draft set in that like it just felt fine. Like everything was pretty good. Like New was probably weaker, but it was fine.
I think MST might even be number one for me. Yeah, it's probably not quite as fun as High Seas, but
High Seas.
I thought, but yeah, High Seas is so fun. But I do think drafting the actual draft in MST was really fun, because you're from New Zealand, like you really got to stay open. And
you're from New Zealand, so you're one of the few people who played Arcane Rising draft.
Oh yeah, it was actually my first ever draft was Arcane Rising draft, and I played Kano, and I like pick one, pack one to blues, because I was like, blues are broken in this game because they like do. Yeah. That's not how you were with Kano. Yeah.
And of course Welcome to Wraith is very good.
Yeah. I think potentially a bit rose tinted.
But definitely rose tinted, but in a good way. You have to have some nostalgia there.
Oh, I love it for sure. But I definitely prefer High Seas MST. But yeah. One thing I really enjoyed about Monarch was like the seat breakdown, because you almost always had 3 Prism, and so you were probably either a Prism drafter, like the way you approached it, you were a Prism drafter, or you were the person trying to find the one-off. And it was always a really interesting dance, because I think that the easiest way to 3-0 a pod is just to be one of the other 3 heroes.
Yeah.
And there was usually a one-off, so like trying to find that in a pod was really.
Yeah, like that was the issue with the issue with Monarch was the 3-0 decks were extremely strong. Like if you had a 3-0 deck, you knew it before. Like you could literally just walk out of the draft and go like, yep. Done and dusted.
There were also like the majestic rares, like via the Vanguard and
the bombs, the weapons. Like, it's crazy to think there was a time where you could draft a legendary. Like I know the first round of Irish Nats with Monarch draft. The first draft. Stephen McKeever pulled a cold foil library, drafted it, and then went into Prism and 3-0'd the pod anyway.
I in my Nets draft, which I put it this one, I also got a cold foil library.
Oh,
it was nuts, and it was pack 2, and it was a draft with the arcane scan, and honestly I thought I was train wrecking. I thought I was train wrecking, and I was I was like X1 at the point, and I was like really locked in, and I take it, pick one, pack one, and I'm like pick one, pack two, and I concentrate really hard on trying to salvage my deck into something that could possibly, win a game or two. And then we go into a vision at the end of the pack, and I pick it up, and I'd forgotten it was there, and I was like, oh my god, I opened it twice.
You opened it twice.
Yeah. The dopamine was unreal. Yeah.
Dopamine maxing at the draft event.
Yeah.
No, draft's pretty fun. Like, yeah, I'm a big draft supporter.
Mm.
I'm trying to think of any other funny draft stories.
Thank you for watching draft. I know it's not as easy to watch as CC, but
yeah, like
I love Alice. I love draft. So
yeah, good players love draft.
And B.
And Lucas.
Yeah.
But I just love the draft memes of like, oh, you're playing Wizard. Oh, you're about to 0-3 your draft pod. Like, there's a lot of like assumptions based on like what kind of player or what deck you play about like your draft skill.
Which what are your opinions on Bright Lights draft?
I loved Bright Lights draft, and that's because
you're so wrong.
No, I'm so right because okay, here's my issue with Bright Lights draft. So Bright Lights draft at a local level is awful. So it's like if the people don't understand how the format is meant to go and kind of the blocking and maximizing damage, you get like I remember someone told me they'd rather be the 8th Teklo than the first max. But
which is just wrong, by the way.
Which is just wrong. But when you get to high level, like when I was drafting at Barcelona Worlds, like these like aggressive fatigue maxes that fatigue you through damage were really cool. Then you had Yuki Lee Bender on like these like optimized dash IO lists, and then like fatigue dash IO, and like Tekla was very strong, and it was also very safe, and you could have very good bombs with the Majestics, but at a high level, I really enjoyed that set. At a local level, it was not great.
I also played in Barcelona. I 0-3'd my pod A.
I went through one.
Yeah,
I lost the Teklo mirror by one card, and like, yeah, it was just like that sometimes.
Yeah.
But like overpower max, like that was a very cool archetype.
That's what I tried to draft in my 0-3 pool, because I started in DO and then Lucas Oswald cut me.
Here's my story. So I 0-3'd my first ever draft, which was well, not my first ever draft, but like my first ever like PT tier 4 draft was in Lille, and I went 0-3, and I was like, damn, I had won a draft RTN, and I thought I was good, and that was like the first time I realized like, oh, there's some fab players who are like very good at this. So I went off and like started talking to like more people in the community, and I met Phil Mackay, who Australian player.
Oh, we both met him. We both met him in Lille.
Yeah. But I think he was number 1 in the world, or at least in Australia draft at the time, and he has kind of a card design background. Me and him got along, and he just he broke down Monarch draft to me because he's been playing since like day 1 of Flesh and Blood, and I don't think I've ever done worse than a 2-1 since, so I owe a lot to him.
Yeah, Thomas TCG is my draft sensei.
Yeah, everyone has a draft sensei.
Yeah, he showed me the way by beating me repeatedly at So in the lead up to our Monarch Nationals, we'd done like maybe 20 drafts at the shop or something. I was 0-10 into Thomas, and one of the 10th loss was I was playing Prism, and I had a good Prism deck, and he beat me with Belittle Livia.
Oh my
Little
god!
Brandish Livia, and I was
that's like I just couldn't do it. Nimbles and gravy, where I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah. How does he see the game so differently? But yeah, definitely my draft sensei.
Yeah.
yeah, very, very, very good player. Has given me a lot of time explaining draft format stuff.
It's really
And in
funny.
exchange, I give him my Cinder deck list. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And he uses his Thomas skill to make any deck good. For those who don't know Thomas, he is
yeah,
a very, very good player. Like last year, he was
yeah.
very successful. He like top eighted like 3 callings and like won a battle hard and like very
And
he
11
almost
placed at Worlds. Yeah.
11 place at Worlds. Yeah, very
Yeah.
close. Like I feel like Thomas is one of those players that probably should be a big name, but just needs that push.
Yeah. Famously though, Nationals is his
His kryptonite, yeah.
his kryptonite. He's never he top aided won Nationals, got an in 2022. The first Monarch, the Tales of Aria Nationals. Got an IP penalty against Matt Rogers, Prison v Oldham, and so lost in the quarterfinals, and hasn't made it back to a top 8 since.
Well,
Even
he's in
though
a good position now. He's
a lot of
3-1
people,
and
yeah,
he's doing what he's best at.
So definitely trying to redeem himself.
And like
in the national
Thomas, Thomas, and Oliver Berry are like definitely kind of a group. I forgot the what's the name of your group? The
Dagger Boys.
Dagger
Boys. Nothing that creative, but yeah. Unfortunately, that we still have the group chat. We still talk crap. But I've moved to Ireland and Ollie's moved country. So
where does Ollie?
Not moved city in New Zealand.
City.
So
it's
less of an active team, but it's still definitely very good friends of mine. So Cameron Hay, also a Dagger Boy.
Cameron Hay,
And last year at Nats, we had a pretty Dagger Boy dominant.
Oh yeah, the final was
Ollie won. The final was Cam and Ollie.
You were top 4.
I was in top 8 as well.
Ollie built all your decks. Ollie
he built mine. Yeah, I think Ollie did actually build all 3 decks. Yeah. Like the knick-knack, Brick-a-Brack,
Verdant.
He built the Iro deck and the Gravy deck. So
yeah, one of the best deck builders in Fab.
Yeah. Oh, he's so goated.
But he's currently 4-0. So yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I must have gotten the settings wrong.
Oh, Jesse was.
No fuss. What's Jesse playing? Acilio. Okay. More of a comfortable matchup. Thanks, James.
And do we have the pod breakdown of heroes?
No, that's all good. We'll ask the player.
Oh yeah, when Thomas gets in.
Well, that might not be Thomas, mate.
No, we have to interview Thomas as the feature draft, so I want to hear.
Okay.
We'll interview the winner as well. Like.
Okay.
I'm not going against Jesse.
But we should talk about the draft. Yeah.
We should interview the guy who just sat there for half an hour.
I always find it funny interviewing Thomas. Like whenever he's on camera for anything, his voice goes up 2 octaves. So you can experience high pitched Thomas.
Thomas, very soft-spoken individual.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely a gentle giant.
Gentle giant, yeah.
Also, so likable. Like again, like all the New Zealand players. There he is.
Yeah. Gentle until you're getting
representing Team
playing against
draft. Yeah. Lots of good players on there. Even Irish players. Conor McGrath, Jake McCormick, who's in Australia but has Irish roots.
Me.
Oh yeah, Lucas Ward.
I'm in there. Yeah.
My favorite Irish player. Yeah.
Number 1 Irish player. Yeah.
Number 1. Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know if there's like the Dagger Boys. Like what are the local New Zealand teams?
It's less formal, you know.
Yeah, friend
It's
group.
people just love testing with each other.
Yeah,
A few people are part of international teams, but a lot of local drafting. Everyone's really on the same page, especially in Wellington's such a great community for that. Everyone's
Yeah.
trying to do the best they can for everybody else, and
yeah.
it's such a great time in Wellington.
I'm always
In the lead up
interested.
to Nats, everyone's meeting at the shop, and
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm always
very,
interested
very
because like
special
even
time.
Ireland has their own little friend teams. So, but let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Let's see who's going first.
Players have 3 equipment. Yeah, I do really like this Astral equipment in Acilio.
Thomas is going first.
Yeah.
Do you think he chose to do this, or that he was put on the play? I know a lot of Ziggy's
Ooh.
like going.
I think he chose to go first into Acilio. Red spells are just so powerful to resolve turn 0, and we saw that Thomas had a lot of auras and warnings and things like that to play out in turn 0, and a really strong turn 0 play here. Almost guaranteed to get Leak, the Polaris Pulse Ray.
Yep. 1 arcane.
Yeah, and the arcane making it through. So, and taking 1 physical. So
yeah, making 1 down.
Yeah, I imagine Thomas is pretty happy with that. Like we say, Ziggy's so good when.
Oh, Thomas using
the
gloves
fingers
to
of
get away.
fragmentation.
Yeah.
I think that's a great use of the gloves. Just as soon as you can get 2 damage out of them.
They're very expensive, so being able to get this now, especially against a deck like Acilio, that's probably going to be very aggressive. This is a bit of a blowout, but
Yeah.
Jesse's hand. They might be able to activate Acilio.
Could have a combo or.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, very aggressive
So
start. Very smart for Thomas.
Taking 3 turn 0 and no Acilio activation.
Oh, Thomas
you have to imagine Jesse likes his hand a bit after the deciding not to block with 2 cards there.
As well, there's a lot of non-blocks in this, so maybe Jesse just didn't have a choice.
Yeah, perhaps. Ominous Respite looking like a good way to not fall too behind in life. Yeah, and he's pitching against Stellar Uplift, so he may have just had 3 non-blocks in the hand.
Yeah. This new Acilio, very aggressive on the opponent's turn, but doesn't have the ability to filter through their hand like old Acilio. But
yeah, definitely a little bit less consistent.
Very, very strong, being able to get big spells when there's no standard prevention. But that's why these lightning flows are so important.
I really like this play of discarding Ominous Respite to Acilio to turn it online.
Yeah.
I do think I really rate Ominous Respite as a card in this format. I think it's
Thomas plays Arcane Shelter, I think it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Meteoric Impact. A premium
85
red spell. I think one of the best, but we see the power. Pick 4, he took this Spellbane Sigil. So preparing for this matchup, and you see Jesse not resolving the Ominous Respite.
Maybe he doesn't have the resources.
Yeah, deciding to activate Acilio just to turn on his staff and the Ominous and oh no, he has resolved the Ominous Respite. Sorry, it's gone.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
My mistake.
It's just he took damage at the start. Yeah, there's a yellow Comic Collision in Arsenal, which for a yellow can be a 0 for 4.
Yeah, I honestly I love Comic Collision and Meteoric Impact at all colors in Acilio. I think it's incredibly strong.
Nebula Duality.
And the Duality discard.
This is going to get the flow.
These Duality cards are just so flexible.
Yeah. Thomas using the chess piece to get his own flow.
Yeah, not pairing it with a blue, but
yeah. It's very interesting. Well. These kind of Ziggy doesn't really use their hero ability till the end of the game, where they're trying to push that kind of finish. But these heroes like Acilio and Aurora have to use their lightning flows to be proactive or convert their full hands. but that leaves them very susceptible to taking arcane damage, and I think that's the advantage of playing Ziggy here.
Yeah, although I do think more of Ziggy's power budget in this format is in his hero power than in Acilio's. I think he's the most reliant on having a flow at all. Whereas I think Acilio's hero powers are nice to have, and definitely if you draft correctly, you can get a lot of value from the ponders. But I don't think it is as a necessary part of the game plan as Ziggy's. Oh, but here we see a powerful rare yellow core reaction.
Yeah,
I think Jesse's playing this out on his own turn.
Yeah, this just allows Jesse to stockpile damage.
And will trigger Starfall his following turn. I think core reaction, even at yellow, is an absolutely premium card. And
yeah.
Here we see a blue Nebula Duality attacked with.
This is a
cosmic a yellow Nebula, a cosmic Duality attacked with. Yeah.
What's the
probably not the most premium?
What's the Aurora Duality called again?
Vault-bound.
Vault-bound, yeah.
Both players are within a point of their starting life total here, though. So a very slow start here, which you have to imagine favors Thomas.
Yeah, with this Ziggy deck, maybe life total isn't what Thomas is concerned about, because once he gets to that second cycle, his deck is full of 6s, and Jesse won't have the cards to block and activate these fragment effects. And Thomas is well set up to recur his instants, like that blue space dust that he has.
Yeah, we see the blue space dust in hand, and alongside a red fluttering charge, I think.
Flittering spike, I think.
Flittering spike, yeah.
I wish flittering charge was in this set.
Yeah, that would be so good.
The Volsar activation.
Thomas finally taking some damage here, though, with that core reaction.
Yeah. If tap lessons,
and now tap lessons passed, which is poised to recur this core reaction.
Now this is very
a huge chunk of damage. Yeah.
Does he like his hand, or maybe Thomas is just thinking, if this damage doesn't matter because I'm going to make a bunch of flows and I can use them whenever. So.
Yeah, we see the fluttering spike come out.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, and he has I think it's
blue, yeah. I think it's blinking in
Space Plus, and I think it's the
Blink of an Eye.
No, it's the sigil of Astral Flow, I think. Maybe it is blinking it. Oh, it is blink. Interesting. I wonder what's in Thomas's arsenal here. I imagine he's trying to upgrade it to that blink of an eye.
Yeah. Maybe it's a. I don't remember him drafting any Fleeting Starbreeze to get go again.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Or maybe his arsenal is an aura, and he wants to play it and then use Ziggy and use his weapon. Which for definitely. 4 cards, converting it to 9 damage and probably ward or more prevention in this format. Yeah, 4-card 10 is pretty decent.
Yeah, although you have to really give props to Jesse, even though it took him 2 turns. Last turn leaked a ton of damage for him. So
yeah,
8 leak in total, I think, which is just so good for avoiding that fatigue state we're talking about.
Jesse's equipment, they have the Cilio arms to amp.
Oh, choosing to pitch Blink of an Eye.
Space Dust. Well, this makes sense because once Thomas does get to the end of the game, if he's going for kind of a fatigue route, which with the current life totals, I'm not sure, he does need to keep damage in his deck.
Yeah, he can also shuffle his deck with the ominous excavation.
Excavation, yeah.
Setting cosmic space stuff like this, it's pretty awkward to play and blink in one turn.
Yeah,
so it's
as well,
opportunity,
Thomas
and
can't,
he's
when being attacked by Arcane, Thomas can't really use his whole hand.
yeah, exactly. And here we have another Meteoric Impact and
Yeah.
Ominous Respite, like a really strong play here from Jesse.
This is a very interesting, kind of very tall mid-range Acilio kind of approach. We often see these kind of aggressive spell slinger kind of builds.
Yeah, but it really looks like he has the red spells to support it. Like most decks in this format just won't survive having a red spell sent at them every turn of the game. But Thomas does have the Cosmic Space Dust here and 3 flows to help stem the bleeding a bit.
Yeah. And the good thing about this Cosmic Space Dust is by giving up the flow, you get the arcane damage, as well as being able to use the Seeker's Hood, but Space Dust coming in with Ward 2 basically replaces the flow that he would use to prevent damage, and then you get your weapon as well.
Yeah. And the additional ping from Space Dust at Jesse as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Thomas has a Blue Spear, I imagine he'll be cracking the flow to activate.
I see the Conscience. I'm not sure if it's the yellow.
Yeah,
or the blue.
a lot of yellows in hand. It looks like.
Yeah. But Thomas is a very calm player when he plays.
Yeah, very chill. Yeah, it looks like yellow clear Conscience.
2 wards.
Wow,
2
and
wards.
yeah,
very nice.
So he'll be making a Ponder and leaving the Cosmic Space stuff up. I look like a Ponder and another flow. So a really good defensive turn here, able to convert his whole hand defensively, avoid any leak.
Yeah.
And keep the Cosmic Space stuff to get full value next turn. But Jesse here going to 14, like comfortably in the life lead here.
Well, that's a big spell out of Jesse's deck, and preventing all these and keeping 3 flows and a ward piece is.
But you see in his pitch though, there's another Meteor Impact to go alongside that core reaction that got tucked away with the tap lessons fast last turn.
Thomas just passes.
Yeah, and although Jesse is up 3 life, he has no flow.
Yeah.
So
but we
Thomas
see
is
another
up 3 flow and a Cosmic Space Dust on board.
We see another core reaction. This one looks like a red in Jesse's hand, and again, being able to convert your hand in this format is very powerful. As well as having the Constellar Wave to get very high. Thomas used his equipment, so he'll be using cards for the rest of the game to generate these flows to prevent Arcane.
This does look like a really strong Acilio deck out of Jesse. But just playing this just for a flow here, no extra Starfall effect.
But that flow can be worth a lot.
Oh, definitely. And it will enable the other Starfall cards in his hand if he has any.
Yeah, enabling the Volzar as well. Activating Acilio.
But never a player you're too excited to make an Acilio is play these Starfall cards for just their face-up value.
Actually, Volzar. What card is this?
This is Inian Surge. If it deals arcane damage, he can tap his hero to make it lightning flow. But it seems like this is a premium card to stop here with another Spellbane Sigil.
Yeah, this is what Thomas likes to do in this matchup. Core reaction.
Red core reaction being developed.
Yeah, I say Thomas isn't happy about that.
Such a strong card, but he's blinking the
Space Dust.
Is it the Space Dust or is it? No, he's blinking the
Spellbane.
Spellbane.
He's blinking the Sigil, yeah.
This,
And why does he do this?
I think just because the sigil is going to go away at start of turn anyway, so we essentially get another Ziggy activation on board by doing it this way instead of using up the Ziggy activation on the Space Dust, which you can do later. But... Oh, maybe he responded to the trigger on his own turn.
Oh, at the
That's what
beginning
he
of your
did.
action
That's
phase.
genius.
Oh,
Wow,
wow,
that's incredibly powerful. So
Okay.
he had this up to counter the core reaction. That's such a powerful play here, and now he's picked.
No, he just gets to keep infinite arcane barrier on the board.
Only for one turn, but
Yeah, for one turn. But this is impressive.
But it was the turn Jesse had his core reaction. It's the turn that mattered. That's huge.
Yeah, no,
What a
very
cool
impressive.
play.
Man. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, responding to the trigger at the start of his action phase, and completely nullifying this core reaction.
I wish Ziggy
Out of
played like
Jesse.
this in CC.
I wish Gravy played like limited Gravy, you know.
If you play enough loan sharks. Another meteoric red nebula duality.
Yeah, it looks like he's pitching to the effect of a nebula duality. And Thomas just has to keep pitching into it. Wow, this is this is huge.
It's another meteoric in his hand.
And you can you're starting to see why Thomas drafted these spellbane sigils so highly there.
Yeah, this is an impressive strategy, but Jesse's deck has so much arcane damage.
Yeah, I do wonder with even this if it will be enough. See Thomas pitch the Starwood Warning and lose the Cosmic Space Dust, which is interesting.
Yeah, this
He's
lightning
getting
overload
the
with
lightning
the Starfall making another flow is very, very strong. We have a deck count.
Yeah, the Starfall notably he doesn't need to connect.
Yeah,
it just happens, which is yeah, incredibly powerful.
Thomas passing. Yeah.
Finally losing infinite arcane barrier.
I wonder what Thomas's arsenal is.
Yeah, it's been there for a long time. Could it be that red brush off?
Oh, I think it is. Yeah.
Being really conservative with that. So still has prevention left in the tank.
Maybe that's why Thomas
And
was
the
so
Starwood
comfortable
Warning still in deck.
low early.
Yeah, and the ominous excavation can shuffle back in one of those spellbane sigils.
Yeah.
And then he can do that play again for you can see why he took this card so highly. Like Jesse's deck looks incredibly impressive and seemed really stopped in its tracks by Arcane Barrier X, you know. What a powerful interaction.
Thomas just takes it. What's Thomas?
Yeah, I wonder if it's funny type. Oh, it's the blink of the Dominate. Yeah. Yeah, Thomas taking it. I wonder if that means he can't convert his hand defensively or if he wants to convert it offensively.
He has a Heaven's Claw in his hand. I wonder if he has the Live Wire press.
Pitching Cosmic Duality here probably means that he at least has some action going on. Because you could always pitch into that.
Yeah, the
Sigil of Astral Flow comes out and there's a activation.
TCG. Yeah, replaces
again
itself.
Really strong interaction here just to keep the flow.
Yeah. It's going to create an additional flow as well.
Yeah, at the start of this next turn.
Which for blue
probably not an ideal turn cycle from Thomas. Like I'm sure he would have preferred to convert his hand.
Response
more defensively there.
Oh no, use equipment, yeah.
So tapping down a Celio, so likely to see that.
Generating these lightning flows. This is how Thomas is going to try go for that fatigue angle, but Jesse's deck just so powerful. And we've reached second cycle.
And the arcane, it just keeps happening. like that he's pitching red spells to play red spells. It's not there's not an end to it. So, and Jesse's still comfortably at 11. So.
But Jesse's been surviving on kind of sticking this one flow every turn. But what happens if Jesse uses that flow and can't get it back?
Yeah, it could be tricky, but like we saw the play of the instant that makes a flow and does the damage. He just played it out for a flow. I'm sure he'll be able to convert his hands, even if it's just slightly less value.
Oh, here we go.
And another red spell here.
No Starfall active.
Just never ends. Yeah, and choosing to pitch the Constellar Uplift instead of using it to turn Starfall, or maybe as a plan for that at cycle to try and finish the game.
Thomas goes to 3. That's a full
Yeah,
grip.
that's terrifying. That's well within lethal range for Jesse here. This is a blue clear conscience.
Yellows for a blue clear conscience. Not what you want to be doing.
Yeah. And we did see Thomas draft an unfortunate amount of these yellows. So
yeah.
He has to be a bit worried here. It does still have the 3 flows in play.
Or prevention. A block. Yeah, there's the excavation. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and his deck is probably quite thin at this point, so he seems reasonably likely to redraw.
Yeah, I imagine at this point there's probably about 16 to 20 cards in the next 4 hands, hopefully the next 2 that he's going to be able to...
16 to 20? I think it's probably closer to 12.
But Thomas has been pitching more.
That is true, that is true.
I definitely think Jesse has like 12 left.
And this is exactly what Thomas wants to see, I think. These physical attacks can be so good in Acilio, but they just give Thomas an opportunity to convert his cards defensively here, which is just exactly what he wants to be doing. If he hasn't found that Spellbane Sigil, he will now have another turn to try and find it.
The question is, does Jesse have the instance later on in his deck to turn on these bigger Starfall cards?
Well, we've seen him pitch. And I think this is the one that he tucked away. The one that he tucked away last turn, and we've seen him pitch that Constellar Uplift twice, which I think is a premium way to try and get over the finish line. But Thomas has drawn a Starboard Warning and a Hollow Shield, red Hollow Shield, which really helps to counteract this core reaction here, and has another draw to find his infinite Arcane Barrier cheat. So
Thomas has been...
Jesse really needs to get over the line really quickly.
Thomas has been very good about having these anti kind of core reaction pieces.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of seems like one of Ziggy's strengths.
Yeah. So now we have Ward 4. The question is Jesse going to do anything at instant speed to try?
You get an achievement unlocked, by the way, if you kill a Ziggy when they have a aura in their banish zone. Because it's part of the cost. I've done that in this format. It's always a good time. But yeah, we haven't seen like a red flash bolt or some other form of big reach on Thomas's turn from Jesse. And the time, like we said, he's got infinite arcane damage, but it's really his time is running out. But I do think he pitched a red meteoric impact with that core reaction. So if that's in hand, that's 6 arcane damage there, which is showing lethal if Thomas doesn't have another prevention effect. And a Nebula Duality comes out.
Prevention, another
preventing one and making a flow huge. And being able to do that now instead of later in the turn means that he can use the flow on the...
Here we have Volzar.
But here we have the looks like it could be 7 here with this red meteoric impact.
Yeah.
Another prevention effect needed.
Yeah.
Tough.
Tough for Thomas.
game.
Amazingly played by Jesse. Insane amount of
Really well played.
great Acilio deck.
So much damage in that deck.
Yeah.
And
kept their really strong arcane sources, pitching these red meteoric impacts. They knew what Thomas was going for.
Yeah, with the combination of the tap lessons pass, putting the core reaction back, while pitching this meteoric impact was just the perfect nail in the coffin. And we see Thomas drafted spent a lot of his picks early on these Acilio hate cards, and it didn't quite get him over the line. I wonder if he'll regret that if he peers into a couple of Auroras now.
Aurora now, yeah. This seemed like a very targeted strategy, because people do realize that Acilio can be the strongest hero.
Yeah, but it does seem like it was only a 2 Acilio pod with the amount of red spells in there.
Maybe we can get Jesse on and listen to how they kind of navigate.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, this. Here we go. Hello.
Hey Jesse, congrats,
How's
man.
it going? Oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah, good.
Who am I speaking to? I didn't even know who's casting the stream. Lucas.
Lucas, yeah.
And I'm Dylan.
And we've got Dylan, Irish national champion, is joining me.
Yeah, so
for the
I think I
cast,
actually met Dylan. I think I met Dylan at Worlds last year, actually, briefly. But...
Oh, Philadelphia?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, you were doing the coverage, right?
That's right, man.
For the
runaway
stuff. Yeah.
Bit of a different perspective this year. I'm not here doing coverage. I made a documentary last year at New Zealand Nationals, and this year I'm playing, so bit of a different perspective.
Yeah, I did see that actually. Oh, that's you. That's so cool.
Yeah, and you're making a hell of a run as well.
Yeah, so far
very
4-1.
Yeah.
So felt like I've drafted a pretty strong Acilio deck. I think there's only to put it conservatively. There's only 2 Acilios in our pod.
Yeah, like 3 core reaction and red meteoric impacts as well.
Yeah, 2 core reaction, 1 red, 1 yellow. But I have tap the lessons from the past or whatever the card is, and I got one back.
Yeah, to get it. Yeah. And we saw you pitch that red meteoric impact to play the tap lessons fast, and we're like, that's going to be brutal later.
Yeah, brutal.
With the waves as well.
Thomas sort of had that infinite arcane barrier cheat.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I saw one Spellbane Sigil, and I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I saw another one. I was like, oh hell, am I just gonna get fatigued here?
And then, he blinked it. And then shuffled it back in.
Yeah.
He flickered it and then shuffled it back in. Oh, we were like, will he ever run out of arcane barrier? But he did.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff.
Thomas was our drafter, our stream drafter, and he drafted those cards like first pick to very much target the Acilio, but your deck is clearly, even if Thomas had a targeted strategy, your deck is good enough to go over it. How did you navigate the draft, and were you very set in playing Acilio early on, or when did you feel you saw the sign that?
I picked my pick one was the Meteoric Rise. And I picked a couple of more generics, and then felt like I was being passed some pretty strong wizard cards. So took a couple, thinking if they keep coming my way, then I'll stay in Acilio. If not, I've got a few generics, can pivot if I need to. But then I think pack 2, pick 4, I saw a red core reaction. And the rest is history, as they say.
It's like from our position that there were quite a few Acilios in pack 1, and it sort of a couple of them got scared and switched. Do you think was that your experience of the draft at all, or
I don't think when I had chosen. Yeah, when I'd chosen to go into Acilio, I don't think I'd seen enough cards to know for sure like what was happening at the table. But definitely by the end of pack 1, just seeing wizard cards left in the deck. I think I have 2 unplayable cards in the deck. So yeah, got pretty fortunate.
Yeah, oh yeah, a very impressive deck, eh? The 1 for 5s, the Meteoric Impact's so good, eh?
Yeah, I have 3 red of those, and I have 3 blues as well. So yeah.
And how was
Yeah,
your
and
journey to get here? You're playing, is it Marionette in CC?
Yeah, I'm Mario and CC. I knew coming in that it's not strong into the likes of Victor and the fatigue decks. But I've been playing Mario for such a long time now that I don't really feel comfortable, or didn't have enough time to feel comfortable on any other decks in the lead up to Nat. So yeah, I was just hoping for a bit of gem luck, and yeah, fortunately have not played a Victor. I've played 1 Gravy, which has been my worst matchup, but yeah, beat a Kasai round 1, lost to Gravy round 2, beat a Syndra round 3, and then beat an Azuri of all heroes round 4. So.
Yeah, we were
we saw
following
the
the
Azuri in the
Azuri.
settings. Yeah, it was all after we covered the Marlin and all that. But yeah. Super cool. Very
interesting.
very impressive. Yeah.
And how do you feel about the draft format as a whole? This is kind of the first major event besides kind of the world premiere callings. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's obviously a super deep format. There's a lot going on, and yeah, have really enjoyed drafting in the lead up to nationals and getting a feel for the heroes and their power level and how I guess the cards synergize with each other. So yeah, it's been fun learning it. Would have loved to do a bunch more drafts in the lead up to nationals, but time didn't allow. And yeah, luckily I was sitting in a draft pod that didn't want to pick wizard cards, and yeah, I did. So
yeah, I think
Fantastic.
a lot because Acilio is so kind of like pushed as this like the best hero. I feel maybe sometimes you get pods where people are afraid to go into Acilio, and you have people who can benefit from it, and it's clearly worked out for you.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, great. I'm not sure if we're continuing with our feature drafter or we'll be continuing with you, but best of luck in the
I think I'm going to be on here next. So
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats, man. Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye.
Congrats. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Hey, he said talk soon. He knows he's going to throw you out of the pod. That I like.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll be back.
That deck was crazy. That deck was awesome. That's a 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, that was a very strong draft. But it's very interesting because at first I was like, oh, he doesn't have that many instants besides the core reactions, because like usually I've seen Acilio decks that lean into using the hero ability after making a few flows, but he was very focused on kind of playing on his own turn, but the size of the arcane was like every turn was like 5 arcane swing.
Yeah, if you can send 4 or 5 arcane on every turn of the game, I sort of feel like scamming on your opponent's turn isn't even necessary. You'll just run them out of prevention effects. And
yeah, I feel Thomas's deck works really well against those kind of like more wizardy like play on your turn Acilios, where they're sending these little like 1 chips and then sending like a 3, but when you're sending like 6, 7 arcane, like Thomas did very well to prevent everything.
Jesse was down the last few cards in deck, so like, and Thomas still had outs with his arcane barrier glitch. So
like Thomas's deck is actually strong into a weaker Acilio, but that deck was crazy.
Yeah. Very, very difficult to fatigue 3 red meteoric impacts and essentially 3 core reactions with the tap lessons fast.
So we have 2 Acilios. Thomas was a Ziggy. I wonder what the breakdown for the rest of the pod is.
Yeah. I imagine it's 2-3-3. Usually when we see a 4, it's Acilio.
Yeah.
Definitely the deepest.
I
would say like I usually would take red spells over the instance in Acilio. So and then the instance are slightly later picks, but he just kept getting red spells, so it makes sense that he had a few less.
They were good red spells.
Yeah, so the pod was 2 Acilio, 3 of the other 2.
Yeah, 2-3-3 pod. So, that's how these are meant to turn out. Usually the 3 Acilio is what I see, but it happens where these kind of more contested, stronger heroes are the 2 of.
Yeah, definitely happens. And Thomas seemed like he really had a clear approach to the draft, knowing that Acilio was really good and that indeed a plan to beat it. But with only 2 Acilios in the pod, it just didn't pan out. But I wonder if we'll see more of that as the format develops, with people taking cards like Spellbane Sigil really high.
Yeah, if Jesse wins next round, maybe we can talk to Thomas and get his kind of views on his draft, because I'm really curious. He drafted these anti-arcane cards very early, and I wonder if he goes into like an Aurora or an Acilio where he also goes for that like kind of counter fatigue plan, or was he just like, I got these prevention cards, I can draft a very kind of defensive Ziggy deck and not get punished for having very strong reds or that. Like, I'm very interested to see how he
the
navigates.
Spellbane Sigils definitely looked especially premium in Ziggy. So it looked like he may have had a preference for drafting Ziggy even from the beginning. But I'm sure that they're powerful in the other heroes when playing into Acilio as well.
Hey, so we
Yeah,
got requested
like-
that Thomas stay on instead of Jesse because Jesse is less keen to be on camera. So we're going to go
That's
Thomas
fair.
versus Jess Arneson.
Yeah, so
Sure.
we're going to be following Thomas for the rest of his draft. And yeah, round 6 is paired. Thomas versus Jess Arneson. Our Betsy.
Yeah, our 3-1 Betsy at the end of CC.
What's the record today too?
X2, I think. Maybe
X2.
X3. I think maybe X3. I think it's a bit less rounds than previous nets, so it
I
might
think
be
it'd be
X3.
X3. It's the same amount of rounds as Irish nets. It's 10.
Yeah, but normally NZ nets in the past has had 9.
Oh, you're allowed to just keep playing. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's in the past. It's been 12 rounds before a top 8 cut.
top 12 players getting a Worlds invite. What hero is Jess on? Aura. Okay, we have to see how Thomas.
Yeah, so we're saying this might be a tougher matchup, but he has drafted like cards like Heaven's Claws and things, sort of premium 3 blocks.
He did focus on a lot of 3 blocks. But I'm very interested, if Thomas uses these 3 blocks to kind of fatigue Aurora, how is he going to finish the game?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Maybe Thomas has this format less figured out than we realized, than we thought. Thomas did come 10th in the Calling Auckland recently, 23-0 owing his draft pod, so clearly knows a little.
Yeah, but that Acilio list from Jesse was just insane. Let's see what's going on in the other pods. We have a very stacked pod 1.
Oh yes, who's in pod 1? Dennis, Ollie,
Sam from earlier, Ollie, Kale, Dennis, Michael Collins from earlier, James Kane, Dexter Menard, and Joshua Baines.
Baines.
Sorry, Joshua. Here we see Thomas BG. B-G.
TBG.
TVG. Anyone who knows Thomas knows about TVG. Yeah.
This is at this point it's just a Thomas stream. Looking a bit less jovial than at the start of last round.
Than the last one, yeah. Thomas is usually like that throughout the day.
Yeah.
Funny story about Worlds Philadelphia. Me, Lucas, and Thomas stayed together, and I think we stayed up till 5 a.m. just playing.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
That was a great idea. Well, it worked out for Thomas.
Yeah.
He got the Syndra reps he needed.
Yeah. Thomas got removed from Team Doesn't Day 2 Worlds.
Yeah.
Dylan and I still proud members of that team. But
I don't know what your excuse is. I had an assignment due the next day. And we're starting, so.
oh wow, and
Just
this is majestic that Thomas passed.
This
Steal
is
a flow.
extremely strong start, turn 1, and you can see it on Thomas' face, a bit of a grimace.
Yeah, well he passed this card, so but this is an attack without going in. So any cards in Thomas's hand that he is able to convert here, like establishing ward and things, he can do without threat. And it looks like he's a Starward Warning and a Cosmic Duality. So even though he'll have his flow stolen on turn 1, he's going to end with 3 flows, which and he gets to go second into Aurora. This has to be a reasonably strong start. But just getting to establish an embodiment of lightning as well.
Very strong, yeah. Using the Seekers straight away. I guess Aurora doesn't really want to just using them straight away is good.
It sort of makes sense to use them on turn 0 when the pitch is free, and she has the nice combination of the 2-cost headpiece and another Seekers to pair up with the blue later in the game.
Thomas has drawn his Corrosive Space Dust, his Excavation, which I imagine he's going to pitch into that Space Dust.
Yeah, and this looks like a yellow flow stride, is it? What is it?
Yeah, the fragment is a
fragment flow. Fragment flow.
Yeah.
So 4 flows already for Thomas.
See, flows.
I wonder how much arcane damage are we taking. Yeah, flows into Aurora definitely less strong than they are in the other heroes.
It really depends on how the Aurora build is, because these go again cards that like ping 1 when they attack and Path Exile, being able to prevent these things and force the Aurora to kind of pitch into them more is very important.
Yeah, definitely. And 1 damage coming here from the Cosmic Space Dust.
Pitch the headpiece. This makes a ponder. Thomas responding.
And deciding to send the Aphrodisias rather than asking that blue fragment card. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, not a lot of action point access for Thomas, so it doesn't want to arsenal anything that isn't worth it. So just taking the 2 points of value that he can get there anyway. Now
this is a strong card here. Destructive Fleetfoot comes in for 4 go again when it's got for 4 when it's got go again, and on hit will steal an aura or destroy an aura.
1 arcane as well. Does it when it has
no it's base 3 and gets +1 when it has go again. So not a good opportunity to use flows here, but can convert this 2 block with the turned on Cosmic Space Dust for extra value here.
And just it's so hard to believe that the original Aurora didn't have to make these lightning flows to do this.
Yeah, and another red destructive Fleetfoot here.
And here's the thing:
it's likely that one of Thomas's flows will get got here.
Thomas didn't draft any of the tap your hero, prevent one equipment, which is very good against Scorpio, but he's pitched here, so he's able to use
Yeah,
his Seeker's equipment. Choosing to take the Arcane Sigil, even in this matchup.
yeah. I wonder if that means he's a bit low on playables. But yeah, strong interaction there, using the chess piece to cover the breakpoint of the destructive Fleetfoot, and then the Seekers to cover up the Scorpio. And now Jess is untapping with no flows and no embodiment, which is never where Aurora wants to be.
Yeah,
But
and
Meteoric Eye is definitely a good way to utilize a hand without
Yeah.
going in.
just good math. But yeah, Aurora really wants to be going wide, but one of the issues with playing Aurora in this format is your lightning flows are your defensive pieces, but Aurora has to use them very aggressively. And I think that's what was
Yeah,
really good about Jesse's Cilia deck last round is because he has all these very strong red spells, he doesn't really have to rely on flow generation.
yeah, definitely. And
blocking
Thomas blocking with some premium fragment cards there, Blink of an Eye and the yellow Clear Conscience. I wonder if that means that other cards in his hand don't block or block for 2.
the duality from Jess.
Yeah, Thomas immediately using a flow, taking the opportunity to get rid of it while he can.
And Thomas
To convert it.
I think Thomas
Yeah,
is happy
definitely
with
one of the weaker red fragment attacks.
I find the way this matchup can go is the Aurora tries to send a big hand and takes one of these big fragment attacks, and the Ziggy can kind of become the aggressor. But Jess with a really strong blocking card in the force, the D-React, the Flittering Force Field. Now, quick succession. This is a very strong card, and
premium Aurora card.
This as well. The attack is a very strong Silver Age piece. It's a 0 for 5 when it has go again. Because of the
really
arcane
impressive
thing.
and very impressive in Briar.
Yeah. Rush of Power. Yeah. These quick strike cards vary in quality, but this is definitely a premium one.
Yeah, I do think it is pretty replaceable in draft with the destructive Fleetfoot. But I think this one here, the Flow Stride, Sinjin Flow Stride, very premium to like keep generating these flows.
Yeah,
Thomas
because
taking a huge amount of damage here.
You're giving it go again by giving up your flow, and then just being able to cycle it back is very strong. But yeah, Thomas had to take a lot of damage, and
I wonder if this is because he wants to convert his hand offensively, or if he
just can't
just couldn't block. Flowers Pulseway, a great attack for Ziggy, but the life deficit is huge here.
I don't think Jess feels it's necessary to block this.
I do think that Thomas probably, judging the way he blocked, probably has his red Auric shards in hand. Which could mean if she decides not to block, could convert for a ton of damage.
The shards requires the fragment.
There we go.
Here?
No, and it doesn't need to. Fragment doesn't need to have triggered, and the Ziggy activation here.
Yeah, so it's +1 and +4. So this is 11 damage.
Yeah, so 11 taking just down to 6. A bit more than she expected, I think.
This is a Rune Blade with a 4-card hand. Thomas at 6. Thomas also has the option to use his weapon. Oh,
the force field coming out here. But that will, even though the fragment is really strong here, the arcane ping coming through still.
Oh, this instant. Yeah,
this is a majestic.
Yeah, reveal a lightning card from your hand.
Deals damage you.
Yeah.
Arcane damage whenever you take damage. But yeah, Thomas only had one flow, decides
Thomas
to take
could
it this
lose
time.
the shard, right? Instead of taking one? Or has it not entered the field yet? Thomas took one there. I'm not sure if the ward was established.
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, it may have been in response to the
Yeah.
blink. But yeah, that means Jess did, even though she took a bit less damage, did use 2 cards on that turn. But a powerful 2-card play here with the Singeing Flow Stride.
Yeah, and this guy
Though is it yellow and still has that flow available, so and can hold the ward on the sword shards for the
here.
Scorpio.
Scorpio. Yep. Very clean. Thomas has a 3-card hand here. And our Cosmic Duality.
And a red Cosmic Duality here. Again, these red fragment attacks that don't have a trigger are can be your real liability.
Yeah.
Jess, I'm
Does
sure
have
happy
access to the gloves if he wants to convert his whole hand.
That's true, yes. Thomas also completely out of flow here.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to be in.
Counting just his deck doesn't look.
Not
But
thin
Jess
enough.
also completely out of flow, so maybe couldn't. And we were talking about how Aurora needs these flows to convert her hand. So.
And we know Thomas has a lot of flow generation, so he can easily get back to a comfortable position. But if it gets to the point where Jess is just sending 0 for 3s and 0 for 4s,
But an Electron Jolt set of blocks here clearly must have a decent use for the rest of the cards in her hand. But tapping Aurora here means no embodied movement made, and a quick succession
another
is the
quick
perfect follow-up here.
Yeah.
And 5 with the Vault Bound Duality. Two-card 5 go again. That's basically an E-Strike.
Yeah, block 6. Scorpio. Block with the spike.
Yeah, Thomas completely blocking out.
Red Heaven's Claw.
Sending red Heaven's Claws. And still both players without flow. So. Just taking 2 here. 3 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Must have a plan. Oh, yeah.
The flow sigil.
To make a. Oh, probably a bit of a scuff Sigil of Lightning here, but still, it does the job.
As long as Jess can convert her hand, she's happy.
Yeah, and another rush of power here is exactly what she needed.
Yeah. Thomas gonna have to take the arcane. Oh, he has his arcane barrier, but gives up a 3 block for
it. Wow.
Seems very. I don't know if that's an aggressive block. Very interesting. Just conserving as much health as possible.
Jess is now back down to no flow again, and I wonder if Thomas's plan is to just wait until the Gogan sources have run out.
Thomas's hand does not block.
But they have not.
He's gonna have to find some creative ways to, yeah. He has AB established. This brush up is useful.
Can stop the path of the same ends.
Jess will have to pitch to this to give it go again now. Yeah, Thomas probably not happy with how his hand lined up here.
It's a bit of a sad Thomas face there in the corner. But this is the one that makes
a flow. Yeah. Thomas should have a flow in play now.
But coming in for 3, I think this is lethal.
Thomas has a brush up.
A brush off. Okay.
Yeah.
So surviving another turn.
Yeah, that's all Thomas has to do right now.
That's huge. Yeah, and he does it. He makes the flow from the water over there.
Now, Jess's deck
I do
looking
wonder.
a lot thinner.
Yeah. But Electron Jolt step exactly what was needed here to convert.
Yeah. Oh, Anapath.
Yeah, blue Path of Domain's really showing off how powerful this card is at every color.
But Thomas.
Only 2 cards in Thomas's deck.
Thomas doesn't have. Even if he blocks out, I don't think he's capable of finishing the game. And I think Thomas's deck has very few blocking cards anyway in the deck.
Only 2 cards in it. And even though this Path of Domains is only coming in for 2, that's Thomas's life total.
Yeah. I wonder if we end up in a fatigue situation here, but Jess seems to be able to convert the hand.
Yeah, down to the blues though. This is coming in for 1 and 1.
Scorpio next.
Interesting that she, yeah.
Just making things awkward. Thomas has a ponder.
We blaze them too much, eh?
No.
It's our fault, huh?
Everyone has bad days at the office. Thomas is a great player. But Nats is tough. Everyone's a great player when you... It was the 3-1 pod. Like, everyone earned their way there.
Yeah, definitely. And Jess awesomely earning away there on Betsy.
There's no easy games at Nats.
Yeah, and a whole card here being committed on the City Strike, and now Scorpio is going to demand another one.
I don't think Thomas has the... Oh, it's duality.
Yeah, but the last 2 cards in his deck are both instants.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the duality pitched here to secure the go again.
Yeah. Hate the invite. Yeah, Jess speeding up. They know. Yeah. GG's. Congratulations, Jess.
Tough one. Congrats, Jess.
Thomas.
Yeah. Very well played from Jess there, just managing to find just enough flow to keep the foot on the gas for the whole game.
Yeah.
Definitely could have gone differently if there had been an off turn there, but really managed to draft enough flow generation and embodiment of lightning generation.
She pitched some flow generation as well, so probably near the end there, probably knew what was coming up and that they were safe.
Definitely. Just definitely a great player, so awesome to see her advancing.
Do you know Jess? Is she local?
Yeah, I know Jess. No, she's from Auckland, but yeah. She at least used to judge, so
nice.
Great member of the community.
But yeah, hopefully we get Jess on, and I know we're gonna ask about draft, but we also gotta ask about Betsy.
Absolutely, I love Betsy.
Dude. Betsy just is the type of guardian I want to play, like this kind of buff wager kind of deck, but it always ends up as some fatigue deck. But I'm hoping with the log that Jess has some spice. I don't know.
Yeah. I desperately hope Betsy's good. Hi, Jess.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Good
Well
job.
played.
What a great game.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, was looking a bit hard to convert hands there, but you near the end, but you managed to keep getting lightning flows to activate Aurora. Did you feel kind of worried at any point, or were you kind of aware of your pitch stack?
A little bit. I know I was pitching the dualities a lot, so I knew in a pinch, assuming I was stripping most of Tom's cards, I'd be able to awkwardly make a flow. And I was explaining to him that my deck is very flow greedy. Having the Tempter was actually phenomenal because as soon as I get a flow, I use it more or less. I didn't want to
Yeah,
use
that turn
Tools of
one was very
Spellblade.
strong.
Yeah. I came into the deck kind of on a whim, and then I drew it on the first turn. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, this does the thing. And I played it. I'm like, please don't make an aura and then flicker it, because if so, I look really stupid.
Yeah, and he even did have a really strong follow-up with the Cosmic Duality and the Starward Warning.
Correct.
Like making 3 flows of his own. But but it was but yeah, he just had less of a use for the flows than you did, so
yeah,
it was
his were mostly
great,
used to
great
Spellblade,
stuff.
and yeah, mine were just used to attack with the Scorpio a lot. And there's a couple of points where like I'd held a red attack, being like, well, if he like postures to block a Scorpio attack, I'm just gonna send this arcane. But if he doesn't, then I send this red attack if he postures to block a Scorpio attack. But if he doesn't, then I'll send a Scorpio and ask for the red attack and be happy. And like, thankfully, he did play into it. Like, those couple of times to like set up to block a Scorpio. I'm like, actually, no, this red attack, please. I was considering doing that again on the last turn. Like, there's deck like 3 cards left. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Yeah, but that adapting to kind of how your opponent is using their resources, like that's a very good way to approach this this limited set, where like the equipment, like the seekers and all this stuff, especially with Scorpio, where usually the prevent equipment is very strong against it. So no, well navigated.
Yeah, it's a little bit less of like poking with Scorpio and more looking to take cards off of like more than 2 or 3 cards out of Ziggy's hand, because they are very good at like the almost Ira-esque mid-range play of like block with 2 cards, send 2 cards, block with 2 cards, send with 2 cards, and it's like, surprise, here's an Auric Shards. So kind of disrupting their gameplay patterns are really important, especially as a Auric, because I don't really want to be giving up more than a card. My turns get significantly weaker if I do that.
The flittering force fields looked really impressive there, and I know they're really premium into Ziggy. Did you take those quite highly as a sort of a hedge to fight with Ziggy in the reaction set, or?
Yeah, for sure. I really like having 1. I actually wasn't the most stoked with having the second copy. It came around relatively late. There was like a yellow crummy Aurora comment I could have picked. I'm like, actually, I do like the defensive piece a little bit more. I mainly do pick the equipment in this format very highly. There were quite a few picks where I decided to not eat my vegetables and pick a card that was good rather than a card that would go a little bit better in the deck.
And how did you find the draft process as a whole? When did you feel that you kind of fell into Aurora? We saw Thomas's draft POV, and we kind of assumed that everyone in the pod stayed open for a while, because it was kind of an even disperse of class cards until around pack 6.
I think this pod being, I think all of us were X1 after CC. And looking around the people on the pod, I'm like, there's a lot of very good players here. This is more than your average Armory draft. And I think a very high level strategy for this format is just, as long as possible, stay open. Especially if you're comfortable drafting any of the 3 heroes, which I am. Picking equipment really highly. I mentioned earlier, I really highly value pick equipment. And then there's just a lot of very good generic lightning cards, and getting to hoover those up early on means you're going to have like a solid foundation for whatever.
And we did see that you had 4 equipment there. which
the
is just
boots I
so
got very
impressive.
late.
I always say that. Yeah, I always say that equipment is like turning a yellow. Having a piece of equipment is like turning a yellow in your deck into a red.
Yeah,
Like so, it's because you get the point of value, and the card quality is just
bumps you up a card.
like it's
bumps you
so
up
much
a
higher
value
getting it for
point
free. Is
for sure.
yeah, which yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of value equipment almost as an extra card in deck. I know I'm a bit of a fatigue gamer, but also like just getting value out of getting as much value on the table as possible. I think especially in this format, Tom mentioned right at the end of the game that he was just going to get fatigued. It was just like getting the
Yeah.
most value out of your entire deck, not just your 30 cards, but your equipment as well, is really, really important.
Yeah, and you're definitely on track to doing well if you can win your next draft game.
Yeah, for certain.
You had a great performance in CC going 3-1 with Betsy of all heroes, and
The lovely
you
lady,
mentioned
yeah.
yourself being a fatigue player. Kind of give us the rundown on Betsy.
Yeah, so I take a very different view of Betsy than a lot of people. The people that have built Betsy for Omen's Fall, obviously with the power driver, that card is phenomenal. It's like definitely a build around. A lot of people go very, very heavy on wagering. Like they're quite aggressive. They're playing like my thing is every other Betsy is on Command and Conquer and Pummel, and I'm on neither of those cards. The way I kind of see Betsy is that I make the deck into a literal log. I decided against playing Victor just before I flew out down to Wellington here because I dislike not the complexity, but like the number of moving parts in Victor. And I joke that
Okay.
Victor's like a huge machine with all these buttons and whistles and things, and Betsy is just literally a log. The deck is a plank of wood that you hit people with. You are like not succumbed to variance basically ever at all. And you just get to play a pile of very, very, very good cards, and you get to play no bad cards in terms of like, I'm not playing like a Riches or Tropodani, I'm not playing Remembrance, I'm not playing Pummel, as I mentioned earlier. Things that are like, effects that are very, very, very powerful, but quite inflexible, a little bit niche, can come up at some very awkward times. Whereas with Betsy, you don't really need to have like a plan that requires all those cards. Like with Victor, you have your Riches, it's just like a bullet that draws a card every time you pitch in, and like Remembrance because you're shuffling back all your Goblin Estates every game. I have my entire game plan face up in the equipment zone, in the weapon zone rather, from the go. It's a thing where it is different to Sledge as well, where one of my matches was into Jarl, and I ended up dealing lethal damage rather than fatiguing him, even though the game went quite late, just because I wanted to chip his life total down a little bit and tax a lot of his value cards, especially first cycle, get a lot of his defense reactions out, things that aren't really relevant, like every sync below just is 4 damage. Like his Pulse of Ice and Love was just 6 block, like all of that, and then I start waging, like right beginning of second cycle. I'm like, all right, I'm sending every attack 7, 8 overpower.
As soon as the defensive cards are out.
Yeah, get like minimum value out of the defensive pieces, and then get maximum value out of your wagering later on in the game without giving them too many golds early on.
And is it just wagering for the log, or are you the pile driver, or are you running
mostly pile driver? I'm playing bet bigs and drinking one of the tables, and then obviously the time shippo. That piece of equipment is very, very strong. It's just kind of hidden by Betsy not really being a thing, arguably not a thing now even.
So you're just leveraging like the Strong Guardian card pool, but then kind of the
Exactly.
extension that Betsy gives it. Yeah.
Just like a very strong, very consistent card pool. And the thing with particularly Guardians is that you play like kind of your shell of good Guardian cards, and then you have to figure out a game plan, and then your deck slots kind of get stretched while you're figuring that game plan out. And Betsy just doesn't have to. Her entire plan is like, I get to play a couple of aggressive reds that do wager, then I'm playing like 3 Enlightened Strikes as my only other aggressive red, and then I don't have to think about an end game, because if I ever start running out of threats, I just have the log that I get to swing over and over again. Playing cards like Razzie Ancients and Terra Sunder, they just pitch stack themselves. They kind of just weave themselves into the deck naturally. I don't even really have to think about it. The other thing is what Betsy of like, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to stress. I don't like figuring out how
Yeah.
how I'm going to end
that's
every
a great
game.
thing to have. You don't have
Yeah,
to stress.
I called Betsy a low cortisol guardian. I
Low-
deemed Victor to be a high cortisol guardian, and I was playing Fatigue Ladies before this, and that takes very high cortisol. Where like you have to, you're attacking on multiple fronts, and you have to figure out which one is actually going to get you over the line. And with Victor, it's like you have all of these moving parts, you have to line them all up, and be careful about what cards you leave in deck, what cards you're pitching, what cards you're blocking with. Basically, it's like I just have a log, and if you let me get you into like a forcing play with a log, I'm just going to do that, and there's not really much you can do about it once you kind of get to that spot. Yeah, she's yeah, I think she has outs to fatigue a lot of decks, but you're not going into any game being like, I'm going to fatigue them. Like 2 of my games went into like a Cheerios all attack Accelio and Dash IO, where those matchups are like, well, if I attack with my log every turn, it's a lot of cards, and it's not actually a lot of damage for the number of cards you have, and they're very, very aggressive. So I'm just going to block, and if you give me a window to attack with the log, and like I pushed the dash down to 1 life, and was like just 2 cards away from killing him before he ran out of deck and was able to block out and not die to his last max velocity turn. But you have kind of it's less of an out-and-out fatigue deck like a Pleiades, even in matchups where you're intending to fatigue, where you just have like a warning sign on the table the entire game, like, hey, don't take this too many times, otherwise I'm not going to fatigue you anymore. I'm just gonna hit you.
It's kind of a clock.
Yeah, and the other thing is that like a lot of decks have that kind of A plan, B plan. Betsy does as well, but she doesn't have to change the cards in her deck for it. And which means you get to go back and forth between that plan after you see your opponent's things. After you've played 3 or 4 turns just taking value lines, and then you get to decide: am I going to fatigue them? Am I going to go really aggressive? Based on what they're doing, you just lean into whatever they're weaker to. Whereas a lot of other decks have to pick before you present decks, and especially against something like an Accelio, if they're just the wrong kind of Accelio, you end up getting punished really easily. Whereas Betsy, you just don't. You play your 65. I bought in a bunch of defense reactions. My sideboard is just like Tectonic Plating for when I want to play the Whirling Fishes that are just chilling in the blue slot. Again, it's one of those just generic good Guardian cards. And then 3 copies of Red Staunch Response, 3 copies of Red Immovable, and Arcane Barrier 3.
Yeah, just the Guardian good stuff.
Yeah, just all mono good cards, no bad cards.
It's
like
working
going
out.
as consistently as possible, and
and
having
it's
that
clearly working.
plan.
So
Having that flexibility and plan after you present decks 1, 2, 3, 4 turns into the game, I feel like that's very, very powerful. At least you kind of leverage skill a lot more than something like a Victor. You just kind of you're playing to an end game. You're playing like a chess style, like 5 or 6 turns in the future, but you kind of have to make up your mind of what you're doing. If not before you present your deck, then very, very quickly afterwards. Whereas Bessie just doesn't. She can pick a plan on turn 12, 13.
Yeah. Well, good luck with your next draft round. We're excited to see if Betsy can make it all the way, maybe.
I hope so.
We hope so.
I am very, very excited. I absolutely love this Betsy deck.
We can
best of luck, Jess.
Yeah. Hopefully I get
Best
to
of
go
luck,
to day
Jess.
2 as just X and 2. My first draft round, I lost to Marshall on Accelio. His deck is definitely serviceable for how flow greedy my deck is. So yeah, I hope I don't get Jesse, who's the other Accelio. And then other than that,
I believe Jesse has
his deck was really good.
So
what is round 2 as well?
Jesse's 2-0 at the moment.
Bless. Okay.
His deck is very good.
His deck is very, very strong.
He was on stream last round. Yeah, it was very good.
Yeah, Macho said he was passing to Jesse and just like absolutely just got him the house.
Yeah. But no, best of luck in your next round.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Jess.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I think next the 2 2-0s are Dr. Dan and Jesse. Yeah.
I think I need to tap out.
Okay.
If people are around. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, one more round in you, or see if someone can sub in. Is Thomas still playing?
I think he will be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think next round, if I'm fine commentating on my own, but if we can get someone to step in, that'd be great. Yeah, so welcome back, guys. We have our final round of draft here. We have Marshall Stevenson versus Elliot Nichols. They're both 1-1 at the moment. The second is Cilio, and I believe the third Aurora. So starting off here, Marshall going first. Very strong Cilio, establishing 3 lightning flows. So in a great spot. To pull up Women's cards. Elliot only having 2 sorry, just their equipment at the start, so 3 equipment pieces to Marshall's 4. Elliot is starting with a Singeing Flow Stride. He's able to use Thunder Sator at the start to kind of AB away Marshall's kind of turn 1 Acilio, where you try to leak damage or get rid of Aurora's lightning flow. But yeah, we'll see if Elliot's Aurora deck is less flow greedy compared to Jess's. So, starting off with this Quick Strike card that currently doesn't have Go Again. I wonder how Elliot will convert this hand. Currently has a flow to use an Aurora activation. Marshall blocking the Nebula Duality and Prevention Boots, so not planning to use Acilio this turn. Oh, Flow Stride did have Go Again. Ah, because of Thunderous Retort, yeah. Then Path of Same Ends coming out. I think this is a fine finisher. So Marshall using the flow to prevent, but Elliot giving it Go Again. Must want to send this Scorpio instead of establishing a embodiment of lightning with Aurora with the 2 floating instead. Prefers to keep this flow, probably using it as kind of a bailout if they can't convert a full hand. Marshall blocking a lot, probably looking to play a more kind of mid-range game to send some 0 for 3 kind of wizard spells to slowly wear down Elliot. Kind of the advantage Acilio has against Aurora is Aurora wants to use her lightning flows to gain Go Again, but then doesn't have the prevention to deal with Acilio in the end game, even if they're sending some 0 for 3 arcane spells. It can be very difficult for Aurora to prevent. Another Thunderous Retort. Maybe Elliot's very spec against Acilio, probably taking a similar approach to Thomas, where drafting these kind of anti-arcane cards and trying to keep their health total high. Another quick succession with a rush of power. This is kind of the bread and butter 2 cards together for Aurora, it seems. Seen this play a lot last round as well. Just being able to convert a card as a 0 for 4 is already good, but a 0 for 5 is great. And this quick succession, I particularly like the yellow being able to be pitched, but it's very rare in draft for like the red to go 3 chain links wide to get full value. So this being like a 0 for 2 Go Again is very strong. But Marshall blocking. Ooh, and a Shelter, the Majestic, creating a lightning flow if you pitch one into it. That's a very good pickup. Static Shelter. Great art on this card. We have Scorpio coming out. Marshall does have the prevention equipment in the head slot, which he is going to use. These are very good for dealing with Scorpio, but Elliot going to convert their flow into a embodiment of lightning just for consistency and not wanting to arsenal that quick strike card. Destructive Fleetfoot. But Marshall will pop the sigil to make another flow. That activates Starfall for the Volzar. So tap. We're kind of starting the third turn here, and life totals are still high. I think that's a Lightning Overload from... Oh, that's an Astral Assault. Sorry. From Marshall. So destroying flow to come in for 7. Tapping the Volzar just cause. Conveil of Volthaven, very good for preventing damage, but can be very expensive, but you kind of get that additional value from having the lightning flow, which is so important in this format. Here we just have a Serve 4 go again, which will go right into the Scorpio, which now that Marshall's out of prevention equipment, blocking the Scorpio will take a full card, and these start to add up. And Stinging Sprite, a card that a 0 for 3, but blocking doing 1 arcane damage is very cool modular kind of effect based on the board state, giving like a Sigil of Solace effect where you're getting aggressive and defensive value, and just a good way to convert your hand. Cosmic Sutures. We have a premium Cilio card getting to prevent damage, and then that Starfall trigger as well. Usually you want to be activating a Cilio to play these, but it's still okay to seize. Tap Lessons Past, looks like a blue one, so 2 arcane. Tapping a Cilio, Marshall gets to put that Cosmic Suture back to the bottom of their deck, so maybe playing around this Fatigue Aurora plan. Now there's the Electron Jolt step, so very good for converting your hand. Creating a lightning flow, then exchanging it for an embodiment. Getting the buff, and there's that Fleetfoot. Destructive Fleetfoot gets +1 when it has go again, and threatening the to destroy an aura token that Marshall controls, specifically the flow. Responding with Cilio, it seems, yeah. Even after blocking, creating a Ponder. Discarding that Cosmic Suture, like I said, it's very strong. 2 arcane, and then a full block out. Then wondering if Marshall can convert their hand fully before this Ponder pops. Activating I believe it was Snap Fingers, so having a target lightning card deal 1 arcane. And there's a Scorpio. Marshall decides to take 2. Maybe this is a 0 for 3 spell that he can clean. Oh! Destroys the Ponder with the Fleet. That's a card of value. That's very strong. Comic Collision not being used for its full value. You really want an instant card to go so you can get that kind of 0 for 4 arcane rate, and it's that unpreventable damage at a standard rate that really goes above kind of the curve if a card is worth 3 arcane. Another quick succession, this time the red. I wonder if Elliot can use all 3 attacks. It's very difficult and limited. Marshall taking the 1. I assume Elliot was comfortable pitching into it anyway to give it go again. Marshall is taking it because they have a strong hand. They have another Cosmic Collision in hand, so probably hoping to convert this to a Nebula Duality. A good thing about all these CO cards is the fact that they block 3. Marshall playing this duality, making a flow, then using the flow on the path same ends. Good way to use their whole hand. I wonder if he'll be able to use the last 2 resources as well. I would probably want to arsenal the Comic Collision here, unless he's able to. Choosing the block with it. And then here's the Scorpio again. This weapon is worth so much when it hits, kind of similar to Flail of Agony, but without the life cost in order to, in exchange for that condition. Just not paying for something and then getting 2 points of value is worth a lot, especially in a format that the power level is so low that Body and Lightning for Alien. Oh, this is Flowing Storm Strike. He can kind of pitch resource into this to buff it more. But with the Embodiment of Lightning, it kind of gives that slippy thing where you send an attack and maybe they overblock, but you can just use kind of the rest of your hand. Another Retort. Elliot seems to value this card very highly. Assume that this sends Scorpio here. Because eating a whole card for a weapon attack, but maybe Elliot can convert their hand, or choosing to push more damage here. Using the glide aggressively. Yeah, that's a Nucleus Aether Bolt from Marshall. So gets to tap his hero to deal extra damage if it goes through. This is a very strong rare. It does block 2, which is a drawback, but this can be a 0 for 5 if you activate the Voltzar, just like the Comet collision. Here we have another quick succession. Elliot clearly valued these highly as go again enablers, but as well getting the buff on these cards is just strong value. If you're getting 3 to 4 value off every card in Aurora, you're very secure in kind of combating fatigue, as well presenting these breakpoints, going wide, and then swinging Scorpio as many times as possible, because giving these lightning cards go again enables you these swings, and once the armor's gone, it's kind of similar to Syndra in a way that it's the little attacks that are adding up over and over. It's very easy to block out these big attacks, but we have another suture from Marshall. 3 prevent. Electro Mind Meld, very interesting. The first time it deals damage, again, you can just recur an instant to the bottom of your deck, which I don't think Elliot's worried about fatigue right now, but yeah, no, that's the game. Congratulations, Elliot. That was a very commanding, kind of aggressive Aurora game. But yeah, congratulations on X2. That's a good position to be at the end of the draft. I think 2-1 at the end on Aurora. Kind of a lot of people downplaying Aurora in the draft format, but clearly a very solid Aurora draft to get the 2-1. Yeah, sure. Let's get Elliot on. Hi, Elliot. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, congratulations on winning your game, Elliot. That's 2-1 in the draft.
2-1 in the draft, yep.
Yeah, no, congratulations. Looks like a very strong Aurora deck. Lots of Thunderous Retorts and Quick Successions. Were those cards that you kind of highly valued during the draft?
So the quick successions I always value really highly in draft. I try to pick up as many like blues and yellows as possible. The Thunderous Retort, I just got past 4 of them, and you know, I didn't have a lot of lightning flow generation, so I just kept taking them, and it ended up paying off there.
Yeah, no, it was very good on the first turn, like being able to be defensive, but as well having that that way to convert your hand going second.
Yeah, I got a lot of good Runeblade payoff, so the go again from it was essential.
And kind of we noticed during the our kind of highlighted player Thomas, we saw that the whole draft pod kind of remained open until kind of the second pack. Do you feel that you remained open, or did you feel your Aurora very early?
No, I saw the Aurora arms in the pack 1, immediately latched onto Aurora and got very much rewarded for being, I think, one of the first people on the pod to lock in on a hero. I got past a
Yeah,
lot
the
of
snap
really strong
fingers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was your loss in the draft?
I lost to Dr. Dan. He was playing a really, really crafty Ziggy. I played a fragment card. I should have seen the Auric shards coming, and I viciously misplayed into it.
I see. Just got in reaction phase.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. But you're in a great position at 5-2. What deck did you play in Classic Constructed?
I am playing KO Underhanded Cheat 1 or 2.
Nice. Yeah, we had the first one on round 1. Very close game with Oliver Berry. Are you on like a similar list? Do you know each other, or are you kind of doing your own thing?
No, I haven't actually seen the other RKO list. I suspect they'll be quite similar. Mine's based very heavily off of what Ricardo was playing.
Oh yeah, I know Ricardo. Yeah, from Japan.
Yeah. I managed to get into a call with him and blast him a little bit with questions.
Oh, nice. Very good.
Yeah.
But yeah. So how are you feeling about RKO and like the current meta? He's not really a deck that has a lot of spotlight on at the moment.
I learned very quickly that the ninja matchup does not go very well for me, and there are a lot of ninjas in the field today. But I've
Yeah,
been very
13
lucky, I
Syndra.
think. Yeah, I've been very lucky
Yeah.
with my pairing so far, and my games have been incredibly strong. I've finished most of the games with above 15 life.
Nice. Yeah, once I find that once RKO gets that health lead, it's very difficult to take it away. And you have like these ninja decks running, especially Fi running like links just to try get that health lead.
Yep, I found that the hard way. That was my other loss. It was tenacity for 8 at the end of a very wide chain link. So
Yeah,
hoping to see no more ninjas.
But draft's over. How do you feel about the format overall after kind of getting it done with?
Yeah, I personally really enjoy this particular draft format. I've never been one for playing Wizard Illusionist or Runeblade, but I found that this draft has been a really good experience. Actually, I've done quite well in it.
Yeah, and going into tomorrow, 3 more rounds of CC. What are you looking to see as an RKO?
That's a tough one. Mostly, I'm looking to see a Fiddler's Green or a Sigil in my opening hand.
Okay.
As for matchups, we're dodging ninjas, and anything else I think I can edge out a win on. It's really just down to those first few turns, trying to find some life gain to get ahead.
Dodge ninjas, gain life. I got it.
Yep, dodge ninjas, gain life.
But yeah, no. Congrats on the 2-1. It was a very strong draft pod. Like you had players like Thomas and Dr. Dan and Jesse's Acilio deck. I don't know if you've seen it. Is very strong as well.
I
So
was lucky enough to
it's a
catch
great result.
I was lucky enough to catch his one of his games, and I'm very glad I dodged that. That Acilio looks terrifying.
Like Thomas was on a very kind of anti-Acilio, lots of arcane barrier, and no, it was just so much arcane.
Yep. I'm glad I got to miss it, even with my 4 AB cards.
Yeah, the retorts.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's a very interesting take on Aurora, and I think I definitely learned a lot. I definitely look at retort now a bit higher. But no, congratulations on the result. Good luck tomorrow. It's great to see a deck like RKO kind of not as popular doing well, and yeah, I wish you the best tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Best of luck. See ya.
Awesome.
Bye, Elliot. Is Thomas? I think he's done his game. Yeah, if I can talk to him. Yeah, I'm good friends with Thomas, so I do want to talk to him. Yeah, this draft set is, I think it's a very good set. I especially love the macro, the high seas macro, Treasure Island kind of enabled a lot of the heroes, but this macro just kind of working as a way to balance arcane in a format. It's kind of like what Lucas said earlier, is that it's fixing kind of the problems that were in Rosetta. Yeah, I feel like the macro in this set is kind of like a more refined Sanctuary of Aria. Hello, Thomas? Yeah, it's me. We were, I don't know, we thought you were in a good position. Like you drafted the Acilio hate at the start, and yeah, Jesse's deck had so much arcane. Like it was insane. Yeah. But yeah, so like you are a feature drafter. What was your what was your plan? Because you took these kind of anti-arcane cards. Were you kind of set in Ziggy when you saw those, or were you like purely staying open?
Are all generics. So it was like yellow
Yeah.
pulse or I can take a sigil of astral flow. It's just a blue that will go in everything. Or the card which I did I'm taking is the 2 flow generator. That card I think is like
Yeah,
so
yeah.
helpful for if your Z deck has no flow generation, you just need a way to make at least 1 flow and get over the line.
Yeah.
And then in Acilio, it's just an instant. So I was like, this is a fine edge card.
Yeah.
And then I think I took Ominous next, which is really good in Ziggy because it can put back Space Dust.
Yeah,
or
like you had
Warwick
the
Shards.
space dust, yeah.
Yeah, which I got the Space Dust to pick 4, and that's why I committed.
And yeah, and then the Aurora game ended up in kind of a fatigue situation. Kind of,
Yeah,
how do you
the Warwick
feel?
Shard
Did you
plays.
navigate?
So I looked at them from my draft because there's 3 Ziggy and I didn't get the like red rares. I have to resolve that Auric Shards or I'm going to get fatigued every time. So if I draw it in
Yeah.
a fragment attack, I just have to go. And
Yeah,
this
yeah.
round and the Acilio game, I drew the Auric Shards with no blue, so I couldn't resolve it efficiently, which I think is what cost me both of them. Well, Jess
Yeah,
also
there
had
was
a flittering force field because I was like, oh, if they overblock the fragment attack, I can just play the
yeah, she had
yellow
2.
aura and then Arsenal Auric Shards. But instead, I commit to the Auric Shards line and get got on the D react.
Yeah, your pull the I forgot the name of the card, the one with Ziggy on it. Yeah, you were sending it for 11 at the time, and then yeah, the D react came out. We thought you were in a very good position, and then yeah.
Yeah, until the D react, I felt like I
yeah.
could still win because I have the space toss and the ominous to do a bunch of arcane at the end, and like
Yeah,
5
but I hope
validates.
people I hope people see your draft approach was very like informed. Like you're a very strong draft player. You have you top 8 the calling, the Welcome to Wraith limited.
Yeah, I got 4th. The
And
games
then you
I need to work on. The draft I got pretty good now, though.
excellent drafter, also excellent player, but yeah. And how did CC go for you? You went 3-1 on Syndra?
3-1. Yeah, I've had Ziggy round 1, which I'd never played, and that one's free. Then I played Y'all.
Okay.
It was like more aggressive Y'all. I'm on Tunic, so the stalagmite wasn't too big of a deal, and then we're like trading even, and I have a hand of Cut Through and 2 Ancestral Empowerment. So I can block with the empowerments and then play like a safe line. Or I can Tunic, Dagger, Cut Through, and then concede if he draws Shelter. He didn't draw Shelter, so I cook him from there.
The concede line's very strong, yeah.
Oh, and then my loss was Katsu the next round. He's on Mask
Yeah, we
and
had him
Momentum.
on stream. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
so
on what?
He's on the Mask and Momentum blazing Nuri into me, which is not what I
Yeah,
tested into. We have like I'm pretty sure I have enough damage to kill him as long as he doesn't connect on the mask. We'll get a free Katsu Surge. So he has 1 card in hand, 100 wins for 4 with a
Yeah, that was Sam Graham Walker, right?
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah.
And then they got the 0 for 4 Gust Wave and banished. I'm like, oh, if I think there's Ancestral Empowerment because he's been holding it for a couple of turns. So I'll block 5.
Yeah.
And then not get juiced. And then he plays Ancestral Empowerment. I'm like, oh, I'm the best. And then he draws a second Ancestral Empowerment. Hits for 1, gets the Katsu Surge, and I'm lost when I die.
Yeah.
And then I beat Vincent because I won the roll.
Fair. You went first?
Like all skilled Syndra players. When it counts
yeah, like see, Lucas was here earlier, but you and him have very different views to Syndra, where Lucas will try and break it down as the most complicated thing ever, and then you'll just rock up and say like, "Oh yeah, I drew Wrath 6 times."
Yeah, that does get you to top 16 at Worlds, can confirm.
Yeah.
Card's
Yeah,
pretty
we
good,
brought up this
seriously.
story about staying up the night before as well.
Yeah, I learned that deck in like 2-3 days. It's really not that hard
Yeah.
as people say. You're just like, how do I pressure mask? And then you do that for 11 turns. And then the game's over.
And you also do it for like 11 rounds.
Yeah. You save so much mental energy. I was playing Dio at Living Legend. So it was like
Yeah.
5% of my brain power in CC, and then 95%
95
of my brain power
in
in LL.
LL.
And then my LL record was like 3-3, and my CC record was like 10-2.
Sidra carried.
Yeah.
No, but
I'm
yeah,
interested to
you'll
look back
continue.
at the draft. I think my like first couple picks were maybe a little sus, but I really like staying open in this format and then trying to get into the 2-of hero or the 3-of hero.
Yeah, this draft we kind of noticed that everyone kind of stayed open, and everyone we talked to afterwards, except one of the Auroras, said like, yeah, it's a pod with good players, and good players in this format try and stay open. And do you kind of agree with that?
Yeah, I will go in on like a good rare. I think the rares are really how you get over the line, which is why when I saw the blue space dust, I was like, oh, there's 3 people who have looked at the space dust who have decided I don't want the space dust.
No. Yeah.
So I'm not forcing Ziggy, which is where it got me
Yeah.
in the end, because one of those players passed the space dust because he thought he was a Cilio, and then
went into
decided he wanted to
Ziggy.
be Ziggy. And then we both
Yeah.
went 1-2, so I'll blame him.
Yeah, no, makes sense. And you're X3 now, correct?
The X3. I think live for cash, dead for top 8.
Are you live for top 12?
I might.
The...
I haven't looked at the standings.
Yeah.
It's like very 50-50. It's alright.
But...
I'll go win the Blitz Championship. Get my world's invite.
Blitz? Oh, the Silver Age qualifier?
Yeah. There's
Are you playing
separate thing in Auckland where it's Singleton Blitz, and I think first gets a world's invite.
Oh, for the... Oh, yours is Blitz. Okay.
Actually, so we have Sage tomorrow, but there's like another event in August.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. But why are you playing in Sage?
Oldham.
Oldham? Yeah. You just want to block.
Maximum win rate, 0 fun.
0 fun. I thought you would have been on the Ornitensen 5.
Yeah, I just don't have the deck updated because I played Oldham at the PT, so some of my 5 cards are like in my CC deck or in the cupboard on my desk. I haven't got around to putting it back together. I think Oldham's
And how
really
was your...
everyone plays Briar.
How was your preparation for the event? Like, obviously you're with Team Snapdragons. Were they a big help? I know Dennis Sang is another player in the room on that team.
Yeah, we did some like talk about the draft. I felt quite confident on it, the drafting half of it anyway, after playing the Calling Auckland. I was like, I now know what my decks are like, what rares are good, and what I should go in. Sometimes you don't see them though, which I think is kind of what happened in this draft. It's like the only, I'd say, really powerful rare I saw was the Space Dust, and then the like Arc Rampack too. And then for CC, my exam period ended at Friday 4 PM, so I've done no CC practice. That's why I played Syndra. You don't need the practice. You just put the cards on the chain.
Yeah, I think Ollie was saying as well about having stuff to do, and you've seen me do assignments in the hotel.
Bro, that's me today. I've been doing an assignment between rounds. It's due at midnight. I still got 2 more questions to do.
I've been there. I actually, I think one of my favorite wins was I won a PQ where I like did the assignment in between rounds as well.
Did not bring you luck today. Maybe next time.
No, people don't realize how hard it is being a student and a card game player.
Yeah, it's like, damn, if only I could devote all of my time to the intricacies.
Damn, if only I could be irresponsible. But yeah, no, we also mentioned that like you, Lucas, and Ollie and Cameron, the Dagger Boys, are kind of a group last year you guys did very well. Did you prep together this year as well?
No, so Lucas in Ireland, so the time zones don't match up. And then me and Ollie are back at university, so we've basically done no prep. We came up with an Acilio deck that pretty much was like, we'll play Aether Wildfire and then like 27 cards you can activate at instant speed that it can target.
Yeah,
Like,
the
deck is really
snapback
good
dot deck.
as long as no Acilio's top 8 US nats. And then 2 Acilio's top 8 in US nats. So that got shelved.
Yeah, everyone's just ready.
All of the deck was prepped on.
But Ollie is 7-0 now, so
Yeah, we worked on that fight deck a little bit before calling Brisbane. I actually brought it there, and there's some fights top 8 there, but ours is a bit more aggressive, I'd say. We're maxing out on the energy potions.
you know, our first round was Ollie, and he had a very good game against RKO where he had a really good Enlightened Strike line, and I think an E-Pot that he set up won him the game. His favorite card.
The E-Pot value is like, it doesn't look like it's doing much, but then on some hands, the E-Pot will be like the difference between 20 and 35 damage, because you don't have to hit your red to start your go turn.
Yeah.
And you can always convert the E-Pot to sword swings with the boots from Hunted. So
yeah.
I'm a big fan.
But no, commiserations on the draft. I know it's not the performance you wanted, but
no, I actually have a thing of I do well at every event except nationals. So
except Nats, yeah.
This year, I top 8 my first Nats, and then I haven't cashed a Nat since.
Oh, well, your life for cash.
maybe we can do a little better this year. We'll see tomorrow.
It's about you broke the no day 2 worlds curse, so maybe you can break this.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. But best of luck, Thomas, and thanks for coming on, and thanks for being our featured drafter.
No worries.
Yeah, it is very great to learn.
Dan actually told me if we paid, he was gonna pull up the stream and start sniping. I'm like, okay, you can do that if you want.
Oh god. I mean, those are the advantages you have to give up at Nats, I guess.
Yeah, the super serious Nats tournament.
But
we looked at the pricing for this, and I think top 8 is like less than the money you get for top 16 or calling.
But everyone wants to win Nats for the title. It's that Nats champ title.
Yeah, I wonder if Ollie will hit 3 before anyone else. That'd be crazy.
I won 3.
I'm in New Zealand. You know, you're like going out to an armory, right, for your Nats. It's like 20 people.
Hey, we're at 64.
64. Okay. Moving up in the world.
Hey. Yeah, you guys sent your guy Lucas over here to try snipe it.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes. Hopefully he can play the draft better than I did.
If we had a stream, we'd have Lucas as the feature drafter.
Right, just get the Facebook live going on his phone.
He actually commentated from his phone.
Oh, he would,
Yeah, but you know, I'll let you get back to your day. Thanks for coming on, Thomas. Really appreciate it. Yeah, go finish your assignment. Thanks, Thomas. Looking at the results now, just seeing if... Yeah, we have standings for the end of day 1. I don't know if I'll wait for them to be put up on stream. But our round 1 feature, Ollie Berry, 7-0. Defending national champion. Definitely defending it well. Cale McCreath, X1 on Valda. So 2-1 in draft. Anyone who knows Cale knows that draft's probably not his favorite format, but yeah, solid 2-1. Gets to play CC tomorrow and definitely live for top 8. Dennis Sang, 6-1 on Victor. Darren Ying, a very good drafter. 6-1 on Acilio. Dr. Dan, the 3-0 of our feature pod. 6-1 on Syndra. And then we move to the X and 2s. We have Joshua Baines on Gravy. Samuel, our Katsu from earlier. X and 2 on Katsu. Probably not a great draft there. Probably X2 given he was 4-0 going in. But he said he wasn't that prepared. So maybe CC will help him out tomorrow. Michael Collins, the Prism from earlier. Same situation, I think. X1 in the draft, or maybe they went into the draft X1. But very solid top 8. We see a lot of heroes here. Even Jesse Williams, Raki Marionette. We only have 2 in the field, so seeing it very high. Same with Elliot on KO Underhanded Cheat. We have Vincent. We had 2 Gravies, Joshua. They are kind of probably challenging the Guardians there. If I was Dennis or Kale, I definitely want to dodge the Gravy, but I feel Guardians in a good spot here with the amount of ninjas, the Prism. Maybe we can get Kale on tomorrow and show off Valda. There's a lot of Victor footage, but I think Valda has a very has a different approach to Victor in the format, being more aggressive and kind of pushing decks for drawing cards. Decks like Acilio will probably draw 2 cards in a cycle using the ability, so that's 2 Seismic Surges. And then against decks like Victor, when they draw off their gold or winning clashes, Valda really gets to punish them and gets to run these like Heave cards that are very strong in the Guardian Mirror. Hopefully we can see some Valda gameplay tomorrow, and I'd be very keen for that. And thanks everyone for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Me and Lucas will be commentating as well. I think we'll be doing 3 rounds of CC into top 8. And currently it looks like the storyline is, can Ollie Berry do it again and become a 3-time Nats champ and defend it? Or I don't know. I think there's a lot of killers in that top 15 I see there, like Dr. Dan, previous national champion, Dennis Sang, great player, Darren Yang, 2-time calling winner, Kale, not on Bravo, but on a deck I think is very strong, and I hope to see tomorrow. And anyone could take it down, and I'm really excited to see it tomorrow. So come back tomorrow, and thanks for watching today, guys. Thank you.